stream should be working as well. Welcome to friends on the YouTube side as well. Very nice to see you. Thank you for joining me. Sean is going to join us at some point. Not entirely sure when, but that's fine because it is pretty early where he is. I do like to change up the times of the streams a bit because although I normally go late into the night, which serves the US audience well, I have friends in Australia and in other places that struggle sometimes to make those streams. So it's quite nice to change it up a bit and do a daytime stream. So welcome wherever you're joining from. Very, very nice to see you. Jason, nice to see you too. Just some guy. Jason's here to ruin the vibe. Awesome. I'm sure that won't be the case. You're always wonderful with your input. Big shout out to Cat B over in Australia. Lovely to see you. And Martina is here as well. Hi. And Lonnie. Why are we only talking about Christianity? Actually, that's a fair point. I'm open to talking about other religions. Christianity tends to be the one I sort of know the most about, but I'm happy to talk about any religions. And really, my thing is, I don't have a particular problem with Christianity as opposed to other religions. It's just it's got a few really horrible features, which, to be fair, Islam has as well, which is just the idea of condemning people for non-belief. That's really the thing that I have a big problem with. So that's why I tend to focus on Christianity. Okay, so we have some guests coming into the queue already on the TikTok side. If you want to join on the YouTube side, it's the normal link. It's tinyurl.com/JCGuest. I'd be very happy to speak to you if you want to join from there. But we're going to kick it off right now with Don't Speak on the TikTok side. Just joining right now. Hey, Don't Speak. Hello, how are you?
Peace be upon you. Hey, I'm fine. How are you?
Good, thank you. You're very welcome. You're our first guest of the day. So what would you like to contribute?
Very much. Yeah, I just heard you said that you discuss your mainly cause is Christianity because you know about Christianity, but I will believe that the same God as the Christians and the Jews and the Muslims is the same God.
Yeah, it is the same God. There are some doctrinal differences, aren't there, in terms of the beliefs around the God. Like, I agree it's the same God, it's the Abrahamic God, and we can see that they're derived from the same place culturally, but there are differences, aren't there, in the beliefs?
There is details, yes. There's man-made details that has changed them over time. And that's why a lot of people I live in Denmark and I have a lot of Christian friends and atheists and agnostics that don't believe. My
Yeah,
problem is that people have the tendency to cut the bill for every bad deed for a Christian or a Muslim to the religion or to God.
yeah,
People are responsible for their own actions. So
yeah,
so whenever a Muslim does something, and people are quite fast to say that this is the Islam is wrong and Allah is wrong,
yeah,
but they actually forget that Islam by itself cannot do anything. It is people that are practicing the Islam or the Christianity. They are responsible for their actions. But we are kind of fast that to cut the bill to the religion or to God. But we forget that we got free will.
yeah. But there's a problem with that, which is that I agree with you that
Uh-huh.
there's a certain category of criticism which is about how people behave, right? I completely agree with you, and it would be a mistake to criticize a religion because of how adherents of that religion behave. I completely grant that. My problem isn't with people, it's with ideas. And the issue I have is that these religious traditions are just full of really bad ideas and they promote bad ideas. For example, the idea that when you get to the end of your life and you die, something's going to happen to you next. And the quality of that thing is going to depend on what you were convinced of while you were alive, right? So if you have the right beliefs, then something's going to happen to you. And if you have the wrong beliefs, another thing's going to happen to you. That's got nothing to do with people's free will. That's just a doctrinal feature of a given religion, right? And that's where I really have a problem.
But if you imagine there was a creator, but the problem is that I get you, but it's not that black and white. So if you don't, if you live in a Christian country, or you are born in an atheist family and you don't have access, and if you don't know the religion, and you make good deeds, and you're a good decent human being, and you're trying to be your best, I don't think that God's going to judge you by that. I think that God's going to judge you by your deeds and who you are. And that is exactly the same. If we live in a society, that society shouldn't have any rules for us. In Denmark we have a lot of rules. We have judges, we have court systems, and
Sure.
and it will be crazy if I was treated exactly like a criminal, because if I am working and I am paying my taxes and I'm taking care of
Yeah.
the environment I'm living in, that
Right.
I should be categorized as a hardcore criminal. It will be a sin.
Dude, I agree with you. But this, unfortunately, what you're describing is not reflected in the traditions of the religions we're talking about here. So,
For
for example,
example,
yeah, Surah 267 in the Quran said, "As for those who disbelieve, it's the same whether you warn them or not. They will not believe, and a great punishment awaits them." Is that, was the Prophet speaking truthfully when he said that?
yeah, yeah, I think it's deeper than that, because that is taken out of context. I think it's more that before that it says, actually, you said Surah Al-Baqarah, it's Surah chapter 2. You said, yeah, it talks about people that are very bad people, people that deceive people, people that lies. It's not about that. If you don't believe it at all, then God's going to judge you. It is more that you know that God exists, you believe that God exists, but
Yeah.
you anyway are going to change and uh, be a bad person and lie and cover
But
the truth. And I thought it's more
But
about
you're
that.
but what you're smuggling in there is the assumption that you know that God exists, but you're choosing not to comply. What if you really don't? I mean, I'm sick and tired of believers telling me about all the things I know that I actually don't know, that I don't believe. You know, that there's an equivalent in Christianity, right?
Oh,
In
sorry.
is that your end? In
Yeah,
Christianity, you've got
just one
Rome.
second. I'm so sorry. Just one
That's okay.
second. You can
I'll
just. I'm
speak
here.
anyway. So in Christianity, you have the equivalent idea to this is in Romans in chapter 1, where it's like, well, the evidence of God is all around you, and it's so obvious that any non-believers are without excuse. And this idea of telling people what they know, informing people what their beliefs are, and denying it when they say, well, that's actually not my belief. I actually don't believe that. We had this from a guest on the last live, who was just absolutely refused to believe Sean and me when we said no, we just don't have this belief. And this is the problem with essentially criminalizing non-belief. And the way you criminalize non-belief most effectively is you just deny that it exists. You just say, no, even though you're saying you don't believe, I'm going to tell you that you do really. And that kind of pulls the rug of legitimacy out from underneath somebody's claim of disbelief. But I don't accept that. And as I've said many times before, when someone says that to me, if that's the rule of engagement that they're proposing, where they are allowed to tell me what my beliefs actually are, well, then that rule has to cut both ways. Then I have to be able to tell them what their beliefs are too. And in that case, I would say, well, then I'm going to declare that you don't actually believe, and your claims of belief and faith are inauthentic, if that's how it can work. And it's not productive. I don't think it's helpful. So it seems like our guest is a bit waylaid. So I'm gonna drop him down for now. But feel free to come back in again. Don't speak once you're done with what you're doing. And in the meantime, we're going to bring in Soul John. Hi, Soul John. How are you? Oh, still trying to bring him in. Come on, TikTok. You can do it. You can manage to add one guest. It's not a big ask. Uh, hey, Soul John.
Hello,
Hello. How are you?
I'm good.
Good. Well,
Uh,
welcome.
yeah. Before I say anything, I I heard your conversation before, and I agree with you and your doubts about religion.
Great. So are you
I'm a Christian.
joining to agree with me? That's okay if you are.
No, like I agree with you because I am a person who's a believer and sometimes also have doubts. You know, doubts come to me a lot.
Right. Okay. So you're a believer, but you have doubts. Okay. Well, that's very honest of you to say that. So if you have doubts,
Yeah,
you know what it's like to have that feeling of wavering in your conviction and not being sure. Where I am is
yeah,
I'm like that, but I'm like that all the time. Like I don't have doubts. I'm just not convinced of any of it at all. Right. So it's not like I'm on the fence and wavering. I just don't
yeah.
find any of it convincing. So may I ask what religious tradition you're a part of?
Christian.
Okay, so you're a Christian. So are you familiar in Christianity with John 3:18?
John 3:18.
Yeah, so the
Can you
verse that
remind me?
everyone likes to quote is John 3:16. So for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son and all of that stuff. Just after that,
Yeah,
we get John 3:18, which basically essentially the purpose of John 3:18 is to follow on from talking about how wonderful God is for sacrificing his son for a weekend, and then says whoever believes in him is not condemned, but whoever does not believe in him is condemned already because they haven't believed in the name of God's one and only son. So basically, that verse says, I'm condemned. Right? People like me are condemned. It's not the only verse in the Bible that does that. Mark 16:16 says it too. It adds the need for being baptized, and then you've got the promise of the punishment for people like me in Revelation 21:8 that we're going to get thrown into a lake of fire along with the murderers and sexually immoral and the worst of society. So, can you see from where I'm standing? That doubt that I have and that basically just position of just not being convinced has been made a crime. And I'm told that because I'm not convinced of something, I deserve to be punished. What do you think about that?
honestly, that was one of my doubts before I was fully like into Christianity. I I I love to read. I did economics, so I just love to read books.
Yeah.
So I actually went into various religions to understand them. And my biggest doubt was I wanted to see like what does it mean to to be thrown in the lake of fire? Because they say even people who do good actually go in the lake of fire as well.
Yeah. Not saved
So
by works. Yeah.
exactly. So I was so like in what other people explained to me was uh, God, the going in the lake of fire is actually the separation from God. I know, yeah, I know it's hard to
Yeah.
like. Can I explain further?
Sure.
From what how they explained to me, this is not 100% proof. This is what they said to me. They said, uh, God, even in the beginning, he was always testing us. Even the Adam story, you wrote the original sin, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the story, God made a tree of good and evil.
Yeah.
But in the Bible, it's also said that the wisdom is God. God is the wisdom. But he made a tree of knowledge. It almost like he was testing. He was testing Adam and Eve.
Yeah. Does that
Oh,
make sense to you? Sorry to interrupt your narrative there, but
yeah.
does it make sense that an all knowing being would have to do tests? Aren't tests things that are done by beings with limited knowledge in order to learn more?
Uh, honestly, that part is also kind of vexes me there. But what I've been later explained, because I'm always asking these questions. Some people hate it, some people love it, but I'm always asking these questions because God says question everything. You can even question your belief. You can question anything. So
The
my
Bible
question to them
doesn't,
was,
forgive me again for interrupting you, but the
yeah,
Bible doesn't say question everything. The Bible says lean not on your own understanding and believe like a child and don't think about it too much. And the devil is trying to I don't think the narrative I get from reading the Bible is definitely not
mm,
question everything. It's question nothing. It's believe like
oh
a mental slave.
no, that part is like I think that's you mean the faith part, right? In faith you have to have absolute belief in God. But Jesus
Yeah.
says there are in the days we are now, there are gonna be people who are going to say it's me, and you have to test every spirit. You have to question them. Like I don't can I can check the verse for you, but they say you have to question every spirit because every spirit that comes not me, even the devil comes as this as the
Right.
angel of light.
But that's
That is the
different. That's
yeah
different from providing a license to question the assumptions of the doctrine, isn't it?
yeah. Okay, okay. Can I say something?
Yeah.
My thing with the Bible is, as a Christian now, yes, I have now less doubts, but my biggest doubt was I was born in a Christian family. Everyone was a believer, so I saw my mom going to church and praying for all these things, and most of the things she prayed for never happened. Right? Like I started having doubt in what exactly they were believing in because I was pushed into it. So I left the Christian, and I probably, like, going to university. I studied various things, including even occult stuff. I wanted to understand why there are various beliefs systems and why. And upon my understanding of these things, I started to realize all these things come is a culmination of understanding there's a higher power. Because basically, if I say I'm a good person, I did all these good deeds, but there's always this negativity within me, and that thing is never. I always want more for some reason. It's like there's almost like an inner greediness. I don't want more, even if it's love, if it's anything. There's always something that I don't have. I don't understand. If you, I don't think if you, I don't know if you understand that. So I'm always looking for something, and most of the people say, if you go into the faith, you understand that for fewness. But when I went before, I didn't get it. So I wanted to study and learn more. But upon reading the book, I started to understand, maybe it's not about knowledge. Gaining more knowledge is made me better. It's about blindly believing. After that,
But
I started
that's not something
believing.
to aspire to, though, is it? I mean, it's about blindly believing. Suggests it's about switching off the critical part of your mind that evaluates what's likely to be true and or not, and just diving into something without really thinking about it properly for some reason. I mean,
Yeah,
that seems to me not something to aspire to because you leave yourself open to believing bullshit if you do that.
ex- no, no, that's actually very true. But the way I went about it was like in the understanding of fear and courage. Well, like the thing is, if I always feared not to understand, not to try these things. I will never have the courage to understand them. So I just let me try. Since I tried the opposite, not believing, let me try believing. Let me see
But I'm
how
going to push,
far.
forgive me, I'm going to push back a little
Yeah,
bit. When you say let me try believing, my
yeah,
whole thesis, the thing that my work really centers around, is the realization that believing isn't something that you can choose to do. You either are convinced of something or you're not convinced of it. And you can't decide to be convinced of it if you're not. What you can do, perhaps the thing that you're calling try believing, is living as if it's true, like going along with it, almost like a kind of role play. Like, let me just pretend this is true. Let me just like act as if it's true. Do what I would do if I really did believe this stuff, and go along with it and see what happens. Because you can't just decide to be convinced of it, can you? If you're not.
yeah. Okay, can I give an example? Can I give
Yeah.
maybe? Okay, in the Bible, there was one Roman who had a son with another woman when he was already married. Then the son became sick, and this guy was one of the people who was persecuting Jesus. But he wanted this son to heal so much. He was praying to his gods, the Roman gods, you know, but it never worked. But one of his friends, a tax collector, who was Matthew, when he was taken, he was there, and he saw Jesus, what he did to him. Later comes to him, and he goes on his knees, and he asks Jesus to heal him. And he says, I have a legion. I can command any man to do whatever. But I want my son to. This guy is not even. He doesn't even fully believe in a way. But he had the faith that this man, what he did, he could also do it for him.
Yeah. But
And
this is a
Jesus said,
but this is a story in a book, right? What you're
yeah,
describing is
no, I know.
is a story. In terms of your story, When you say, I decided to just believe it, that isn't how belief works. You can't decide to believe something. If you're convinced about it, the belief happens whether you want to or not. And if you're not convinced about it, you're not believing. So what you can decide to do is, as I said, you can decide to kind of perform belief. You can act as if you believe it. You can go along with it. And sometimes that performance of belief actually leads to real belief. But it isn't the same thing. But belief, or propositional assent, as we sometimes say, isn't something that you can switch on and off in your head like a light. I'm going to believe it during the week, but I'm not going to believe it on the weekends. We know that's ridiculous. And the reason we know that's ridiculous is we have an intuitive sense. We understand what it's like to be convinced of something. And when I say convinced, I don't mean with 100% certainty, right? You don't have to be, you can still be convinced with a degree of confidence. But I would say, like, why do that? Like, why not just examine the world, be led by evidence, understand that the evidence either supports something, in which case you're going to be convinced of it and the belief is going to be there whether you want it or not. Or if the evidence doesn't support it, be honest and just say, the evidence doesn't support this. I'm not going to claim I believe it because I don't. It sounds to me like that maybe might be a little bit of the space you're in if you said you're having doubts about this stuff. Those doubts are your brain telling you this is BS.
Okay, that's why. Wait, I know the story I was giving you example. Yes, it's something that was written by someone, but the reason why I was telling you specifically the story was because it comes down to what he said. That's what actually started changing my belief from that performative belief to something that was becoming real. Because what Jesus said, actually, this man was like, this man is a Roman. He's actually an enemy, but he has more faith in me than even the people I've been working with. Jesus said people we walked with until the last day, but these people were actually doubting. That's why it comes doubting Thomas. He saw what happened. There was everything he did, but he still doubted. Meaning there's always going to be doubt in a human, even if you see something. Like you said, you can try the evidence. There's definitely going to be doubt. There will never be 100% certainty of things. But the question is now, what if that fulfillment, that hole you feel in your heart, is never filled by something? But for me, personally, my personal life was Christianity. But it doesn't have to be for someone else.
Yeah, but let's then, as we round off the call, let's go back to where we started, is the idea that, so you say it doesn't have to be for someone else, but it's doctrinally baked into your religion that the people for whom it's not the centre of their life, because they simply find themselves unconvinced by those claims, are lining up for punishment. Now, whether you think the punishment is a literal lake of fire, which some people hold to, or whether you think that's more metaphorical and actually it's some other type of punishment, maybe it's just some kind of annihilation, or maybe we get all sorts of flavors in here. Some people come in and they say you will be tortured, but not forever. You just be tortured for a bit and then you get annihilated. Like that's a wonderful thing to look forward to. However you frame it, the Bible still uses words like condemned, right? Like even it's not a fun operation that's being spoken about. In the book of Matthew, you get this recurring theme of wailing and gnashing of teeth, right? That doesn't sound fun.
Yes.
So I would ask you, does it make moral sense to you for me to be punished, either eternally or temporarily, just because I didn't find this stuff convincing?
Okay, I'll probably answer in two parts. The first part, as a Christian, I would say I have no right or power to detect to answer that. But as a person, I don't think so. As a human being, there are things like, for example, killing. Thou shalt not kill. You may kill someone mistakenly. Does that make you are already doomed to suffer? I don't think so.
Well, Christianity doesn't say you're doomed to suffer if you kill, because you could be a mass murderer, you can be a Jeffrey Dahmer, but if you say the right magic spell before you die, then you're all good, and you get to go and live up in heaven, potentially next door to some of your victims. That'll be nice for them. But it's not about your actions, it's about your beliefs, which is why I maintain that this religion is morally ridiculous, because it says you could be the worst person in the world, If you say abracadabra in the right way before you die, and you believe certain claims about, itinerant rabbis in the first century, then you're all good. No worries there. And I just think
Okay,
that's ludicrous.
before I go, can I answer that part?
Yeah.
Okay. For example, you say you gave like example of Jeffrey Dahmer. The situation is like there are many people, even me or other Christians, who believe that if you just say I believe in God, then you are automatically saved. But there is like as you read the Bible, you see there is a very small detail people miss. The belief in God is talking about is when the third part of God centers in you. Because in Bible they say you are the temple of the Holy Spirit. Without the Holy Spirit in you, you can never go to heaven.
Well, that makes it
So
even worse, not better. Because then what happens is the scenario you're describing,
yes.
billions of people get punished for not having the thing that God chose not to give them. That's even worse.
No, but get this. In the Christian way, everyone is born a sinner. Everyone was born a sinner. In the Christian view, everyone was born a sinner.
Yeah, it's grim.
So for you
Horrible.
to go to heaven, you have to is example if you automatically believe, example, you start believing, you're starting the journey. It's almost like a path, like how you live your life. You start from a baby until you are grown up. You have to go through that path. Yes, there is a path of doubt. There's a path of searching, and there's a path of reaching. But God is saying, I want everyone to reach that end. But if you don't reach that end, you will be internally separated from me.
Yeah, but you also said that you can only reach that end if the Holy Spirit gives you the grace of faith and
Exactly.
belief, right? And that's
Yeah.
on God. So God is then punishing people for not having the thing he decided not to give them. The whole thing is a setup. It's a shakedown, it's coercive, it's manipulative, and it's really twisted and horrible. So I would say listen to the
Yeah.
voice in your head that's giving you doubts, because that's the logical, rational, sensible part of your mind, which is still alive in there, fighting to get out. Don't extinguish that with blind adherence to silly dogma. You can do better for yourself, and you can find the things in your life that you think this religion gives you in other ways, in people, in human connection, in learning, in philosophy, in enjoying the scarcity of life, the realization that we're not here for long. This isn't a dress rehearsal for the real life afterwards. This is it. This is what we get. We shouldn't
Okay.
be wishing it
So
away and waiting for
okay.
the next part.
My question to you, last question. My question to you. So besides this, what do you believe? What do you yourself believe?
Well, I believe that that evolution has shaped human beings into what we are over uh, many billions of years of evolution from our most ancient ancestors, and our story is incredible. And I think that we're learning more all the time about what it was that happened in order for us to be where we are now. And I think there's a genuine joy to be had in that journey of learning and discovery. And I think that human connection is the very best thing that we have. We have each other, and that's where I get my joy, and that's where I find the most joy in life. And I believe that understanding that my life is limited gives it infinitely more value than if I had the assumption that I have an infinite number of days ahead of me in some other realm. That would, to me, massively cheapen life. And then the final thing I believe is that it's a virtue to be able to say, I don't know. So when people say to me, or where did everything come from, or what, why is there something rather than nothing, or why is existence even a thing, I'm perfectly comfortable saying I don't know. And that to me is not a weakness. That to me is a strength. It's a strength to be able to be okay with I don't know, and then know that there's some really smart people working on some of the answers. And in 5 years, we'll know a lot more about reality than we do now. And in 500 years, if we're able to last that long, we'll know an enormous amount more about reality than we know now. I think that's really cool and really exciting. And I don't think that the answers to these questions are to be found in ancient texts. Anyway, but anyway, thank you very
Okay.
much for joining me
Thank you.
and for the discussion. I appreciate it. It was good to talk to you. Take it easy.
Okay. Thank you. Bye.
Thanks. Okay. we will get Don't Speak back in because he was interrupted before. Quite a few in the queue now on the TikTok side. If you are in the queue, thank you for waiting patiently. I will get to you. I see you, No Degree. I see you, Beast Boy. Welcome back. And Nerd as well, and Mason. I got you all, and we'll get through everyone. If you're patient, you will get in. No one on the YouTube queue at the moment. There was one or two that popped in and then popped out again. But if you'd like to come in on the YouTube side, I promise I'll get to you too. So all good. Welcome back, Don't Speak.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry for before. Yeah.
No problem. No problem. So
I just heard you and the guy talk, and I just want to make a statement before we start. That it is that I don't think that the people don't believe in God, don't have ethics or morals. I believe that people are capable to have morals and ethics without religion. I think that religion can make morals and ethics stronger, but I still think that people that don't believe have moral and ethics, because Christianity it takes that away from you guys.
Okay, well, thanks for saying that. That's I appreciate that concession to common sense. I do appreciate that. So, where we were before was we were talking about the idea of non-belief, and this notion that you get it in Islam, and you also get it in Christianity of saying, well, the people who are going to be punished are the people who sort of know God's there really but are denying him. But I don't think that distinction is really made clear in either text. I think it's more of an assumption that everyone knows God's there really. And so if you don't believe, it does necessarily entail some sort of rebellion or, rejection of God. People always tell me I'm rejecting God. I'm not rejecting God. I just don't think there's anyone there to reject.
Oof. Yeah, but do you have this feeling that there is a higher power than ourselves in the universe? No. You don't believe that? You don't have that feeling at all?
I'm open to the evidence for it. I just haven't seen any. To me, it's like a cool story. There's a higher power. Okay, well, why would we think that?
Because if you when you say, I heard you before, you say about evolution, millions of years and billions of years, but we have some evidence in scientists. We have a lot of scientists that are splitted. We call it the fingerprint of God, the Fibonacci frequency and the DNA and so on and so on. There is a lot of evidence that are intelligent design behind everything.
There's zero evidence of intelligent design behind anything.
Yeah, I don't see it that way. If you look at John Lennox, there's a lot of scientists out there that actually believes and that in the DNA. For example, the orphan genome explains that if everybody come from a single cell, that there's one cell we evolved from. So how is it that we have the orphan genes? Because it's a total new information, total new DNA. Nothing comes. It's not from that one cell, single cell that we everything evolved from, and that is a evidence by itself. If you ask me,
we know how new genetic information is created because you get a thing called gene duplication. So sometimes in the copying of genes, you get genes which are duplicated and then the amount of potential information in the genome is increased by that duplication, and then you get variation in the duplication, and that's how you get new information. These processes are like high school biology, dude. This is not deep.
Yeah, I don't believe that. I believe that people take mutation for new information. I don't think that's a new information. That's a decreasing of information.
Of course, it's new information. New information. Of course, it's new information. So if you've got genes which encode a certain amount of genetic information, and then you get a duplication of those genes, so that information is then encoded twice within the same organism, and then the copy changes. Then you've got new information, haven't you? Imagine if you had a file on your computer. You made a copy of the file on your computer, and in the copying of the file changed. You've now got new information, haven't you? You've got more than you had before, and it's novel.
I get you. There's a very good argument, but I believe what I have observed and listened to and collected information. That is a decreation of information. So it is true, if you have the copying or splitting of something, then if there is a mutation, that the other half will be changed. It will not be the same. But that is not new information being added. That is actually information being taken away from it. That's the
Why?
mutation of it.
The original information is still there in the first copy, and the new information is there in the second copy. This is not difficult. This is how information in the genomes increase. And this is really basic. This is not like super high level stuff.
But there is no new information added. There's information taken, so it has changed. That is not new information added. But I get your point that if it is that you have two things that split it or copied, or single cells that there's evolved to two pieces. The one is different than other, and that will seem that is a new information. But if it is actually caused that is mutation, that is because there is disagreeable information is taken from it, and that's why it is changed. But it don't add new information. It don't explain the orphan genes that we are seeing around.
You keep on saying that over and over again, but repeating it doesn't make a fallacious argument true. as I've said, you've got.
I just want to be sure that you got me. That's
I've got you. But saying a fallacious argument many times doesn't stop it being fallacious. So, and I say that respectfully, right? You've got information. I mean, this at the risk of being boring. You've got information in a genome, and then the genes are in the process of being normally copied. There's a duplication, so you suddenly have twice the amount of information, but it's the same information. But then the copy changes, so you've still got all the original genetic information, and now you've got a copy which is free to change and evolve and shift, and you've now got more information encoded in the genome than you had before. The original information hasn't been lost. It's still there. Plus, you additionally have new information encoded in the genome. Now, I'm not a geneticist. This is not a subject that I'm an expert in, but I have a basic understanding of it, such that I'm completely persuaded by the fact that this is a well understood mechanism in genetics and in biology.
So if you have, for example, let me take example. When you are a deer that has albino genes, is that a new information for you? Because when deers never get, we have albino animals out there in the world. We know the lions and so on and so on. Would that be a new information for you? Because that's a mutation, and that's bad for the creatures.
So some mutations result in phenotypical changes which are bad. In other words, changes to the organism which don't help them. Those particular things tend to get selected out, because if they're not adaptive, if they don't increase their survival chances, then statistically those variations aren't going to do well in the gene pool, right? But if it brings about a change which is helpful, even helpful, not very much, even just a little bit helpful, then those changes are going to be selected for differentially, and you will find that through the populations they will become more prevalent. I'm just bringing in Ems because Ems knows about this stuff. Hey, Ems.
I got a lot of lost arguments. We can hear it. Ems is, for example, when we have people that get into accidents, have brain damages, it seems sometimes that these people get more intelligent in some parts, for example, mathematics, languages.
I can tell you, my wife is a neuropsychologist who works almost exclusively with brain injury people. And in 20 years, I have not heard her describe a single patient that got more intelligent as a result of their head injury. That's not a thing.
Not intelligent that design, but the thing I'm trying to say is that it can be proven. For example, people that has some damages will maybe be better in mathematics or languages, and we have the evidence. It happens all over the world. I'm not saying.
Could we?
Yeah.
Before we move on, could we stick to the thing about genetics? Could you tell me what was going on?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, who are you asking, Ems? Do you want me to recapitulate?
Anybody, just
So the conversation was, how can we increase the amount of genetic information in a genome? And I was explaining that when you get gene duplication, sometimes you get a copying, and then the copy is free to change, and the original genetic information has remained in place as well. And that's how you increase the amount of genetic information.
And what is his problem with that?
I think he's skeptical about it.
They're skeptical about
I
Like
think that we
what?
are talking about mutation, and that doesn't add new information. That
What do you
disagrees
mean?
existing
What do you mean by
information.
add new information? And what does a mutation mean to you?
Mutation means damaged genomes, damaged DNA.
No, that
That
is
was
not
what
what mutation means.
means.
No,
No, can I hear then?
that is not what a mutation is. A mutation is the change in the base sequence of genetic material. It says nothing about damage.
Damaged.
No. It doesn't have to be damage. A lot of mutations can be beneficial.
It's just a word with
Yeah,
negative
but it will.
connotations, but it's just a change. Mutate just means change.
Yeah, but it will still be not new information added because the existing
No,
information
no,
is
no,
has
no,
taken
no.
damage and broken damage,
No,
and
no,
that's
no.
why
What do you
it
mean by
is.
new information added? What does that even mean?
I mean, like orphan genomes or the DNA we have. The claim is that everything evolved from one single cell. Yeah.
Sure.
So
Could we,
every
before regressing to that,
yeah,
could we stick to what do you mean by new information? What constitutes new
new
information for you?
information. That means that new information in the DNA being added by mutation or by
Sure. Does a
by,
change in the protein structure constitute new information?
yeah, but I think it's possible that there will be some adaptation inside the genomes and the DNA. There will be some adaptation because
It is not
the
adaptation.
protein.
It is mutation.
But a new information added has never we had never
What do you mean?
observed, experimented.
What does it mean?
Yeah, my
What do you mean
brother.
by new information? I'm asking you because again, does a change in the protein structure
New information.
constitute
Yeah,
new
let me.
information? Is that new information? Yes or no?
I didn't get that question.
Is
Please.
the change in the protein structure new information? Yes or no?
I will mean that's adaptation. If that is a program in the DNA that can
No,
adapt
it is not
to
programmed. A mutation that occurs.
I
For
think
example,
DNA is a program. And that is an evidence for it. A lot of think that it's a program. It's
it is not a
almost
program.
built.
It is Legos.
No.
He asked you a
Chemistry,
It
question.
acts like
dude.
Legos.
It's chemistry.
It acts like Legos.
Yeah, but
Simply.
I'm not. I know a lot of scientists that would disagree with that. A lot
I
of
know.
known scientists out of the world.
It doesn't
will
matter.
disagree with that.
It doesn't matter what they think. What matters is what it is. Do you think that
It's not what they think. I
programming
said they
acts
will
like Legos?
disagree.
Sure. Does programming
Okay,
act like
my
Legos?
thing is. So let me explain, MS. My thing is that if people say I'm lying, I can go and find the names
It
of
doesn't matter.
of those. Yeah,
Probably
but
it
if you
has been
have
said.
if you
Go
have
ahead.
one single cell and everything evolved from that single cell, so we should be tracing. We should be able to trace everything back to that one single cell. Yes or no?
Tracing it
But
how?
we have.
Tracing it how? Depending.
We
What do you mean by trace?
Yeah, we can go back to that one single cell that
How
everything
would you go
evolved
back?
from that.
Like, for
If we
example,
can't,
you're
that's
telling- go
that's
ahead.
mean that's not observational and not experimental. If we can't, but we can
Or at
actually
least
go
you're
back
missing. Yeah.
to-
Yeah. Guessed. Good.
I'm just gonna finish. I'm just gonna finish, brother. I'm just
ahead,
gonna
go ahead.
finish.
Go
Yeah.
ahead.
So it is that everything evolved from one single cell, and we should go back to track back to it. But we have new
What does that
genome
mean?
information.
What does that mean?
I'm just gonna
What do
finish.
you
I'm
mean?
just gonna finish. I'm just gonna
Go ahead.
finish. I promise you, I will do it fast.
Okay.
So if we find new creatures, plants, everything that have total new genomes or new DNA that don't track back to that one single cell, that means that new information be added, and that's intelligent design and not evolution. Evolution. That is what I mean.
Okay.
Yes.
Sure. What does it mean to track something back or trace it back? What do you
Yeah,
mean by
I'm
that?
not an expert. I'm not an expert.
Because
like
that is
you.
not a
I will
thing.
take
That is not a thing in genetics.
John's card there and say that
Sure.
I know the basics and I know what I know, but I'm not an expert.
Sure.
So I will decline that very fast.
The problem is there is no such thing as tracing back genetic information to the first cell. That is not a thing. It is not a thing you do.
What do you do then? How do you know that everything? If that's not a
The way that
reality,
we
how
know,
do
the
we
way
know
that we
that
know.
evolution comes from a single cell and everything comes? If it's not trackable,
It is because
if it's not, yeah.
Okay. It is because all living organisms share the basic mechanisms of what you would say that constitute life. For example, all of them follow the same base structuring. All of them have the same, for example, RNA makeup. They have a lot of them that have DNA. Have, for example, when you have mitochondria, you know that it is most likely a prokaryote that has been engulfed by a eukaryotic cell because of the fact that it shares all of its characteristics with bacteria. by the fact that it has circular DNA. It has a cell membrane and a
But
cell
but
wall. Go ahead.
but we have never seen we have never ever in our history seen changes of a kind. So if that was true, what you
What is
say,
a kind? What is a kind? There
a
is no
kind
such
is
thing
a
as a
cat
kind.
from to a dog,
Oh
from
dear.
ape to
Oh,
human.
come
That has
on.
There
never
is no
been.
such. That is
That
not a
has never
thing.
been
That is not a.
observed in any
That
way,
yeah.
in any
Okay.
The
kind.
word
Okay.
kind
There
is
is no
a
such
word
thing.
used in biology.
There is no
There's
such thing as a
14
kind.
definitions of a species. I'm not seeing species. I'm talking about kinds. So
Sure,
that
there is no
means
such thing as a kind. There is no such
In
thing as a kind.
biology,
there
in
is.
biology,
There
there
isn't.
is
In
no such thing as
scientists.
a kind. No. That's not a term used in biology. That's a term used in pseudoscience creationist propaganda sites. So there's certain words they come up with to make it sound sciency, like irreducible complexity,
I will.
kinds, etc. Those are there to fool you.
I would swear to
There's
my God, I wouldn't lie. There is a definition named when you say
no.
kind. That's
I know
how
you believe
that's
it.
how we separate. No,
I
that's how
know.
we separate. So
I know you
so
believe
so
it.
cats and dogs are the same race,
Em,
same
They're not
Ems,
the
family.
what's
same
your
race,
background?
My background is in medicine and biology.
Okay, there you go. So you're talking to a biologist.
I've never learned about
But
I've never learned about the definition of the word kind because it's not a thing.
James,
It's
James,
used in the
James,
Cats and
Bible.
dogs are
That's why
different
they use it.
species. Dogs
James,
and
James,
cats
that
are different species. They're not different kinds.
that's
They're different
yeah,
species.
Species. There's 14 definitions of species. That's the difference. And kind,
Sure.
there's only one. I just want to say.
No,
to say
sure,
I
give
just
me
want
the
to
What
say.
is
definition
a
of kind.
kind?
Yeah,
Give me the
I
definition
just
of
want to
kind.
see. I just want to see to James. There are a lot of scientist people that disagree with each other with this point. It's not only me and MS.
Oh, really?
There's
No.
a lot.
Really? Could you find me
Yes,
an academic biology? Sure.
Michael Bean.
No.
Yeah, I can find him.
I'm
Just
asking
one
you, could you
second.
show me an academic biology book that explicitly gives a definition of the word kind and the reference?
Yeah,
Go
And,
on.
that is
and,
that,
and
that is a
Michael
deeper.
Michael Behe was a computational biologist who pushed irreducible complexity. I would be very surprised if he believes in kinds.
He believes in kinds. I actually studied him and I like him very
Sure.
much. And there's other. Yeah, I'm very
and if
sure.
he does, it just makes him even more of a
Could you
kook
provide-
of a kook.
I knew you said that.
Sure.
I knew-
Could he just
I knew you would say
could we
that.
just have him provide
Okay,
any
let's go back to
academic
that because
textbook,
we're not
just
gonna.
any academic
yeah,
textbook that
we're not
defines the
gonna
word
be.
kind in evolution? Just provide any single one.
We're not gonna agree. We're not gonna agree at that point. So
No,
now
no,
I
no,
will
no,
go
no,
back
no,
to.
no, no. Just
Yeah?
a second, please.
Okay.
Just a
Yes,
second.
yes,
You
brother.
said that this is an agreed upon term in biology and that species has multiple different definitions and kind only has one. Show us a single academic textbook that shows you or that differentiates between kind and species and gives you a definition for the word kind.
And where it falls on the hierarchy, right? Because you've got kingdom at the top, and then you've got many different nested levels all the way down to subspecies, right? So if you're going to define the word kind, you need to be able to say where in that hierarchy it fits. Is it under phyla? Is it between subspecies and species? You need to be very specific.
I
about
don't
that.
believe. I don't believe that. A kind is for example, every thing that we experiment with, for example, bacteria becomes bacteria, birds becomes birds,
Habibi,
but
Habibi,
it never
wait,
changed.
wait,
It never
wait,
changed the
Stop
kinds
there,
in
stop
any
there,
way
stop
by
there,
any
stop there.
means.
Just stop
Yes,
there,
yes,
please.
brother.
Bacteria would fall under the kingdom of prokaryote. A bird falls under the family of mammals. Those are two different things. One is literally on a magnitude of different it's magnitudes of higher on the order of classification as compared to birds. But like, what even are you
Yeah,
saying?
but let's
It's like
take-
saying,
let's-
sure, a bacteria turning to bacteria is the same as saying that birds turn into dogs.
But they stayed bacteria, exactly like the fish
Sure,
with
sure,
the
sure.
Darwin.
And when birds
there was
turn to dogs, they stay
adaptation by the
mammals.
bees
Sure,
and the
sure.
changes,
Sure.
but they stay, and the fish stays as fish,
You gotta let-
and the
you
bird
gotta
stays
let
as
Evans
bird,
finish.
You have to
and
let me finish.
bacteria
You gotta let-
stays
you
as
gotta
bird.
let-
You have
gotta
to let
let
me
Evans
finish.
finish.
Saying bacteria
Sorry.
stays bacteria is equivalent to saying that birds can stay as dogs. Because bacteria has hundreds of different classifications, and there are orders of magnitudes higher in the order of classification than birds are. That is not a thing you say, like that on its own just destroys your idea of kinds. Because
But
again,
if
a
we got
bacteria staying bacteria is the same as a eukaryotic cell,
But
still a
that is not
eukaryotic
changing
cell.
of a kind, but evolution. The whole meaning of evolution is that a monkey can become a human being,
No,
a polar
No,
bear
it's
can
no.
not.
become a
Could
whale,
you
and a
define,
No,
cat
it's
can
not.
become a duck.
guest, could you define evolution?
I promise you, this is just let me
Could you,
speak, please.
you're,
This
you're
is
promising a
the
person to study
basic.
this.
This is the basic knowledge of evolution.
No, this is
that
embarrassing.
a cat.
Don't
No.
speak. This is embarrassing. You're speaking to someone who's highly trained in the area that you know nothing about, and
But
you're telling him about basic definitions when you've demonstrated that you don't understand them. It's awkward.
No, that's why I said that. That's why I changed the subject, because we're not going to agree on that one. That's what the thing I'm saying. That
you have
the
to
basic.
demonstrate that you have the basic knowledge. You
I'm
keep
trying.
mentioning, you keep quoting.
I'm trying. If you let me speaking, I'm trying.
No, no,
I'm trying.
because
Please.
just let me get this out, please, because I asked you this question
You are
multiple
not
times and you
letting me
haven't
speak,
answered them.
brother.
Because again, I asked you a question multiple times and you haven't answered it yet. You have to demonstrate, if you're talking about basic knowledge in biology, you have to demonstrate that you do have this basic knowledge. Could you define evolution before you continue? Go ahead.
Okay. Then if it's that way, then I can say I don't have basic knowledge. Can you prove to me, observation,
He
experiment,
asked you a question.
there
You're
is
going
a
to ask
change
his.
of
You're going to
kind?
answer his. You're going to answer his question. So we need to make sure, and I'm sure you would want to make sure that you are not disagreeing with a straw man. In other words, you actually understand what evolution is before you say it's not true. So please give us the basic process, what evolution is and how it works. That's it.
And before you do,
I
I'm going to give
believe-
you a big red flag that we can all see flapping in the wind. If anybody starts
Thank you
talking
very much,
about dogs giving birth to elephants or whatever it is, that's a demonstration straight out the gate that they don't have even a 10-year-old's understanding of evolution. Because there's not an evolutionary
I didn't say that.
scientist who believes that one species gives birth to another species.
I never said that. The thing I said was that
Could
we
you answer the
believe
question
in
before you
evolution.
continue? Just answer the question, please. Please.
Wow, guys,
Just
guys,
define
guys,
it.
Just answer the
guys,
question. Simply.
define
Yeah, the evolution is that from one single cell we could come to human beings in it. That
No,
means
that is not
changes
what
of
evolution is.
kinds.
That is not what evolution is.
I
That is
don't
not what
believe
evolution
evolution.
is.
So you don't think that Darwin he said that that
I
monkeys
don't give a
can
fuck
become
about
human
Darwin.
and
I don't give a fuck about Darwin.
Aha, but he's the.
Again, I don't give a fuck about Darwin. He's not Jesus.
I believe you. I agree with
Why
you.
why would we care what an 1800 scientist had to say? Like
Again,
I don't care about Darwin either. I care
Neither
about the consensus of modern scientists, and M's is one
Okay,
of them.
can modern scientists, but it will be impossible for modern
evolution.
scientists
Could
to
we
make
at least
a proof
define evolution
that
first
one
before you say it's
one
not
kind
real?
changed to another kind.
Could we?
by
Habibi, there is
giving
no such
time.
thing. There is no such thing as a kind. That is not a. That's not a word.
That's
If
not a
you- if
term
we
in
start-
So a
biology.
if we start
dog,
adding-
and a human being is the same species?
No, they're different species, but not different.
No,
Like,
they're
there is no such thing
kinds.
as different kinds.
Species mean that when you have dog and chihuahua, you have a
I know,
pit
no,
bull,
no, no.
that
Those are the
is a
same species. Those are the same species.
So what is a kind? A kind is a human being and
It's
and
not a
and
term in
dog. That's two
biology.
different.
Oh my
Oh
god.
dear.
It is.
Yeah.
No.
This is
Okay,
it's
guys,
a
guys,
little
you know what
bit
I'm gonna do?
embarrassing.
You know, John, do you know what I'm gonna do? Do you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna bring my download all my work that I did for 15 years ago, and I will join another again because I
You
see
have no
that I
work,
have to bring
trust me.
proofs, names, and
You have no
dates
work.
and everything.
If you can,
It
Habibi,
will because
if you can't define evolution, then you have no work. You've done no research. The word evolution, the
so
definition of the
evolution
word
is not
evolution.
so evolution.
Uh-huh,
Yeah,
the
evolution is
definition
not from
itself.
single cell that
No,
we
there is not.
became human
Evolution
beings
does not,
today.
Habibi. Evolution does not necessitate that. No, that is not the definition of evolution. Evolution is simply
What
the
is the
change.
definition of evolution?
It is the change of allele frequencies in a population over time.
That's it.
So we didn't.
Can you
so we
define
didn't-
what
so
that
we
Could you, tell me,
means?
didn't-
could you tell me what that means?
Define what that
Because
means.
those are basic words in genetics that you should be able to know. What is allele frequency? What is, well, that is the only technical term I mentioned.
Yeah.
The change of allele frequencies in a population over time. What is allele frequency? What is an allele?
And if the answer to that,
Guys,
if the answer to
you
that is
are-
I don't know, then you don't have a business critiquing this because it's basic stuff.
This is taught in like middle school.
Yeah, but I think you are. Yeah, I think you're jumping over my question to ask.
You're
me
not even
something I
answering
don't
any of
know.
the questions.
So you are.
So you do agree that you do not know
You see,
that.
MS, you
Jamie,
don't let me answer anything.
You're not answering
anything at all.
Whenever you're asked a question, you jump subjects.
But no, I'm just explaining. I'm explaining when I come what a core case that says that we don't have any evidence that change of any kinds, then you ask me a question that I know, so you win to argue. But this is not taking or winning. I'm here to learning. So, but
You're
you have
not
to
here to learn.
convince me.
If you,
You have-
Habibi,
yes, I am.
you cannot ask me to explain to you dark matter when you do not even know that mass, for example, weight is mass times gravity. You have to know the basics first. You have to know the basics. You have to know, Habibi, just a second.
The word of kind, does it exist in English?
It doesn't exist in biology, no.
So the word of a kind
Doesn't exist in biology, no.
don't exist in English
In
any
biology.
way?
In
And no,
biology.
he said biology, and you changed what he said to English. Come on.
And it does in biology also.
Oh, sure.
But-
Show me
but I
a
will
single
prove that-
textbook. Show me a
MS,
single textbook.
MS,
Go ahead.
I will
Show me a single
I will
textbook.
gather my information and I will be back. And I'm sorry
You're
that
not
I
gonna
don't
come
have
back.
all my information. I didn't know we would have to go so deep into genomes.
This is
The,
not
the
deep.
thing is, this is not deep. This is the
We're surface
starting
level.
point. This is the equivalent of someone trying to criticize somebody's auto-engineering credentials without knowing what the word engine means. This is such
I know
basic stuff. It's really, he's not asking you, like, if Ems had said to me, define evolution, I would have said, literally, change an allele frequency over time. Because it's basic. It's like it's basic. And if you don't know what allele
Yeah.
means, then you're not in a position
I know
to
exactly what
even
that
have
means,
the
but
discussion.
you were talking about
So
adaptation.
what's an allele- what's
you
an
were talking
allele
about
then?
adaptation
What's
and
an
not
allele?
changing of kind.
Don't speak. What's an allele?
But I don't know. But you
Could you define?
I'm not
Could you
asking.
define? Sure. Could you define what the
I'm
word
not-
gene
I'm not-
is? Could you give me a definition of gene?
Yeah, I could,
Go ahead.
but you are avoiding my questions.
Sure. We will get to your
on by
question. Just
on
show
and by
me. Show me
on
that you
and
know
by
what a
on.
gene is.
No, I'm
The
actually,
basics. The
I'm
basic
asking,
building point
I'm actually
of genetics.
asking,
What is a gene?
I'm asking the same and the one question. Where is the proofs that one kind can change to another kind?
Sure.
Not that
I'm
birds
gonna
can
give
become
you.
birds.
I'm gonna give you a good answer. The answer is that you're not qualified enough to understand what I'm gonna say. That's all.
Come on, Emmett.
If you don't know what
I'm
if you don't
gonna
if
download.
you
I'm gonna
don't know
download
what
all
a
my
gene
information.
is,
I
then he
know
can't.
exactly, but I
You
know
need
exactly.
to know the
But you are,
basics before you'll understand the answer.
James. I promise
Yeah, what's a
you.
gene?
I promise you. Yeah, I promise you. No matter how you're gonna deflect this, you can never
We're
prove
not deflecting.
one
You
kind
simply do not have the understanding.
change
Habib.
from other
You don't
kind.
have. You don't have
only
the same
thing-
basic. Habib. No. You don't have the basic understanding to grasp biology
You
in
don't
the
have
first
to
place.
have the basic.
No, you do. You do. This is why we have levels in education. We have, again, you have elementary school, then middle school, then high school,
losing the
and
argument when
higher level classes in high school, and then you have college, and then you have postgraduate. This is why we have these distinctions in education. It's because you have to understand the
why-
basics to understand the higher concepts. You're
But
asking
okay,
me.
okay, you don't have
again,
to-
you're
you don't
asking me.
have
You're
to-
asking me. You're asking me to,
You are
to
not letting me
demonstrate you
speak again,
again.
Emmett.
Again.
Okay,
I'm not done.
you are-
Maybe
okay,
because
you
I'm not
are-
done. Could be because I'm not done. Could that be could that like just let me finish again? This is why we have the distinction in education. There's a distinction in education because of this fact that you have to build on top of what you already know. You know nothing. You have zero base understanding of anything at all. How would you expect to understand postgraduate level material when you do not even have middle school level understanding?
I will claim the same for you, MS. If you know so much, you are an expert on that, that you cannot answer me what a kind is and what a
Sure.
species
Could you
is.
tell
That
me-
He
is
did
what you
answer
say.
it. It's a
Sure.
BS term.
No,
It's
no,
not
no,
used in
I'm
biology.
gonna answer it as soon as you tell me. As soon as you tell me. For
Yeah,
example,
so you're
what,
gonna ask me a
sure,
question
sure,
before you
sure,
can
sure,
answer
sure.
my question.
No, it's an analogy. It's an analogy to your question. Could you tell me, please?
I like your
what
passion,
is,
though.
Sure. Could you tell me what is an electron in sociology?
Yeah, but again,
No,
again,
you tell me what is an electron in
you're just gonna-
sociology.
You're just gonna,
No, no,
you're just gonna,
quickly,
you're just gonna ask
quickly.
me question of
Just-
your experience. So
Habibi,
because
no. This is not my
because
expertise.
you know what
this
that
is not
is,
my
so you know
expertise.
better than
Again,
me.
no. This is not my expertise. I'm asking you. Could you tell me what an electron in sociology is?
no, I cannot. My
Because
English
it's
is
not a
very
thing.
bad. If I knew,
Because
I
it's not a
couldn't
thing.
explain it. In
It is not
Danish,
a thing.
I could.
The
Yeah,
point is,
exactly.
the point again.
But
The point is
in
not a thing.
Danish, I would.
He's
You
just
wouldn't-
listen,
you wouldn't
listen
because
to
it's
the
not a
point
thing.
he's making. Just listen to the point M's making. It's a good point.
Yeah, I get his point. The thing he's saying, I get that. I'm not expert on his field, but the whole concept of
Then stop
evolution
pretending.
is.
Could you tell me
No,
what
I'm
the
not
point of my
pretending.
analogy was?
I
Could
know-
you tell me
I-
what the point of my analogy was?
Yeah,
I was asking you about
that I
something
don't
that
know
doesn't
enough.
exist.
that-
No.
that-
No.
yeah,
No,
that
that's
I
not the
know
point he was
That's not
using.
it.
it doesn't exist. That's why you asked me the question, because it doesn't exist. But I know what his
Exactly.
point is. His point is that you don't know
No.
enough about this, but I don't have to.
No,
The
that's not the
basic of
point he was
evolution is
making.
that
Look, more ears, less mouth, man. You're not hearing us. So, all right. So
it's
the word kind. Hold on. Stop. Let me finish. What he's
you are
trying to
going to
explain to
deflect
you.
my question.
What he's trying to explain to you is that the word kind isn't actually a thing in biology. Now,
It
here's the
is.
thing. No, you think it is
If you think
because
that, then you're silly.
you
You're simply
think it
silly.
is because that's like some Kent Ham. There's some made up terms that sound sciency, like irreducible complexity is another one you may regurgitate, that are used on creationist propaganda sites, pseudoscience sites, to fool their ignorant, and I mean ignorant, I don't mean that in a pejorative way, but their ignorant followers, in order to, quote unquote, disprove evolution, but they're not actual terms
Do you
used
know what
by
I'm going to get?
actual
I'm
by.
going to download.
Hold on, let me
I'm going to download.
finish, dude. You got to let me finish. These are terms. These are not terms used by actual biologists. They're used by websites like Answers in Genesis and Discovery Institute, etc. They're meant to sound sciency so that they fool their followers, because their followers aren't experts in the field. So you have a biologist explaining it's not an actual term used in biology, but you refuse to accept it. And he challenged you to find it used in any textbook, any science textbook.
But James, there's well-known scientist, biologist that agrees with me. But do you know what I'm going to do?
This is stupid. This is simply at this point it regressed to something stupid.
I'm not going to say anymore. MS, I'm just going to say this. I will download, because it's been 7-8 years ago. I studied this, and I took me 8 years to study all this. I will download everything I have from this, and I will come back again. I will come with names, and I will come with exact.
I don't care
You
about
can do
names,
that,
Abby.
but you
I
can
don't care
find
about names.
scientists who said that smoking is good for you. Coming with names is one thing.
Exactly. So
present
when MSC
present
says
evidence.
that,
Present
exists this,
evidence. Now you named Michael Behe earlier.
I will.
You named Michael Behe earlier. Does Michael Behe agree that we share common ancestry with other primates?
I think he agrees with evolution as an adaptation, but not as an origin, and that is everything. You believe. Michael Beam don't believe evolution and origin as
So
human
yes or no
beings, but you
question.
believe that.
Does Michael Behe agree that we share a common ancestor with other primates?
Yes,
He does.
In DNA structure, yes.
Right. Okay. So just wanted to clarify that, because you seem to be expressing incredulity about this, because presumably you don't think that a chimp and a human being are the same kind, do you?
No, I don't think
No.
by any means.
So if we're not the same kind, how can we share a common ancestor?
It's because just like every DNA on this earth is one DNA. You have the same DNA, everything. If it's plants, human beings, everything. I believe that there is a intelligent design and creator behind it. That's why it's one DNA, one creator.
Then why is the intelligent designer so stupid?
Yeah, guys, I'm gonna download it now. I'm gonna go off here. I'm gonna download everything that I did for 7 years ago. It took me 8 years. I will download it. I will be back another day. Is that good?
That's absolutely fine. You can come back another day.
Thank you for the respect, and thank you guys. Thank you guys for the respect. May God's peace be upon you. Thank you guys.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Take it.
May the universe.
All the rest of that
That
stuff.
was infuriating.
Yeah, it's really hard, that, because he was just stuck in his loop of kinds, and he's obviously he's drunk the Kool-Aid, and unless you can answer his questions, which are BS questions, he is basically asking about how many electrons are there in sociology. That is basically what that stuff is. And it all stems from just a basic misunderstanding of this mechanism. And the reason why evolution is such a beautiful, beautiful theory is that it's so simple, and yet it explains so much. And they just don't get it.
The thing is, a good example of it, just antibiotic resistance. Why does that happen? You have specific antibodies, for example, that prevent the formation of the cell wall of a bacterium, and then it adapts. It has mutations that cause it to, for example, have surface proteins that that uptake this antibiotic from within the cell and throw it outside of the cell, making it immune to the antibiotic, and other different mechanisms that, quote unquote, had information, like this surface protein or the surface pump that was pumping out the antibiotic didn't exist before.
Well,
That's an example of it.
he did say he believes in adaptation, but
Sure, but this is happening because
yeah,
of mutation.
right.
But he
No,
said that mutation
exactly.
is damage,
Yeah.
and it doesn't have
No,
information.
yeah, exactly. If we don't have mutations, well, he did say mutations, but he said it's not adding information. But then he said mutations are always harmful. So yeah, that's a great question to have asked. Well, he did ask, or I don't remember if someone asked it, but he didn't answer if someone did. But yeah, I've seen that one experiment where on the outside of the platform they had like very low levels of an antibiotic, and then they went inward, high levels, and then only those who were adapted with some antibiotic resistance would survive, and then more of them would survive. Yes.
Uh, a lot of times, like in specific, like bacteria that is known to be resilient against specific types of antibiotics, we give them multiple different.
Oh, yeah. M's teacup.
Yeah.
Maybe you got.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got you.
You give them multiple different antibiotics that act on different things. Like, for example, you have antibiotics that act on the specific ribosome inside bacterial cells. And then you give them, for example, something that acts on the cell wall, something that acts on their circular DNA, preventing them from producing proteins, etc., etc. Targeting different things within the bacterium so that if it develops resistance to one specific antibiotic, it doesn't develop resistance to the others. It's less likely to develop resistance to multiple mechanisms of actions at the same time than it is to one.
Yep. But hey, if it gets in the way of magical stories, then it can't be true. That's the problem, isn't it? That's the problem. That's what it always comes down to. These are not serious ideas. The pushback. I mean, think about it like this: why would it be the case if these objections to basic evolutionary biology were legitimate? Why would it be the case that they're only ever made by religious people? I mean, it's almost 100% predictive that if you've got someone who's arguing against the validity of evolution, you know that they're a religious person. If these objections were legitimate, that would not be the case. If there was legitimate scientific basis for pushing back against this explanatory framework, then you would expect to find those voices coming from a diverse range of backgrounds. But you don't. They're only ever religious. There's only ever a religious agenda.
The vast majority of religious biologists still believe in evolution.
Yeah, like Francis Collins.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. It's
I often reference a Pew study where it was 98% of AAAS scientists believe in evolution, and of PhD scientists it's like 99%. But you're always going to have those outliers. Yeah, if you're searching for the outliers instead of like the consensus, then you're looking for a conclusion. You're not looking for the truth.
Tim D is straight out the gate on the super chats. Thank you, Tim. Too early for good jokes. Need coffee. Tim's warming up. We always get the jokes from Tim, but he needs to warm up first.
Okay,
so thank
enough.
you, Tim. We look forward to some input once you've had your coffee. And then he also says, I could listen to Ems read the phone book. Yeah, Ems, we love your voice. You do sound amazing. Sometimes people struggle to exactly make out what you're hearing, but what you're saying, but there's no denying that your cadence is unbelievable, Ems.
I think I speak too fast. That is probably my biggest problem.
That's probably what it is. I think sometimes you speak a little fast and it can be missed.
I'm just used to the speed of speaking in Arabic.
Okay.
Yeah, is the cadence in Arabic more of a rapid pace, Ems?
You speak faster. Yeah.
That might be what it is. And then Tim's final comment. Thank you so much, Tim. If every generation is one change, after 1,000 generations, you've had 1,000 changes. Is that still the same thing? I'd say no. Yeah, I mean, every generation has lots of changes, I guess, because you've just got constant shuffling of genes within the pool, and the variation of frequencies of any given alleles are changing all the time, and that's the random bit. And then the non-random bit is the fact that what is best suited to the environment those genes are operating in are going to be differentially selected for. So that's my understanding of it. But yeah, there we go. Okay, we are going to bring in DH from the TikTok queue next.
By the way, fun fact: do you know what the term hermaphrodite means? I think you do, right?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the fact that humans can be hermaphrodites?
That humans can be.
Can? Yes.
Uh,
Yes.
And do you know what chimerism is in genetics?
Yes.
It's a lot of the.
That I don't.
You don't.
I personally say, I don't know, maybe I misheard you. What is the word
Chimerism.
again? No, I haven't heard of that.
So
I
that
raped
is
my
when.
mom. I raped my
Okay.
fuck Jews, fuck niggers. I raped my mom.
Yeah, cut that. Yeah.
Yeah. So, sometimes when you can have a human be formed of two distinct cell lines that come from two distinct fertilized eggs. So you could have, for example, which is why human hermaphrodites occur. So that's when you have a male a zygote and a female zygote forming one human body. So some of the cells would be male and some of the cells would be female. It's interesting.
I think I've seen that on an episode of House, not to make light of it. That was one of the conditions of one of the patients.
A lot of people got educated off that program. I mean, I know it was just entertainment, but sometimes you can use entertainment as a vector for knowledge. A lot of people watch that and learn stuff, for sure. Right. Well, let's bring in Espresso Jack from the YouTube side. Sean, if you want to switch over.
Oh, yeah. And I requested up on video.
I'm going to be dropping to get some sleep. So thank you.
Oh, thanks,
Have a
Ems.
good night.
Good to
Thank
see you,
you,
buddy.
Ems.
Thank you for coming in. Appreciate you, man. Sleep well, buddy. Okay, we are bringing in Espresso Jack. Hey, welcome back.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
Not too bad. Just at work again. So I saw that one of the prompts is God is a sadist,
Yeah.
and now we're both atheists, but I think that it would be technically impossible if he was omnipotent to be a sadist, because nothing could cause him pain, right?
Oh, that would be a masochist.
Oh, masochist. Okay,
Yeah.
so
Sadist is someone who enjoys inflicting pain on others.
okay.
So you sometimes will have a sadomasochist, which is a cunning combination of all of those things. But yeah, my claim there is just that he seems to enjoy it, and it's an entailment of his omnipotence that he must enjoy it, because if he didn't want to do it, he wouldn't do it. So it must be in accordance with his desires to cause or allow pain to happen to other people.
That makes sense. Yeah, I guess I was thinking of the masochist one.
Yeah,
But,
I would
Yeah, and if
agree
he's-
with you there.
If he's all powerful, he could still choose to experience pain,
He could.
even if he were a masochist per se.
Yeah. He
I
could.
don't. I think if it was all powerful, nothing could hurt him.
And nothing could be
Right.
hurt him against his will. That's the difference. If he's all powerful, I mean, this is kind of a weird conversation.
It's
But
a
it-
weird-
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Am
but
I
if
the only
he's-
one now
if he's all
imagining God in a
powerful-
gimp mask? Now that's
Yeah.
what's in my head right now.
Yeah, that's great. If anyone's seen Pulp Fiction, if not, Google the GIMP from Pulp Fiction.
Yep.
I'm
Yeah.
finding as I get older, John, less and less people get those kind of references.
It's scary. It's scary when
Yeah.
you make a reference to a Tarantino film and no one knows what Tarantino is.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, it is yeah. If God is all powerful, he could choose to experience pain. However, no one would be able to inflict pain upon him against his will.
Yeah.
Right. But also, like, doesn't it say like he couldn't defeat certain armies because of their chariots were made of iron or
They had
something?
iron chariots, yeah.
Yeah. Isn't that kind of like a stereotypical like fairy thing? Like fairies are notoriously weak to iron or something.
Oh, I hadn't made the connection between God and fairies, but I'm enjoying it.
Yeah. So I keep on saying sometimes to people that these people believe in literal fairy tales, and that's one of the things I go to.
Love that. Yeah. Well, thanks, man. Appreciate you.
Yeah.
You
Thanks
coming
for
in.
having me.
All right. Take it easy, man. Thanks. Okay. We will bring in Frodo Baggins from the TikTok side. If you're on YouTube and you would like to get involved, just put the link in the chat right now. Copy and paste that in. You don't need to sign up for anything. It just brings you straight in, so you can come and say hi and talk about today's topics. And if you're on the TikTok side, there were a few in the queue who seem to have dropped out. Come on back. Be happy to have you. So just bringing in Frodo now.
Hey, John.
Hey,
Hi,
welcome back.
Sean.
How are you?
Hi. Yeah, not too bad. I was
How you doing?
listening. I was listening to the discussion you had with the evolution deniist, or whatever term you want to use for the scientifically illiterate.
Yeah.
And it made me giggle that he couldn't even articulate the basic concept behind evolution, or what an allele is. This concept of a kind is, a la, what's his name? It's not Ken Ham. It's the other one, who the other theist idiot who thinks kinds is some kind of technical term.
Yeah.
God, I can't picture him. He's American as well. Not Ken Ham. Ken Ham is the Answers in Genesis. What's his
You mean
name?
Hovind?
Yeah, Ken
Hovind.
Hovind. That's it. Ken Hovind. He's kind of arguing for the kind thing.
Yeah.
And I'm a scientist as well, right? I'm familiar with him. He's quite a popular guest on various lives. But I'm a scientist. I'm a pharmaceutical scientist, right? So we were trained. You have to have a basic understanding of evolution, because in medicine, because I'm in pharmaceutical sciences, in medicine, evolution informs the way that we look at everything, right? So there are things called endoviruses, which can be found in humans but can't be found in other primates. That's how we know that we branched off from the same ancestor. We can track these endoviruses within the genetic code. And the way we do it is you isolate a section of the genetic sequence that contains the endovirus, you clear out the human DNA, and then you can replicate and recreate the virus in real time. So you can sequence it and then just basically create an endovirus from the genetic sequence that's infused in our DNA. So we have, and these things don't exist within primates, but they do exist within humans. And we can use that genetic sequencing to demonstrate that we share a common ancestor, but we diverged because we were infected with these viruses that essentially hijacked our genetic code.
The endogenous retroviruses.
Endogenous retroviruses. We have the tools to be able to do these things, and we have an understanding of science enough now that it's no longer it's a settled question in terms of evolution. Has so much data behind it, so many data points, so much information to demonstrate that that's how it happened, that it's no longer a question anymore. It's just
the thing that staggers me is that you don't have to get into discussions of the sort of complexities of evolution and the sort of small details and the bits around the edges. If you just can't get the very, very basics right, which is what Ems was trying to do. Ems was trying to just say to him, can you actually define what evolution means? And he couldn't. And anyone who comes in talking about kinds and stuff like this is not going to be able to tell you what evolution is, because they've never understood it. All they've heard are the arguments against it from people who don't like it, who also don't know what it means and don't know how it works and don't know, the basics. And it really is not that complicated. It's not a complicated bit of science. There's, if you ask someone to explain the basics of quantum mechanics, that's quite a difficult conversation to have. But to explain the basics of evolution is simple. And so if someone can't do that, then they have shown themselves to be unprepared for the conversation, and that's really where the conversation should end. And if he's going to go away and download his 7 years worth of work and stuff like that, that's fine. What would be a more productive use of time is go away and spend half an hour on YouTube on a kid's science channel, and then come back having learnt the very, very basic rudiments of evolution by natural selection, and then you will be infinitely better prepared for the conversation than he was. I felt a little bit bad for him because it was a little bit like he came in, it was just me here, and suddenly there was three of us on top of him, and I felt a little bad for that. But that aside, it's the hubris of this is the equivalent to me wandering into an operating theatre knowing absolutely nothing about surgery and wandering over to where the surgeon is doing some procedure and looking over his shoulder and then starting to critique his technique or his chosen method or what he's doing in there, knowing literally zero about it. That's what that was. It's hard to see. It's hard to see such a lack of basic education.
It is, but I've had these discussions before, right? Where you use that technique to say, listen, just tell me what you understand of the basics. And then they go off on a tangent going, listen, I don't want to answer that question, because they know that they don't know. So that they're aware that they're being stitched for a trap. And I had this discussion the other day with a guy who was pushing a misogynistic argument, right? About, women having equality in society is a privilege. And I've got a friend of mine, she's an anesthesiologist, and I'm like, we discuss a lot of these things because I've got shared interest and shared ground, and my degree kind of links into what she does. And I said to him, why do we give anesthesia to women during birth? Like, why is the anesthesia given? And he was just, well, obviously, for obvious reasons, it's for pain. And it's like, if it was just for pain, which would still be a good enough reason, that would be fine. And I tried to explain to him, listen, if you give anesthesia, what it does is it lowers the stress on the system, because the amount of pressure that a woman subjects themselves to when they're in labor can cause a brain bleed. So by providing pain relief, you're reducing the overall stress on the woman's body, right? Yeah. Because otherwise, if they push too hard, they can have a brain bleed. There could be complications for the child. You could have things like cord prolapse and all of these things. And I was just trying to look, and he kept trying to say, listen, you don't know what you're talking about. I'm like, my guy, this is the stuff that I've studied, right? The reason I'm taking you through this is because you think that we just give anesthesia to help with the pain, but the pain itself causes a huge stress on the body. It increases blood pressure. And if someone is already suspected of having preeclampsia or eclampsia, which is just high blood pressure, dangerously high levels of blood pressure, either postpartum, after giving birth, or prepartum, then you've got a problem, right? That can impact both the mother and the child. So it's like I broke it down for him in the simplest possible way, and he's just like, he kept, it's just for pain, it's just for pain. Yet pain is a symptom that needs to be managed, otherwise what will happen? He just couldn't get it. And I thought, this is so sad. Like, you're so misogynistic and you can't even entertain the fact that you just don't know enough. And it's fine that you don't know enough, but don't sit there and disparage the person who does know more and can walk you through it slowly. So it gets frustrating after a while, because they just think, well, I've got my position and I think my position's fine. It's not, and I need you to disconnect. Like, if you want to be educated, we can educate you, but you need to start with a bit of humility and go, actually, I don't know what I'm talking about. And if I don't know what I'm talking about, then probably listen to the person that does know.
Yep.
And if
that is the Dunning-Kruger, isn't it? That's the Dunning-Kruger right there, is coming in armed with, a few little sound bites that you got from a pastor or a website or a creationist book or something like that, and assuming you're now fit for the match because you read a few things on Answers in Genesis, or whatever it might
Yeah,
be.
Oh, I have one for you guys. Yeah, I'm sure you two have heard of Forrest Valkai, and if the chat you haven't, definitely
Oh, I
look
love
him up.
Forrest. Forrest is
Yeah,
amazing.
yeah. So he did a response video to a creationist propaganda movie film that was made called Gramps Goes to College. And so there's this old man who goes to a university, and I won't get too far in the weeds with it, but it's this old man who is a Christian and a creationist who goes to college to kind of show these professors whatever the way. Anyways, this Forrest did a response video to it, and then ended up doing a interview with the guy who acted out the old man who went to the university.
Oh wow!
Yeah, they had a one-on-one chat. So apparently this guy has written a book on evolution, didn't know what epigenetics are, didn't know the
Jesus.
basics. Every time Forrest would be like, "Do you understand this?" About kind of the same thing that Ems was doing. The
Yeah.
guy would be like, "Enlighten me." Didn't know the first thing about genetics or anything, and actually wrote a book on the topic, which is pretty wild.
Wow.
It does, it boggles the mind how disconnected they can be from the facts. It's a thing that happens that I've noticed, that it's like, I've got this one perspective and it's right out there, but it could be the truth, and it's just nothing. Science does not operate that way any longer. Like the pioneers that we saw and the people that experiment, those days are long gone, right? You now have teams, you have groups of individuals, because we recognize that one person's brilliance is not enough. It used to be, but we're now at the point where even in medicine, right, where we discover the new there is a whole team of individuals behind the research team, right? You've got departments like medical affairs that are doing, large scale analysis on the population to see what's really hurting people, what's plaguing people, so that we can bring the next medicine that will bring value to patients. And it's all patient driven. It's not about the corporation or we need to make a profit because we're a company, but it's all driven by data, and it's scores and scores of people contributing to the kind of the discovery of medicine. It's not just one guy or one girl or one lady, scientist who's found the solution in the back of their yard. That's just not how it's done anymore. And science has moved in leaps and bounds, and that's not to say that the pioneers like Marie Curie and Alexander Fleming and all of these people didn't add value. They did tremendous value, but it's like those one-shot things no longer happen anymore. It's structured, it's a team effort, and there's pioneering science being done all the time. So
yeah,
that's my take on it.
Which is not to say, of course, that big business aren't involved and there's lots of profit-driven stuff. But in terms of the motivation of the people on the ground actually doing the research and the knowledge production, that's where the collaboration and these networks of experience and knowledge coming together really
believe it or not, most of the pharma companies operating for the good of the patient, right? And even the commercial arm of any pharmaceutical company still has to stay within a framework. They can't just, it's less so in the US than it is in Europe. Europe, we have strict guidelines guiding the behavior of the commercial arm of the organization, right? Without going into detail, there are things like the ABPI code, and there's the European equivalent. However, the people on the ground, I'm in the business, and all we have is patient first, patient safety, patient first, patient first, patient first. Every time something goes wrong, we evaluate the risk to the patient before we do anything else. Pharma has a bit of a bad rep because of what's happened in the US with the pandemic, the opioid pandemic. But the reason the opioid pandemic happened is because they don't have the same restrictions as they do here in the UK and in Europe, right? You have a body that sits between pharma and the patient, and they conduct what we call a health technology assessment, right? So they make sure that what you're pushing to the market actually adds value and does what it says on the tin. And if it doesn't receive endorsement by the NHS and the appropriate health authorities within Europe who dictate these things. So while the opioid crisis is awful and happened in the US, we didn't have the same thing here because they couldn't market it in the same way. So systems exist to protect the patient. It's just that the US is slightly less. Like, if you get approval, that's fine, and then you still have to demonstrate safety and efficacy, but there's no in between to regulate what's available on the market.
Got you, man.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Thanks for coming in,
my expertise.
Frodo. Appreciate
always a pleasure, never
your
a chore.
input.
Sean, great work as always, John.
Thanks, man.
I keep listening, but yeah, thank you for the 5 minutes.
All the best. Take care.
All the best.
All right, Frodo.
Okie dokie. What's up, Sean? How are you?
Doing well, thank you. So, am I to guess, and it's just a guess, that the topic of evolution sprung out of the Noah's flood story?
It didn't actually. No, that chap was he was a Muslim guest from Denmark, I think it was, and he just started. It was like in the kind of beginning of the discussion, he just started talking about intelligent design and how it's so obvious that intelligent design is all around us, and that's how the conversation started. So it wasn't specifically tied to any of the topics there. So at the moment, both queues are empty. So if you're on the TikTok side and you want to get involved, request up. We'll get you in straight away. There won't be a queue. And likewise on the YouTube side, the normal link applies, tinyurl.com/JC guest. Come and say hi.
We got Hasty Jane in the queue.
Oh, wonderful. Jane is here. Always a joy to speak to Jane. Just bringing Jane in right now.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Hey, good. How are you?
Doing good. You know, I saw you changed up your sign and put the original sin prompt on there. To be honest, I don't even really remember what that was. Can you guys remind me like what the original sin thing is?
It was to do with fruit salad. It was very bad. It was an unauthorized dessert situation. It was not to be allowed. That's the problem. Just that fruit situation just got completely out of hand, and now everyone is screwed. That's basically what it was.
All it was just the Adam and Eve story. I thought there was more to it. I thought there was something.
Well, Adam and Eve committed the original sin, and we always have to add the caveat that Christians often vary, even if there's a majority opinion, but we get onesie twosies here and there that say, no, that's not how it happened. Here's my theology. The story of Adam and Eve is just symbolic or what have you. But the basic premise is, in a very commonly held belief among Christians, that Adam and Eve were the first sinners. Of course, they would have to be. They're the first two humans, or I should say first human sinners. Anyway, and that their sin by eating the apple, now they've taken on a sinful nature that they will pass on to future generations who, because we have a sinful nature, it's impossible for us to not sin. Therefore, we all need to be saved by Jesus Christ's sacrifice and accept Jesus into our hearts, etc.
Oh, so there's like compounding interest on it, and
yeah. So basically, it's like if John and I were the first people and we decided to rob a bank, and then now that changes our DNA to where it's in our nature to rob banks, and so future generations are now unable to not rob banks. They feel compelled to, yeah.
But so this is why we're all born evil, and we.
Yes, we're all born wretched and deserving of eternal damnation in a lake of fire, etc.
And the part of the story that gets glossed over, of course, is even if we allow for responsibility to rest with Adam and Eve for the transgression, and arguably we shouldn't, because before they'd eaten of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, they didn't know that it was bad to disobey God. So they were like children. They were naive. They were naked still. They were these kind of naive creatures that didn't know about right from wrong. So it's even questionable whether they should be held accountable for having eaten the fruit. But even if we allow that they should be, and that they are fully accountable for this, it was still God's personal decision to punish them to impose the punishment on everyone else who was to come later. So that decision of God to, permanently curse all of mankind, and some people will say that the fall in the Garden of Eden is what brought death into the world. So natural disasters, tsunamis, hurricanes, earthquakes, plagues, failure of crops, all of these things were the consequences of that. God could have chosen different consequences. He wasn't obligated to do that.
It's as if the only thing that is under attack by this religion is critical thinking. Because the only thing in this story, the only thing that they did wrong is not listen to what he said with zero critical thinking or zero and any other thoughts in their mind, right? Like the only thing that was actually done was someone didn't just blanket listen to exactly what they're told and do it. It's so funny to me.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah, setting the theme for later. Yeah, it's all
and then
very, very silly.
Yeah, I wonder why the traits that like everybody talks about, like the way that the God character is made is like very much like a narcissistic abuser or something like that. And I wonder why, if somebody was trying to create a story about a God, like why they would pick the most difficult to deal with and the most unlikable personality type that exists to do those things. I don't know.
It's true.
Interesting to me.
He's like, he's kind of like your sister's bad boyfriend or something. Just like, get away from that dude.
Love me.
Like wouldn't.
I love you so much that if you don't love me back, I'm gonna light you on fire.
Yeah, like why would you paint? Like why would you be like, let's make a character that everybody on the planet is supposed to worship, and then pick that guy.
Yeah, it's bonkers. And of course, you can look at it in terms of the history of this. So the God of the Old Testament wasn't designed to be the same guy. Wasn't designed to be Jesus. It was, he was very human and anthropomorphic, and he walked around in gardens and occasionally got into wrestling matches and was much more sort of human in his way. It was only later as the stuff evolved and the nature of the divine was kind of redefined into this amorphous, omnipresent thing. You can see the kind of the character arc from this sort of very human-like war god, which is what Yahweh was in the Old Testament, to the person of Jesus being very, very different in character, and then after that to something more akin to Casper the Friendly Ghost, and that's the character arc there, from one type of silly to another, I guess. Yeah,
it's a fascinating thing to have happened.
Yeah, crazy work. But here we
anyway,
are.
I don't want to take up too much of you guys' time, but
thanks for coming in, Jane. Always a joy.
Thanks for having me on.
Take it easy. Be well. Bye-bye. Okie okay. I see our good friend Nidhi on the YouTube side. We'll get you in just a moment, Nidhi. We're just going to bring in, still on the TikTok side, Jess. Say hello to. We also have Elizabeth on the TikTok side also. We'll get to you shortly, Elizabeth. Hey, Jess.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Hey, Jess, how you doing?
Good. I was listening to what y'all were just talking about people being born into sin, and I just wanted to point out that like back when me and my ex were Christians, we lost a pregnancy and then actually had to debate like with ourselves and figure out whether or not we thought that baby was gonna go up or down, because if everyone's born into sin, then does that mean that baby is literally just going down? And we literally came up with the idea that, well, the baby wasn't born yet, so no, they weren't born into sin. And
wow,
that's just how harmful that rhetoric is.
The fact that you even had to have that conversation, the fact that you even had to have those thoughts makes me unspeakably angry for you.
Yeah, no, I'm pagan now, but it was freaking terrible, and we were dealing with, you know, a lot. It was our first pregnancy, and we had been trying, so it really messed us up.
Of course, yeah.
So that's just why I'm sitting here like this. That rhetoric is so harmful. And so, since you were talking about it, I know you're not defending it, but I just wanted to bring in my story and be like, hey, to any people trying to defend this rhetoric, this is what it does.
Thank you for saying this, Jess, because this is a conversation I have quite a lot on my channel, where my interest in doing this isn't about being right. I'm not here to own other people and show them that they're wrong and stuff like that. That doesn't interest me at all. My interest is in speaking out against harmful ideas that cause pain. And stories like yours are a really visceral example of that. Like, what a horrible thing to push out there and put people through, as if you guys wouldn't have been in enough pain at that point anyway, without having this additional overlay of sort of theological angst on top of everything else. Is, you know, what's going to happen to the eternal soul of our unborn child who didn't make it to birth. I mean, what an unspeakably cruel and horrible idea. And this idea that the default state of all humans is to be deserving of punishment, to be born bad, because we've inherited this curse that God put on us. And so we're all born deserving of punishment. And then it's only through, you know, becoming convinced of the correct things that you're able to escape that fate. It's horrible. So I'm really sorry that you went through that. And I hope that you're going to tell me that you're no longer troubled by thoughts of that kind now.
No, I'm good now. When my ex and I decided to become pagan, there was the because we were still indoctrinated. There was the question of, well, is our baby still going to be in heaven, or are we going to go to a different afterlife so that way we can spend time with it? Which is wild that we were still thinking about that, but we were still heavily indoctrinated. But no, we're still friends, just exes, but we're all in a much better place now.
Good. Well, I'm really pleased to hear that, and goes without saying that you are always welcome in our community. Always. And wonderful people fill this space. So you are now among them. So thank you so much, Jess, for sharing that perspective with us.
Yeah, I'm going to drop down, though, because now I got to get my kid to school.
I got you. All the best. Have a good day. Take it easy. Thanks. Okay. Niddy, hold fire, if you will, my friend, on the YouTube side. We're just going to bring in No Degree Required. We have spoken before to No Degree Required. Welcome back.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
Good.
Wonderful. I'm actually surprised. I had to leave for a few minutes, but I guess I'm surprised you were able to bring me up this quick. One of the things I wanted to ask you about is particularly a conversation you had a couple of days ago with a woman named Courtney.
Yes.
About the test.
The Deuteronomy virginity test in Deuteronomy 22.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you think that that's like a good thing to bring up against Christians, as if I guess I'm trying to figure out what's the purpose of bringing that up?
Why mention it? Do you mean why would I mention that? Well, I mention it as an example of a law passed to Israel from God via Moses, which was it managed to be both immoral and incompetent all at once. And so it's really it's a way of demonstrating that if we are assuming the truth of this of the Bible, if we're assuming that this is true, if we're assuming that the creator of the entire universe came up with a set of guidelines for how to live a good life and imparted them to his chosen people through his guy on earth, and as part of that, he created a law which would have necessarily involved innocent women being stoned to death, that says something about his competence and character, wouldn't you think?
Well, see, I mean, I would probably not agree with the premise that it was incompetent or immoral
Well,
myself.
okay, so let's look at this. Is God familiar with female anatomy? Presumably, being
Sure.
the designer of it, he would be, right? So God knows that only a certain percentage of women bleed the first time they have intercourse, right? He would know that. So why would he create a law?
Well, I don't know what the percentage would have been then.
But
I don't know.
it would be exactly the
stat.
same then as now. We have no reason to believe that women a few thousand years ago had bionic hymens, and in fact, it is documented in literature around that time that it was understood that women could lose their hymens through exercise or riding horses or going up and down stairs or things. Like there were situations where that could happen. So we have absolutely no reason to believe that
You don't
women
think they could take that into account, though?
that the anatomy of women was significantly different a few thousand years ago. So, given that that's the case, we can assume that a good number of women that would have failed this test, for anyone who doesn't know, just in a nutshell, this was an idea that if a man accused his new bride of not being a virgin because she didn't obviously bleed on their wedding night, he could bring that accusation against her, and then it would be incumbent on her and her family to prove that she was a virgin. And the test for the virginity was to show the cloth from the marital bed, and if the cloth wasn't stained with blood, then it was deemed that she wasn't a virgin, and she would be stoned to death. If there was blood there, he would have to pay a fine to the woman's father for slandering her. But if they couldn't prove with blood on the cloth,
Well, it would be more than just a fine.
it was 100 shekel fine paid to the father.
No, it's actually 39 lashings minus 1 could be.
It doesn't say that in the Deuteronomic law. So even if that were the case,
It doesn't give the number, but it does say that you should take him out and whip him.
I don't believe it does. Shall we have a look at the verse?
Sure.
Yeah, let's have a look at the verse, and you can point out the part where it talks about ripping, taking him out and whipping him. So suppose a man marries a woman. I wasn't going to read this today, but there we are. But after going into her, dislikes her and makes up charges against her, slandering her by saying, I married this woman, but when I lay with her, I did not find evidence of her virginity. The father of the young woman and her mother shall then submit the evidence of the young woman's virginity to the elders of the city at the gate. The father of the young woman shall say, I gave my daughter in marriage, blah, 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 blah. But the man has made up charges against her, saying, I did not find evidence, but here is the evidence. They shall spread out the cloth. The elders of the town shall take the man and punish him. They shall fine him 100 shekels of silver.
There you go. Where it says punishing.
Yeah.
If you look at the Hebrew there,
Right.
And some, I believe it's the English Standard Version, will say, take him out and whip him. So the punishment there would be like some sort of whipping.
Well, if that's the case, then I would concede that point. But it doesn't change the moral calculus about the brutality that happens next, which is if there is not evidence of the woman's virginity on the cloth, then what happens to her?
Well, where are you saying if there's not evidence on the cloth? Where does it say that?
So it says here, if, however, this charge is true, that evidence of the young woman's virginity was not found, then they shall bring the young woman out to the entrance of her father's house, and the men shall stone her to death. So
it's a continuation of the previous where it showed in the previous chapter. They're spreading out the cloth to find tokens of her virginity, which is understood to be blood.
Deuteronomy 21 talks about this too. Is that what you're saying?
No.
I'm saying no. When I said I meant to say paragraph. I said chapter. I misspoke. I meant to say paragraph. That's my fault.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So basically, if they don't find the tokens of virginity being blood on the cloth, they assume that she's not a virgin and that she deserves the death penalty. This is morally idiotic.
Well, see, it's funny because I've never really read it like that. That's why I'm kind of, yeah. When I read that, it says, if they found that this is true and there's no evidence found. So it seems to be the case here that it's just simply saying, yes, she did actually cheat on him. This is actually true. That's how I've always read that when it says that there. So I guess I'm just curious to see why does that, when you see the truth of it there, says, if this is true and no evidence is found. So it almost seems to be the case here not only can it be true, you also have to have no evidence that
It doesn't actually say "and" there. It says, if,
Well, that's
however,
kinda-
the charge is true, that the evidence of the young woman's virginity was not found. In other words, they
Yes.
haven't found evidence of her virginity. What
But it
type
also
of what
says
type
it's
of evidence might they find?
Well, I mean, there could be other things as well. Maybe somebody's testimony. Yes, she slept with me prior or something like that. I don't know.
What's
Well, it
the
does-
test that they prescribe?
Well, it doesn't actually. Here it talks about the cloth. They can bring out this, but from what I have looked into this is when the tradition was that when this happened, somebody else took the cloth and kept it in their possession. Who that was, I don't know. I don't know if it's the parents or who it was. So
was
the
given to the
idea would have
parents.
been
It was given to the parents.
yeah, it was given to the parents. Who took it, I don't know. But the idea here would be that the husband himself would not know really necessarily either. So if he's going to make this false accusation, he wouldn't necessarily know, and so he would be less likely to make a false accusation.
So
if
what's
it's
the
possible
test?
Someone to give evidence.
So what's the test that it prescribes in the text we just read?
There's no test it prescribes.
Well,
No, it literally does.
the test is
No, there's
the
no
cloth.
test. You're just talking about the cloth.
The test
I think you're
is the
confusing
cloth.
that with
That's the
Numbers chapter
evidence.
5.
That's
think
the
you're
yeah.
yeah,
No,
that's the same thing.
Numbers chapter 5 is the holy abortion procedure. We can talk about that too if you want. But this
Well, I
is
would-
this is
but that's
this
what
is
they
the
call it.
yeah.
The test. Thing.
So I'm going to ask you a different question because I absolutely reject your post hoc framing that there would be some additional kind of evidence that would be required to conclude
Could I ask
that
you
she
one
that
question
she wasn't.
before you ask me a question?
I'm going to
'Cause
ask you this.
I heard you say something like 43% don't bleed on their wedding night. Did
I
you
think
know?
it's do bleed. I could look. I might be.
It's
I
a
can't remember what it was.
significant enough number do not bleed as so as to make this a completely
Well,
ridiculous.
let me ask you this
test.
question. Did you know also, according to that source, that 0.03% of women lack a hymen, which means 99.9% of all women always have a hymen. This is very rare that they're ever born
Are
without a
you
hymen.
aware of the fact
How's
that
it-
there are lots of ways for women for their hymen to break?
Sure, yeah. I would agree with that, yeah.
So that statistic is
But
irrelevant.
would you
So
agree? You're saying that stat is legit, right?
what's that?
That 99.9% of all women actually
I'm saying it's
have a hymen
it's completely irrelevant.
before they have
Totally
sex,
irrelevant.
right?
It's totally irrelevant.
But
It's
I'm
n-
just
it's-
saying here, if it's the case, though, if it's the case that 99.9% of all women have a hymen, and that we would agree it gets, maybe through some sort of activity, something happens causing the hymen to break and bleed. We could agree there, but I'm just saying, does that make any consideration? Does that change this any meaning that God
None.
would have known?
Absolutely
that
none. This is an
women
idiotic
have
law.
hymens, right,
No,
that
it's
break,
an idiotic law because a significant number of women, would not provide the proof required by this idiotic legislation of their virginity on the consummation of their marriage. Now I'm going to ask you something else. Let's imagine it turned out that this charge was true and the woman actually wasn't a virgin, right? We're talking here about, in the historical
would get
context
stoned.
here, a lot of these women being married at this. Well, we're talking here about young girls, right? But basically, going to be quite young girls would be these women. We're imagining sort of adult women. Quite a lot of these would be teenagers. They would be young women. Now, it is conceivable that some of them may not have been virgins. Let's look at two scenarios, right? One is a scenario where one of the women might have been a victim of some kind of unwanted activity beforehand, which robbed her of her virginity. And the other is, let's imagine it's a woman who actually consented to some kind of activity beforehand, which removed her virginity. In either of those cases, do you think she deserved the death penalty? Is that your view?
Well, I mean, as far as the grape situation, I mean, presumably that would be a situation where it would have been known about ahead of time, and I would expect her to have revealed this to her husband ahead of time.
Oh,
that
really?
He would have known about it.
So is it not
Yeah.
possible that this was something? Do you think all victims of rape speak about it freely to everyone. You don't think anyone holds it in, feels a sense of shame, keeps it secret to themselves, deals
Well,
daily with the pain. Are you really suggesting that? Because that's a
yeah, I
pretty
mean,
disgusting
when you
thing
commit yourself to
to take.
someone for life, yeah,
Right.
I'd expect you to reveal that information to them.
Right,
Yes.
then I'd expect you to
Yeah.
read a little bit on the literature of women who suffer sexual assault and what their experiences are and how they internalize the shame of it. And they don't all go running to tell people about it. That's a
Well, I
fucking
don't say you
ridiculous
go
view.
running.
You should be
I'm
ashamed of
saying
yourself
that you.
for saying that. You should
I'm
be
saying
ashamed
that
of
you tell the
yourself
person
for
that
saying
you're
that.
marrying.
So in that scenario,
I'm
that's
not
completely
ashamed of myself for
well,
saying.
you should
Wouldn't you
be.
expect?
And even in the scenario where it wasn't,
Wouldn't you expect your
and even
wife
in the
to be
scenario
open?
where it wasn't rape, if it was that a woman had actually consented to some kind of sexual activity beforehand, I'm asking you, is your view that that warrants the death penalty by having rocks thrown at her head? Is that the position? Is that the territory
Well,
you're now staking out?
since we don't live in a theocracy, no, that would not be my view. But under that theocracy, then yes, I would
So
not
you think
have
it was
any
moral then?
problem
So
with that.
you presumably think that God is maybe the
I
arbiter
think
of
it was
what's good and bad,
morally
and
justified.
and you think that it was morally justified to kill women by throwing rocks at their head because they weren't virgins. Guys, enough said. Moving on to our next guest. Let's get Niddy in because Niddy's been waiting a while, and we have Elizabeth and I'm gonna dice on the TikTok side still. We will get to everyone. I've had it with these people who have such abhorrent views. I'm just finding myself becoming a little bit less patient with them. If someone comes in and their position is that they think that women deserve to be killed for not being virgins, then I think we've pretty much heard all we need to hear from them. I mean, what else is there to hear after that? They've revealed themselves to be moral vacuums. That's it. I don't think there's much discussion to be had after that point. Niddy, how are you, my friend?
Good. How do I sound here?
Yeah, you sound good.
Okay, good. I'm at a place near my work, so I don't have a ton of time.
Oh, well, thanks for coming in.
But I decided I'd pop in. Yeah, I decided I'd pop in because you guys were talking about evolution in Forrest Valkai.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I actually have a teensy issue with Forrest. So he debated Made by Jim Bob, him and Erica, Guts at Gibbon. Made by Jim Bob called into the line. And he's like presuppositional kind of person. I don't know if you've heard of him.
No, but we get
kind of
precepts coming in
acceptable.
here all the time.
Oh my God. If he ever calls in, you know what's going to go down. So basically, one of the things that I take issue with Forrest, and I think science communicators should probably have like a heads up or be more cognizant of this, is that if you use any, and I mean any, kind of language that's teleological, the precept is going to eat you alive. So if you say like DNA has a purpose, it is designed to, right?
Yeah.
It ought to produce X. Even it's in error.
Yeah.
They're going to go crazy and rip you apart and win the dialectic, right? And it's hard. It's really hard to train yourself to decouple that language, right? And it can sound really clunky to a lot of people because they're not used to talking that way. And like, it's unfortunate that they get to leverage that in the dialectic and the debate space. And then they can come off as like winning because you've entered their playground and you don't even know it.
You didn't realize. Yeah, that completely makes sense. And of course, it shows how much of that particular apologetic strategy is basically just word games. It's like if you inadvertently give them an opening for their word games, they'll exploit it and try to claim a win. Because of course, when someone like Forrest, who's an excellent science communicator, uses terms like that, we all understand that he's speaking metaphorically. We all understand that when he says the DNA is designed, or we all understand that he understands that it is not designed to do anything, that it came about by natural processes. But I hear what you're saying. It creates a vulnerability there. Interesting. Did he reflect on that? Do you think he was able to sort of perceive that he'd inadvertently created an opening there? That
I don't think so. I don't think so. And when people accuse, like with bad faith, or start, name calling in the debate, or saying like you should have a 7th grade education on this, it shuts down, and I don't think that him and Erica are used to that kind of idea of the reframe, right? And figuring out some way to communicate this
Yeah.
that it's not vulnerable to that.
Yeah.
And that's not to say that I know better than them or something. Like, they are great on the line and having fun with guests. It's super entertaining, and I hope that people reflect on those calls more.
I've seen Forrest, and maybe he evolved over time, no pun intended. But I have seen Forrest when somebody brings up the DNA being a code, being careful to explain what they mean by code, and realizing that they're trying to anthropomorphize that. My opinion, and we're kind of talking about them when they're not here, but like my opinion for. I forget the young lady who works side by side with him a lot. Both of them do an amazing job dealing, not just knowing the facts or knowing the science, but communicating the science as well, and debunking biological evolution. It's a little tricky because in the science world, as a layperson who reads a lot of science and is a science enthusiast, I see them anthropomorphizing language a lot and it's to really help people understand concepts in science. Like the genome is a blueprint. DNA is a code, and then you got I really get annoyed when they go too far with it, like mitochondrial Adam or mitochondrial Eve. Those types of things where they're just handing religion rhetoric on a silver platter. But yeah, no, I see your point with that, but just science just does that and has always done that. Use that type of language to help people understand concepts, and then the creationists will run with it.
Oh God, yeah, it's freaking wild. Well, anyway, that's the primary thing I wanted to nag about. I actually did a live stream about it, but I'm not trying to shill much. But yeah, I went through my pedantry about it, because that's a person, their interlocutor just drives me nuts, and someone I unfortunately hate watch.
But yeah, I find precepts just painful. It's painful, and it's vacuous, and nobody believes for those reasons. They're so obviously word games manufactured afterwards to try to justify belief and obfuscate, and it's horrific. Anyway, thanks for popping in, man. Always great to see you.
I'm very grateful to have you during the day, because it's way more entertaining while I'm actually working than trying to lurk while I have my kids, or I should be doing something else.
Well, that's great. Thank you. I appreciate it. We're trying to cover the bases. So nighttime streams, daytime streams, and hopefully there's something for everyone somewhere in that. Yeah.
We'll see you, Sean. See you, John.
You too. Have a good one.
Good to see you, Nidhi. Take care, man. Okay, right. We're going to get Dime Gone Dice in, and then Elizabeth, who's been super patiently waiting on the TikTok side. Very much looking forward to speaking to Elizabeth, who we met for the first time week before last, I think. But right now, Dime Gone Dice coming in on the TikTok side. Hey, Dime. Dime, you're up. You're in, and we see you, but we can't hear you.
Dom, you with us?
I guess not. Okay. Well, we're going to drop Dime down. Dime, if you want to come back in, request up again, and we'll get you in after we speak to Elizabeth. Just bringing in Elizabeth right now. Elizabeth, welcome back.
Hi, John. Hi, Sean.
Hi. How you doing? Good. Nice to see you.
It's good to be back. I'm glad you're doing the daytime stream. It's great time of day. I'm actually working while I'm doing this, so it's perfect. Great entertainment for the workday. I saw the prompts for today, and we've already been touching on the original sin was ridiculous and is ridiculous, and I have a very interesting way that hit me and touched on me throughout my life. So as I was growing up, it was beat into me, that rhetoric of you're not good enough, you're not worth enough, you can't do anything apart from God. And it was all because of that original sin, and it was all because, without God you're nothing, and so you have to have God. Adam sinned, and because of that sin nature, you have to have God, you have to have this, and so you need this. And it has led to a lifetime of therapy, and to a lifetime to where I am going through trauma therapy now with a therapist who is trained in religious therapy, because she realizes that a lot of this comes from religious problems. And I can't, I have the hardest time saying, I had a doctor look at me one time and he goes, "You're a great person." And I went, "No, I'm not." And he was like, "Stop." And I was like, I can't do it. I can't say that I'm a good person. I can't say that I'm worth anything. I can't say that I'm good. I'm like, that's not something that I can say. And I mean, I'm 42 years old, and I can't say those concepts. I can't. And I've been out of the church for a couple years, and I still can't say those concepts about myself. And so I work with my therapist, and we do a process called EMDR, and we're working on changing those cognitions, and on changing those things, and on changing those processes. But it is a very slow process of making it work, and on making those thought processes change, because I literally for 40 years of my life heard nothing but "you're worthless" and "you're filthy rags, and without God you can't do anything." And so when I left God, I was like, well, then I'm nothing, and I have nothing.
Can I ask you, how old were you when you first heard this? What's your earliest memory of being, the earliest age you can remember of having that kind of thing said to you?
5 years old. My dad presented the gospel to me in my living room, and we did a family communion at 5 years old.
I'm so sorry. That just, it fills me with a fury that I struggle to articulate. That is abuse straight. That is child abuse. To do that to you, to do that to anyone. That a child looks to their parents to protect them and teach them about the world. Those are the obligations that come with being a parent. You keep the child alive, and you teach the child to be a person so they can keep themselves alive when you're not there to do it anymore. And that is an abject failure of protection to allow you to hear words like that as a child, and for them to go unchallenged. I'm so sorry. I really am. And this is why I do this. This is what gets me out of bed in the mornings, and doing this every day is hearing stories like this. Absolutely unacceptable. I'm really sorry.
Yeah.
But I'm really pleased that you're working through it, and there's a lag between reaching the point where your brain moves away from it and a point where your emotions kind of move away from it. There tends to be a lag in those two processes, but they do track. And so the more you get into the space you're in now, you will find that those emotional remnants of the belief feel less pointed and will affect you less over time. Just keep on going, keep on. The EMDR is really good for trauma. It definitely is. There's a strong evidence base for that. And if you're dealing with, I'm really pleased to hear that you're working with a therapist who has a training in religious trauma, because it is a very specific type of thing. And it sounds to me like you're really on the right track.
Yeah, thank you. I'm trying. And she actually, my therapist was actually raised in a cult herself. And so she's been through a lot of this herself. And so she got the training in it because she broke free herself. And so she wanted to be able to help others. So
Excellent.
it's been really, really good for me. So I'm glad to keep going, and I want to keep going. I want to find, the healing. So
And the other thing I would offer you before we conclude is that even doing something like coming up here and having this conversation, right? Thousands of people are going to hear this because this stuff goes on YouTube. Thousands of people watch it. So you are going to be helping other people in their journey too, because they'll hear you and they'll hear what you've been through. They'll recognize themselves in the story, and they'll see you on a road to healing and being able to move on from this stuff, and that will help other people. So you know that you're helping other people too with this. So that's a big win.
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you,
All
sir.
right.
I appreciate it.
All right. Come back and say hi anytime. You know you're always welcome here. Take care.
All right,
everybody.
I will.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Take care.
Bye.
I mean, such bravery to come on a platform like this and speak with such honesty about experiences that would make you so vulnerable. I have an enormous amount of respect for her and for others, and it's those kind of stories that fill me with a sense of purpose. It's like a fire, and those kind of stories keep my fire burning pretty hot. Okay, we are going to head over to the YouTube side and bring in, looks like iSecular is what it seems to say. Hey, how are you doing? Are you there?
Oh, yeah.
iSecular? Hello.
Okay. Do you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Yeah. Hello,
Hello.
John and Sean, right?
Yes.
Yes. How you doing?
Good. Well, I'm a bit nervous. I'm not English speaker, but I'm going to do my best.
You sound like you're doing just fine. No need to be nervous at all. You're very welcome.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Well, first of all, I can talk with you in the, not in the night, so it's more easy for me to talk to you because I'm in France and it is like 3 p.m. here, so
yeah,
that's more easy. But the subject I wanted to talk about is not in the prompt today.
That's okay.
It's the subject of the belief. We don't
choose our belief. Yeah.
Okay, so
sure.
I'm an atheist, lifelong atheist.
Yeah.
But I have an experience that is a bit weird, even for me, I think. But that when I was young, when I was a teenager, I thought I had ghosts in my home. I know it's silly, and the thing is, I always thought that it was for me, it was very real, and I always thought that the house was haunted. I'm not going to explain what happened. It's not the point of my call.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say that 10 years ago, so I'm 48, so that was 30 years ago. But 10 years ago, I had, I was laid off my job and, I was unemployed. I had a bit of time and I don't know how I came to see YouTube videos about ghost hunters. And I began to watch that for entertainment. That was funny. And I knew that, I was 38, so I knew that was fake most of the time, But yeah, that was funny. And then I, on my For You page, I had like debunkers, like people who debunk paranormal stories.
Yeah.
And so I clicked on that. I was fascinated by everything they said. And today, I don't believe in ghosts.
Good for you.
And
good for you.
Yeah, but thanks. But I didn't choose to. I just watched these videos and 1, 2, 3, 4 videos, 5, and I understood that probably what happened was like in part in my imagination, and probably in part I heard things, but probably like natural things, and so I don't believe in ghosts now.
Yeah,
and I
right.
didn't choose to.
Exactly. So that fits in perfectly with our thesis of belief not being chosen. If you were at a stage in your life where you were convinced that ghosts were a thing, well, that conviction meant you believed it. You had no choice, and then you were open to other evidence. So you made the decision. You used your free will, as it were, to be open to looking at other things, to watching videos in your feed about debunkers and all the rest of it. And that decision led you to becoming persuaded of other things, and you lost your belief. It's a perfect example of which parts were in your control and which parts were not in your control. I think it's a handy story for that reason.
Yeah, I think it's funny, but I think it fits with your prompt. Well, not today, but the other days. And so, just one thing before I go. In France, we, I mean, I'm an atheist, but I know a lot of Catholics, and I have no problem with that. But I didn't know, and I'm real. I am 48, and I didn't know before watching videos of atheists and Justin, you, and all that in 2026, some people believe in the flood. I believe in creation, like Adam and Eve and all that. I don't know. It's
crazy.
I don't know. Maybe I'm weird, but I didn't talk about that with anyone in my life, and I don't know. That's crazy to me.
I agree. We
nuts.
always say it. Sean and I are always saying, how can it be the case that people still believe this nonsense? Like, it's remarkable. But they do. So we have to meet them where they are.
Yeah,
and,
of course.
This is the world we're engaging with.
Yeah, I'm not saying that because of it's not like a judgment or something. And I know probably that in France, some people believe in that also. But I have not in my lifetime met one of these people. So I was like a bit surprised.
Well, you can find them all here 3 or 4 times a week.
Yeah. So I'm going to continue to watch.
All right. Well, thanks for coming in to say hi and share your story. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. All right.
Thank
Take
you,
it easy.
both
Thanks.
of you.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay. We are going to stay on the YouTube side, and we're going to get Philip in next. Here we go. Hey, Philip.
How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Doing all right.
Good. What would you like to say?
So, what is it you believe about original sin?
Well, I think it's obviously don't think it's true, but even if it were true, I would think it's ridiculous. Like the whole setup is completely ridiculous. That an all-powerful, all-knowing God makes a garden, and he has to communicate the most profound ideas about reality, not through books or videos or multimedia presentations or direct neural implants. No, he chooses to communicate ideas about knowledge and wisdom through fruit. This is his chosen way of doing it. This is, first of all, where it starts to become ridiculous. So he plants trees to contain this important information, not libraries, trees with fruit. Okay. Then he brings his creations in, Dirt Man and Rib Woman, puts them in the garden. Then he lets in a serpent, knowing exactly what the serpent's going to do. God goes off for a bit while the next bit of the play carries on. And the serpent goes over and persuades Dirt Man and Rib Woman, in fact, Rib Woman, to eat the fruit. She gets hubby to do it. And then God comes back. He's very cross. Even though he knew exactly how this was going to turn out, he's still somehow very cross. Even though Dirt Man and Rib Woman hadn't eaten of the fruit yet, so they didn't realize that obeying God's commands was good and disobeying them was bad, because they had no knowledge of good and evil, he decides to punish them. But he doesn't just punish them, He punishes everyone else who's ever going to live afterwards, all the animals who are going to meet violent deaths, and every human that's ever going to live afterwards. This is a completely ridiculous story. Why would anyone not think this is total lunacy?
So if you created a robot, right? The robots you created, you told it what it could touch, what it couldn't touch in your house, right? If you created that robot and that robot listening to you, knowing what you told it, knowing that you told it if it touches that thing, that there will be a problem. Could it be mad at you when you scolded it after it touched what you told it not to touch?
The first thing is I would think that I was just deal with this little TikTok security thing. The first thing is it would call into question my competence as a robot designer, wouldn't I? Because if I built a robot that then didn't work properly,
if you want it to be completely autonomous, you want it to be able to do and make choices on its own. You want it to be able to live a life that's happy and free.
Mm-hmm.
You would let it make choices on its own.
I would code my robots so that it was completely autonomous, could live a happy and free life, but was disinclined to go against my instructions.
So you want to be completely controlled?
No. Did you hear what I said? Completely controlled. Not completely controlled. To have complete free will and not be inclined to sin.
You said you would make it to where it can't go against your will.
I said that it would be disinclined to do those things. So we have instincts. Like, for example, do you think that people, when they get to heaven, have free will?
When you get to heaven, you're going to be doing exactly what he already set for us to do.
Do people in heaven do people in heaven have free will?
What would you be choosing? You already chose.
I'm asking you a question about heaven. Do people in heaven have free will?
In heaven, we have all the pleasures that we can even think about.
Right. Is that a yes or no? Really would love a yes or no. Do people in heaven have free will?
But that's not a yes or no question.
It is.
Literally is. Do you?
It's really not.
Did you? Those are yes or no questions.
No.
Literally
in
heaven. It's
literally there won't be any
yes
sin. So what
we're going to
will
keep circling back until you answer the question.
Do people in heaven have free will?
Have free will? Yes, they have free will, or no, they don't have free will. Which is it?
There's no evil to choose.
I'm not asking about evil yet. I'm just asking you if people in heaven have free will.
In heaven, there's no evil to choose. So what free will?
We're not going to move on until you answer this question. So
if John and I are in heaven, do I have the free will to punch him in the nose if I wanted to? Yes or no?
That would be evil. If I know it would be
evil. There's no one.
There is no evil.
Before we get to the evil,
all you said is all you said is there's no one doing evil. Hold on.
There's no anger. There's no sadness. There's no.
You got to let me finish. Okay. You said there's no evil in heaven, which is basically saying there's no evil act. So I asked if I would have the free will to punch John in the nose, and you said you won't do that because there's no evil in heaven. The question is, are people not doing evil acts because they lack free will? Or do they have free will and they're choosing not to do free acts? Which is it? They have free will or they don't have free will? Please answer the question.
It's not that simple in heaven.
Were you talking the entire time? You were muted. Were you
it's okay.
speaking the entire time? You were muted.
So the reason I asked, to clarify this, the reason I asked is, if you think that people get to heaven and they just become sort of mindless zombies, unable to be in charge of their right.
We love God. We do the will of God.
So then you grant that it's possible for God to engineer an environment where his creations have free will, they can be autonomous, they can do what they want, they can make decisions about how they live, but they're not inclined towards what you call evil, right? You said he can do that, correct?
We weren't inclined toward evil. We didn't know evil until we chose.
If he can create those conditions in heaven, why not just create them here on earth, and no one would have to get nailed to anything?
They were created here. We chose to go against it.
No,
he told us not to touch it.
I don't. No, they weren't created here because, according to you, Adam and Eve sinned.
He told us not to touch it.
So we chose. Let's do this one more time because I don't think we're quite connecting. So you have said that God is powerful enough to create an environment in heaven where his creations have free will. They can act however they like, but there's no evil there, so they're not inclined to do naughty things. And you're saying that's what he did on earth, and then you're saying, but they did naughty things. It's obviously not what he did on earth, is it?
Because Eve got deceived, Adam sinned for her.
Right. So
Is
Eve got deceived.
in heaven, even that the what do you call it? The temptation to do the evil thing is not there.
Right. So why didn't he just create those conditions on earth right at the beginning, and all of this silly nonsense could have been avoided? Well, he clearly didn't.
He did at first.
He clearly didn't, because Eve got deceived, and then all the fruit and all the fruit salad problems happened.
We didn't have sin at first.
It was all very bad, wasn't it?
We didn't have sin at first.
God knew that was going to happen, and rather than just create the conditions on earth like you're suggesting they are in heaven, where everyone is kumbaya and everything's hunky-dory and everyone's free and no one gets deceived and no one sins, he didn't want that. He wanted a situation where his creations were vulnerable to being deceived by the serpent that he allowed in there, and we're supposed to take that as being somehow our fault. Are you making that argument with a straight face?
Yes.
Did you say there was no temptation on earth?
There was no temptation at first.
Okay. Did the serpent tempt Eve?
He did that after.
Okay, so there was no temptation on earth.
The first thing.
Hold on. Let me finish. There was fact one. There was no temptation on earth. Fact two. The serpent tempted Eve. How do you reconcile that contradiction?
There was no sin at first. It's not a contradiction.
That wasn't a question.
Satan.
You said there's no temptation on earth, and also you said the serpent tempted Eve. That is a direct contradiction. How do you reconcile that?
Satan came and proposed to her that she could be like God.
Right.
He proposed to her good and evil. Before that point, there was no temptation because she did not want that. She knew that she was not supposed to touch it.
What does it mean to tempt?
When you offer somebody something, that
is
piques their
tempting
interest
to them, right?
That piques their interest.
Right.
She wasn't interested in it until he brought it to her attention. There was no temptation.
Are you deliberately trying to come on? You seem like a smart enough guy to get the contradiction of A, there's no temptation, and B, the serpent tempted.
You just don't want to see. You don't want to see where the problem started. You're trying to say, "Oh God."
This is a ludicrous story. You're proposing that the all-powerful creator of the universe had no idea that any of this was going to happen. He put the tree there. He put the serpent there. He put his creation there. Being all-knowing, he knew exactly how this was going to pan out. He had the option to configure it differently so that all these creatures all had free will, but were not inclined to tempt each other, were not inclined to fall into sin. We know that there are beings on the earth that have free will, but are not inclined to do certain things. Human beings have free will, but we don't have an instinct to eat our own children, which is why we don't do it. God could have engineered us to have complete free will, but not be inclined to sin, which is why I said if I built a robot, I would configure it to have its own autonomy, but to have certain disinclinations, to be disinclined to go against my will, even whilst enjoying its own. You seem to be suggesting that that's an engineering feat beyond God's ability.
No, what I'm telling you is he doesn't want robots.
He doesn't want
robots. He
robots.
wants us to be free.
Right, but we've already established that we can be free and disinclined to sin, because that's what you said heaven is like. So are you beginning to realise quite how ridiculous this scenario actually sounds?
No, I believe you're retarded. He wants us to choose.
That's not an argument. I believe you're retarded is just a thing that people say when they actually don't have an argument. So are you actually going to make one? Are you going to actually square this circle that you seem to be flailing around, where you're proposing an all-powerful God who comes across as being a complete bumbling idiot?
If you stop muting me and stop interrupting me when I'm talking.
Stop crying and make your argument.
I'm not crying at all, pimp.
Make your argument. Explain this.
Okay. So, You have your people you made in the garden. You have the snake who just fell and you cast down. He walks up to the people that you created and tells them, taste this, it's good for you to eat. They fall into temptation.
We all
The
know the
first
story.
temptation
No, hang on a second. We don't need you to recapitulate the story. I've asked you to explain why an all-knowing, all-powerful God would create a scenario where this thing happened.
Because he wanted us to have life and life abundantly. He had the plan of salvation set.
No, that's mindless preaching. We don't need mindless preaching. I want you to answer the question. Why did he engineer a scenario where the fall happened? It's basically his fault. He set it up. Why did he do it?
I'm telling you why he did it. You're talking about his mindless preaching. It's what he wrote. It's what he told us. He did it because he had his plan of salvation set from the beginning of time. He knew what was going to happen. He set up everything ahead of time to make sure that we had a way out.
Right.
Sir?
So this was his plan, as you say, from the start of time, from before time. This was the scenario he designed. This was what he had in mind. This ridiculous fall, talking snakes, important information encoded in fruit, and you think that we're the people with strange ideas?
Yes, because you.
I don't really know what to say.
Believe a simple truth.
Well, it's not a simple truth. It's a complete
It is a
whack
simple
job
truth.
story. It's remarkable that anyone outside of a mental institution would take this seriously. I mean, you're a grown adult. Grow up. Snakes
am.
don't talk. Information is not encoded in fruit. This is nonsense. Anything else?
No, not that one.
I mean, I'm not really sure how else to help you. I'm appealing
you
to
can't
the.
help me. You're lost, buddy.
I'm appealing to the small shreds of rationality that might be buried deep inside your mind somewhere, clawing to get out from underneath this pile of complete nonsense that somehow has billions of people fooled into thinking this is true.
Walk in the truth. It is truth.
That's just
You don't even think the flood happened. You think
The flood
doesn't
did not
exist.
happen. The flood absolutely
They
did
have
not happen.
proof of the flood. They have proof of the flood, sir. They have
don't,
proof of the flood.
They don't. Do you know what?
Scientists.
Okay, so let's have a look at this.
I watched.
Yeah, no, you didn't. So let's have a look at this. So according to the flood story, and this is fun to talk about. We like this, don't we, Sean? So according to the flood story, enough water fell on the earth to cover the highest mountain in 40 days. That would have meant a level of rainfall of 6 inches per minute. Do you understand what that means, Philip? 6 inches per minute.
It wasn't just from the top, sir. It was from the bottom and the top.
It was from the bottom and the top.
Fountain. Water was coming from the earth and from the sky at the same time.
And it all magically disappeared afterwards. So 6 inches per minute of water would have created enough heat. The water being evaporated stores potential energy. So as that evaporated water condensed and became water, that potential energy would have been released as heat. You do understand this, don't you?
If you read the Bible, you would see it didn't evaporate. The earth opened up.
It was
down.
magic water. So the water condensing from evaporated water into heat would have raised the temperature of the atmosphere to about 800 degrees. So it's not so much a rainfall as cremation.
The earth opened up and swallowed the water. It's not magic water.
And it magically disappeared into the earth.
If you look, there are reports where scientists have found the crystallized water in the crust of the earth below the ocean.
No, they haven't. That's complete nonsense.
No, it's true. I saw the
It's
reports
true because
myself.
it says it on Answers in
What's
Genesis.
the DOI number of the research you read?
I watched the reports myself. I
On
don't
YouTube.
look at DUI numbers.
You watched
I
a
don't know that
creationist
stuff.
propaganda video. What's a deal? If you read peer review research, there's a DOI number that gives a reference number for the research itself. What is the DOI number if you read actual research and not a propaganda video?
I watched it myself. What is it? If you look at the bottom of the ocean, what do you see at the bottom of the ocean? There are statues in the ocean. not statues that fell there, statues that were there because it got covered. If you look at what do you call it? If you look at Everest, there's seashells and there's fish.
Oh
There's
dear.
there's
You know
there's
how mountains
fossilized
form?
fish on.
Do you know how mountains form?
How'd they get there?
Okay. Well, I mean, if you, so you're saying if you don't know, that's fine. I'll explain it. Mountains form because there's tectonic plates, that push against each other. Look how John's doing with his hands.
Like that.
So things that were lower before get slowly pushed up over time. So like the Earth is constantly like going through cycles, and mountain formation is one of them. That's why there is sea fossils and shells found at the top of mountains. That's actually a very known and thing in geology that is not controversial. That's not like some ad hoc.
That's a cop out.
It's actually how science is a cop out.
It's a cop out.
It's
No,
a cop,
that
it's
is
a cop out. It's just a cop out. You have no
You don't even know how
explanation for.
mountains form, and
I do know. I know how mountains form.
Yeah.
You assume I don't know how mountains form.
And yet I asked you a question and you couldn't answer it.
I know you muted me. I didn't have time to answer.
I did. I
You
did.
answered
I
it.
did. I didn't mute you then. Actually,
Nobody muted
yeah,
you.
you did.
I said, "How did mountains form?"
You
And
answered
you
it.
said,
And as soon as you said that, he started doing the formation, and you started talking. You answered it.
You're dishonest in your locker, dude.
Yeah.
No,
I mean, if you don't know how it could be the case that shells might be found on the top of a mountain, then maybe go back to school and learn some high school
No, I'm
geology.
telling you that
Yeah, it was
that's
magic.
where they were found.
Yeah, it is magic. Yeah.
No, not magic. Not magic. It was water. It was
water.
rain. There
Yeah,
were
and
high water.
and somehow
You can look at the crust. You can look at the
yeah.
crust of the earth. Look at the crust of the earth and look at the layers. Look at the layers.
People
Those
do,
were
and those
toppled
layers
over.
all prove that a global flood never happened. As, by the way, do the other civilizations like the Mesopotamians and the Chinese, who were apparently untroubled by the entire world being covered in water and the atmosphere being heated up to 800 degrees. Their civilizations happened to function completely through that period of time, apparently without noticing. How did they do that?
Didn't. Eight people came off of that boat. If you go into our genetic history, you can see those 8 people that we came from.
This is a bad argument.
You can see those 8 people that we
I
came
was
from.
if I was in your shoes right now, if I was in your shoes right now, I'd be staying as far away from the entire human race had a genetic bottleneck of 8 people 4,000 years ago. I'd be staying as far away from that as I possibly could if I was in your position right now. You can go there if you want.
China even has in their letters the story of Noah and his 8. That's in there.
It's not. I don't know where you've been getting your information, dude, but it must be on like Conspiracy FM on YouTube or something, because I don't remember the last time I spoke to a person who was able to say this many obviously and demonstrably and provably untrue things in this amount of time. I'm actually quite impressed.
It's true. Go find it.
Yeah, go and find it on tinfoilhatsrus.com. Yeah. Okay. Well, I think we might maybe move on from this because I think we've proved our point. We talked about original sin is obviously ridiculous for the reasons we've stated. The flood obviously never happened because the slightest bit of scientific understanding about anything shows you that there was not a global flood a few thousand years ago that covered all the waters, all the mountains in water from above and below. That's just total nonsense. There we are. Okay, so we are going to stay on the YouTube side. We're going to go with Stephen next, and we will speak to Stephen right now. Hey, Stephen.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
Thank you. I've been seeing some of your videos on YouTube, and I caught some of your lives as well a little bit, and been trying to understand the position that you arrived at. Well, basically you write your book about it, right? Being unconvinced, and that if I understood correctly, your history is one of never having believed, but been interested in religions and I suppose their various claims, and having looked at them, finding them for whatever reason, I suppose multiple reasons, finding them not convincing or not really believable. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah.
Okay. With a name like Cohen, does that mean you have Jewish roots?
Yeah, but it's not relevant to anything.
Yeah, no, I know. It's just I'm just curious. I like family history type roots. Just a sideline question that I had over there. But I was wondering, when arriving at this conclusion of yours, did you make any sort of analysis as to the character or the nature of God as I suppose taught is the right word by various flavors of Christianity or Islam or other religions?
I did. Yeah.
Okay, and uh, would that information then be part of what? Because I think you're convinced to not believe these sorts of things because you see all sorts of logical, um, what's the word, contradictions and so on. Would that be fair to say?
Belief is not chosen, so I'm not sure how much you've heard about what my book is about. So my book is called Unconvinced, and it is looks like that. And it's not a book about why I'm unconvinced about religion. It's not a defense of atheism. It's nothing like that. So my whole thesis and the thing that we speak about here is that belief is actually an involuntary thing. It's a thing that happens to you. It's not a thing you decide to do. So my lack of belief in religious claims is not a choice on my part. It's just because I don't find them convincing. So that when I speak about the character of God as described in these holy books, and I think the character is very poor. I think that the God described in these holy books is a megalomaniacal, thin-skinned, narcissistic lunatic. But that isn't the reason why I don't believe. The reason why I don't believe is just I'm unconvinced by the evidence I've been presented of these claims.
Yeah, so that's the thing I kind of trying to understand, because the way I understand what you've just said over there is that the evidence points you to God being this evil type of being, as opposed to what religious people would see as a holy being, as a good being, moral, upstanding type of being. So we're seeing two contradictions, or two opposites, really, of this possibility of God, and it doesn't make sense to follow the evil version of what your understanding is.
Well, it's
The value,
obvious.
the value judgment of whether the God character is good or bad is an independent assessment from whether the God actually exists. I may have a certain opinion of Darth Vader, and somebody else may have a different opinion. Oh, Darth Vader was actually the good guy. But either way, it's a separate question as to whether Darth Vader is an actual real character.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I just was wondering whether that was something that was informing your
I mean,
your conclusion.
Some people say to me, like, how can you say God is evil if you don't believe in him? As if that's like some kind of special flex. What I'm saying is that the moral character, as described in these texts, is of someone who is completely indifferent to suffering, quite enjoys the suffering of others sometimes, and it's all pretty horrible. And even if we don't look at the text, even if we say, well, let's talk about a more generic God, not necessarily the God of the Bible, if there's an all-powerful God who invigilates reality and watches as everything happens and is the author of all things and the creator of everything, but has absolutely no problem with, parasites that burrow into the eyes of children, or 300,000 children dying a year of malaria, or 3 million children dying a year of starvation, or one, I can't remember the statistics are on rape, but they're absolutely appalling, and rape of children equally appalling. And this God sits there with arms folded, right, with the ability to stop it, and with the ability to stop it without interfering with free will before people roll out a free will argument. then this is clearly an entity that is not anything that I would call good.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I understand your reasoning, and I don't know, just for the sake of clarity, I am a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, otherwise known as Mormons. And so I suppose, most of Christianity would actually damn us to hell alongside you with the unbelievers because of
Damn
our
heretics. Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
And of course, every religion claims that every other religion is wrong. So
the Muslim God will throw all of us, including the other Christians, into hell. And it's all a kind of a ridiculous notion, anyway.
Yeah. Reason I bring that up is because we have a different view of God. Not that it's going to convince you, but in my understanding, the so-called triune God of the most of Christianity is somebody that was existing for who knows how long, and then decides at some point that he's going to create something, and then Big Bang, and all of a sudden we have space and time and material, and then decides to make people, and these people are going to be worshipping him forever, but some of these people are not going to be selected, and they're going to be damned to this fire and brimstone or whatever, so from that point of view, it is not a very attractive or enticing type of a picture.
Yeah.
But that's not the same sort of a picture that we hold to. We believe that alongside God being eternal, that us as spirits or intelligences are also eternal.
What's the evidence for that?
Well, the only evidence we have for that would be our scriptures, which we receive
written in a book. Then,
yes.
Is that a sufficient level of evidence to believe such an outlandish claim?
Following you guys' arguments, no. But that's not all evidence that we do claim. I suppose something that you guys would reject would be the notion that it's a personal thing.
Well,
so we have.
The problem with personal testimony is that there's contradictory personal testimony across lots of incompatible beliefs, right? So if your testimony counts as evidence for your claims, then the testimony of a Muslim must count as evidence for their claims, and the testimony of a Hindu and a Sikh or a Hare Krishna or a Jehovah's Witness or a Jain must count as evidence for their claims too. And these claims all cancel each other out because they're not compatible. So that means necessarily there are billions of people in the world making claims of personal testimony for false beliefs, right?
Yeah, I understand your point, and it's valid. I won't argue with that.
So far we have written in a book and personal testimony. Anything else?
Well, also if you have to, I suppose it would take a long time to explain the whole picture. But if one had the patience to sit down and listen to it all and understand it and apply some logic to it, then it might become a bit more convincing. I'm not going to say that you would be convinced by it, but I am, and I'm happy to go with that.
Fair enough.
I've had not just one of these experiences, but a number through the course of my life. You can see, because I got the camera on, my head is not brown anymore like it used to be, similar to yours.
Mine's less brown by the day. I have to say. Yeah.
No, fair enough. That's happening with all of us. But anyway, so there's been a number of things that have brought me to this conclusion, but also kept me over there. Because one thing I will tell you, that in the light of, shall I say, the opposition to belief and to the church and to everything that comes with it, it's not, how can I put it, it's not easy. It's
Yeah,
it's
I hear that.
very hard to stick with it.
I hear that.
It's
Yeah.
very easy to climb off and, as you guys say, deconstruct or whatever.
Yeah. Well, that
and,
avenue is always open, my friend, and we're here for you
Yeah.
when the time comes.
Okay, thank you.
Dude, we're gonna move it along, but thanks for coming in to
Yeah,
chat,
thank you.
and I hope we're able to clarify some stuff for you, and I
Yeah.
appreciate your attention on the channel and stuff. Appreciate it.
Okay.
All right. Take care.
Cheers then.
Thanks. Bye. Okay. We are going to bring in Mohammed from the YouTube side. Hey, Mohammed.
Hey, can you hear me?
We can hear you just fine. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, good. Thanks. What's up?
Somebody was speaking earlier, and I don't know who's co-hosting with you.
Sean.
He said that, yeah, Sean. Oh yeah, Sean. He said that Muslim God would throw everybody in hell.
What he meant was, what he was just using that as an example of the God of another tradition, another religious tradition would say that everyone else has got it wrong, and it is a requirement in Islam that you accept Islam, right?
If
Yes, but
if I've
I'm
heard the
sorry.
word, if I have heard the word adequately articulated to me, meaning the about Islam, and it was properly the message was properly relayed to me, but yet I'm unconvinced by it.
No, it's not unconvinced. You reject it. You understand that it's true, and then you reject it.
Okay, yeah, and we hear different things from different Muslims, and that's okay. So I guess I'll clarify your position. Let's say somebody, an Islamic scholar, a Muslim, someone properly teaches me the word of Islam, but I'm unconvinced it's true. Would I get punished for being unconvinced in the afterlife?
Unconvinced? I don't think so. I think if you understand that it's true and you still reject it, then you would go to hell. But if you don't reject, if you're unconvinced, then maybe on the day of judgment, then God would give you a different a test on the day of judgment.
You said maybe. Now, what does the Quran say about that?
Well, the Quran doesn't say that. It's an interpretation and from later sources, basically.
The Quran in Surah 3:10 says, "Indeed, those who disbelieve, neither their wealth nor their children will avail them against Allah at all. It is they who are fuel for the fire." And in Surah 267, it says, "As for those who disbelieve, it's the same whether you warn them or not. They will not believe. A great punishment awaits them." And Surah 4:56 says, "Indeed, those who disbelieve in our verses, we will drive them into a fire. Every time their skins are roasted through, we will replace them with other skins so they may taste the punishment again." So this, to me, sounds like punishing disbelief.
Yes, punishing disbelief, but it's not, but if you, that's a different point right now, right?
Well,
what do you think disbelief means?
Your qualifier was if you know it's true but you deny it. That is not disbelief.
But if you disbelieve after you understand that it's true, yes,
But that is you can't. But that's not possible. You can't
Yeah.
disbelieve after you understand it's true. Understanding it's true means you believe it's true. You can't believe something and not believe it.
No, you can believe in something or understand that it's true and disbelieve in it. So what?
No, if you understand that it's true, then it's defined as. Unfortunately, your sound is really, really bad, Mohammed. You're very, very broken up, unfortunately. But
yeah,
it's staticky. If you understand that something is true, then disbelief is not an avenue that's open to you.
I'm sorry. Could you read that?
Yeah, if you understand that something is true, if you believe that something is true, then disbelieving it is not available to you. Can't do it. So this you're trying to sort of narrow and qualify what it means to disbelieve, and redefine it as someone who knows it's true but disbelieves it anyway. And what we're telling you is that isn't a thing.
Muhammad, maybe it'll help if you just give us an example of something that you, one, understand is true, and two, don't believe is true. Please give us an example of something where you hold both of those simultaneously.
Well, I don't hold to that position because if I believe that, for example, Christianity is true or Judaism is true, I wouldn't believe in Islam. So it wouldn't be.
No. I'm saying forget about religion. You're trying to claim it's possible to, one, understand that something is true, and two, not believe is true. How is that not a contradiction? Like, name something where you hold both of those things simultaneously, both of those belief states.
No. Like if I saw something, for example, happen, and then I disbelieved in that. I go, no, it didn't happen. Okay, now my reality has changed. Now I can convince myself that I didn't see what I've seen. Right?
Oh, no. So okay, so you're talking about just saying it's not true. So if I'm convinced that black holes exist, but then I just claim that black holes don't exist, I still only have one belief state. I believe black holes exist. But I could lie about my belief state, but that's a separate thing from knowing something is true or understanding something is true and also not believing it's true. That's
something inside of you. Like you can lie about something that's valuable. That's still people do that. People can believe something that is true and then just say no, I don't believe it.
Well, they could see it. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, I was going to say, whenever you're speaking about this stuff, Mohammed, try to be very clear with yourself, really, about whether you're talking about someone's behavior and actions and the things they do and the words they say, and somebody's internal sense of what's actually true, because they are categorically different. We're not talking here about what words you say. We're talking about what you actually think is true. So if you have read this text, if you've read the Quran and you, to quote you, kind of know it's true, then it doesn't matter what words you say. What you could say is that people who know it's true but behave differently are going to be punished.
Yes,
but that's not. But that's not. But that's not what the text says. The text specifically.
No, it matters for God. It matters for
sure,
God.
But that's not what the text says. The text specifically punishes non-belief. That's why it uses phrases like, "It doesn't matter whether you warn them, they won't believe." And this believe thing means the internal state of thinking that something's true. And do you agree with me that it doesn't make any sense to punish that?
No. But the verse that you told me, 3:10, it says those who disbelieve will never will their wealth or their children avail them against Allah at all. And and it says they who are fuel for the fire. So they disbelieve. It's not that they are not convinced. It does not say that. Disbelieving in something is when you recognize that it's true and you still go, no, I'm not going to believe in it.
That's not what disbelief means. That's not what disbelief means.
That's what, according to the Quran, that's what it is.
Right. Well, that's nothing to do with belief. That's just knowing the rules and choosing not to follow them. That's nothing to do with belief. So that's just not it. No. And there's a surah in the Quran, and I forget which it is, where the Prophet says that Allah chooses who has belief and who doesn't. That he chooses it himself.
Yeah, he can choose that.
So he's making people.
But you don't know that. No. But you don't know that. But you don't know that.
Making people not believe.
No, not necessarily, because if people are sincere and
is the Quran wrong? Is the Prophet lying about
that? The Quran is not wrong. The Quran is not wrong. You don't know whether God.
The Prophet claims that God chooses who has belief and who doesn't. That people have belief. I wish I had the surah here. If Ems was here, he would know it. Obviously, that people have belief with the God's permission. So God's granting that belief to people and deciding who doesn't have it, and then punishing the people who don't. Does that strike you as morally sensible?
No, because you don't know that. Because you don't know whether you are. You don't know if you want to believe. If you are sincerely seeking the truth, God will not stray you away from belief.
So the prophet's wrong then.
No, the prophet. Well, I don't know the source that you are mentioning. Maybe if you can tell me what it is, I can search it right now and look it up.
I actually can't remember what it was, but we were talking about it on a previous discussion with Ems, where he pointed out.
That's okay. That's okay. But
I was shocked to see it.
No, that's okay. But I maybe I'm gonna look into it further.
It's a kind of Quranic. It's a kind of Quranic Calvinism to sort of say that God actually decides who has belief and who doesn't, and then punishes the ones who don't.
Okay, but does the person who is being punished, does he know that, or is he seeking the truth? Like, does he know that God willed him that he will never believe?
Yeah, I don't know. I would imagine not. It just sounds like a big sort of manipulation to me. It sounds pretty horrible.
Well, I don't believe so.
I mean, Allah can clear all this up and just let everyone on the planet know He exists and that what the right religion is, etc.
Well, that's not going to be fair then.
Why wouldn't it be fair? That's the only thing.
Because this life is a test. We believe that this life is a test, and God sends us messengers and prophets of God, and tells us
who's doing the test.
How?
Sorry to interrupt you, but who's carrying out the test?
God has given us a test.
Do all-knowing beings have to do tests?
No, not necessarily. But that's irrelevant to us. We are the one giving the test.
What
does that mean?
Go ahead, John.
Yeah, no, it's just this idea of an all-knowing being having to carry out tests seems a little confused.
Why not? Why is that?
Well, because all-knowing tests are things you do when you need to find something out. For example, whether someone knows something, or whether someone's competent at something, or whether someone is showing good character, or stuff like that. An all-knowing God wouldn't need to do tests to find out these things. He would know already, wouldn't he?
Yeah, it would be.
He knows.
He knows.
So imagine if let's do something a little more intuitive. Imagine God is testing the faucet water to see how much lead is in the water, and he's actually running like a physical test on it. Where if he's all knowing, he already knows how much lead's in the water. So why would God need to test it?
He doesn't.
Right. But he's performing tests according to you when he already knows everything.
He created a test. Yes, exactly. He knows, but we don't know. So we the one giving the test. We don't know. We are given free will to do whatever we want in this life, whether to follow God or to stray away, whether to worship or disbelieve, and then we are held accountable for that test.
So why is it even something to be tested as far as like, instead of God just letting us know He's all here, I'm going to give you just enough information to where some people are not going to believe in me, some people are. Why is believing He exists with insufficient evidence to convince you, or just enough or what have you? What is there like what's the moral implication of being convinced or not being convinced?
I found the verse.
Like, why is that something to be tested?
I'm sorry, what is that on the screen?
Okay,
so I'm showing you the. I found the surah that I was thinking about. It's Surah 10:100. It is not for a soul to believe except by permission of Allah, and He will place defilement upon those who will not use reason. So this is saying that only people who have the permission of God will believe. So people who don't believe don't have His permission. Can you see why that creates a moral problem?
I'm sorry, let me just read it. Okay. Yeah, have you read the verse before? Do you mind reading the verse before, just right before it?
What, 99 over here? And had your Lord willed, those on earth would have believed. This makes it worse. All of them entirely. then, Muhammad, would you compel the people in order that they become believers? So this is talking
Exactly. So he's the one.
about whether there's compulsion in belief, right? But an unfortunate side effect of this discussion is the claim that belief has to be bestowed ultimately by God's permission. That doesn't make things better; it makes them much worse.
No, it doesn't. Because you don't know whether you are a disbeliever or a believer. Okay, you can believe, or you can, as I said, you can disbelieve. Okay, you can seek out the truth and find out what is the truth, and try to find out, does God exist?
I have. So has John for years, both of us, and we both remain unconvinced that any gods exist.
Okay, so.
And Dr. Diggs is in the TikTok chat, says she's got another surah.
We're going to bring Dr. Dig up right now.
She can't. Unfortunately, Dr. Diggs, you can't speak across platform without being on video.
4213.
4213. Okay.
He has yep.
I'll find
He has ordained for you. Okay. Do you want me to read it?
So because our other guest is on YouTube, you won't be able to speak to them directly, but I'm looking up 4213.
Okay.
I'll bring it in. I found it right here. So I'll drop you down, but then feel free to come back in.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Speak in a minute. Okay. Okay. So thank you for that contribution. Let's have a look what this says. It says he has ordained for you of religion what he enjoined upon Noah, and that which we have revealed to you, and what we enjoined upon Abraham and Moses and Jesus, to establish the religion and not be divided therein. Difficult for those who associate others with Allah is that to which you invite them. Allah chooses for himself whom he wills and guides to himself whoever turns back. So it's the same thing. It's recapitulating this idea of God deciding who's going to find him and who doesn't. So what's the moral logic of God deciding all of this stuff and then punishing people for not having the thing that he decided not to give them?
No, he did. He does give them, and the person turns away in this verse you just showed me.
He's saying that he decides who's going to be guided to him, and these verses are all painting a picture of belief being something which needs to be bestowed onto someone by God. And if you think about it, this is an argument we make all the time anyway, because if God is ultimately powerful, God knows exactly what it would take to make any given person believe and could just do it with a click of his fingers easily, then we'd all believe, then we'd all know the truth, and we wouldn't have to have all of these silly wars about what names to use for our imaginary friends.
You won't. If God revealed himself and you saw God, you would still say it's probably a hallucination. You would still.
That would make God incompetent then, wouldn't it? That would mean that God thought it was going to.
God incompetent.
It would mean that he thought it was going to convince me, and it didn't. That would make him a bumbling fool, wouldn't it?
Is God powerful enough to convince? Is God powerful enough to convince us he exists?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, if he's powerful enough to convince us he exists, that means he can convince us he exists. But definitionally, I wouldn't think it's a hallucination. Otherwise, I'm not convinced. Right? Like,
what does that mean? You can see something happen in front of you, and you can still, as I said, you can disbelieve. You can say, no, that didn't happen. I didn't see God.
If God is all powerful, he can reveal himself in such a way that I don't think it's a hallucination, that I actually understand he exists.
Yeah, okay, but that's not going to be.
He's not powerful enough to do it, Sean. He's not powerful enough to do it. Before we carry on, I just have to quickly read these super chats before they disappear from my queue, because my software keeps them for a while, and then once a certain number of messages comes through, they get bumped off and I lose them. So I don't want to lose them. So if you'll bear with me just quickly, thank you again. So this was Isa Secular, our lovely French guest from earlier. Thanks for having me on. I knew I had to stay to listen to the guest after me. Yeah, that was a doozy, wasn't it? And you're right. These people are real. Keep up the good work. This is not referring to you, Mohammed. It's an earlier caller. And then Godwin says, John, this is your lot in life. You chose this, or did you? So stop complaining, and please, please, please never stop cooking Christians. Thank you. Well, it's not my intention to stop ever. I appreciate that very, very much indeed. Definitely something we like doing around here. And again from Godwin, I take it back. Complaining is the best response. Fair enough. Yeah, thank you for the messages and contributions. I greatly appreciate them. Okay, back to the matter at hand. The idea here really is just leaning into the realization that the thing you're describing of it's true but you don't believe it, that isn't a thing. That just isn't a thing. It's a self-contradiction. It's a married bachelor. It's a square circle. There is no knowing it's true and not believing it. Now, you can be in denial.
There's absolutely people who would see video evidence of something and then reject it.
Yeah, but then you don't know it's true.
Everybody says
then you
it's
don't
AI.
know then you don't know
they
it's
know
true.
It's true. They're just disbelieving. They choose to disbelieve.
No. If you're giving the example of somebody who sees video evidence and rejects it, seeing video evidence and rejecting it is the definition, or rather an example, not a definition, an example of not being convinced it's true. Being convinced it's true would be to see video evidence and find it convincing.
You're literally violating the law of non-contradiction.
No, it's not. I'm not. It's not a contradiction. The person can see something. I can see something. I've seen people do it.
Seeing
people
something.
See a situation and then they go, no, that's not what happened, and then they change it in their mind.
Okay, so seeing something is a separate thing from knowing something is true. Those are two separate things. So you've changed the parameters. What we're saying is impossible is that someone can know something is true and not believe it's true simultaneously. That is impossible. It's nonsensical.
Yeah, I want to add a point of subtlety here to just clarify something, because if I was in your position right now, Mohammed, the argument I would be making is, what about denial? What about people who are in denial? And we know that denial is a thing. So it would feel remiss to have this conversation without at least acknowledging how we interpret what it means to be in denial in the context of a conversation like this. So there are two types of denial, and unfortunately, neither of them do the thing you're trying to find here, which is knowing something's true but not believing it. So one type of denial is when you have such a strong emotional interest in a particular position, either against it or for it, that it actually clouds your judgment and your perception. So I call this cognitive denial. So it actually changes the way your mind evaluates the claim, and you can end up believing something on insufficient evidence because of that bias. It's a type of motivated thinking. So an example would be a parent who really wants to think that their kid is, a good, well-behaved kid, has to engage with the fact that their child is bullying other children. And because they just can't believe to think that little Timmy would be bullying other children, they kind of can't believe it, even though the evidence is there. That's a type of denial. The other type of denial is behavioral denial, where it's true. I think this might be what you're alluding to, where something is true, but you just don't admit it outwardly. You just don't say it. There's a disconnect between what your mind is telling you internally, your own view of how things are, and what you're saying, how you're behaving. And that's another type of denial. And I think that what you're reaching for when you say somebody who knows something's true but doesn't believe it, that isn't the thing that exists. I think you're reaching for somebody who knows something's true but doesn't admit it. And that's a very, very different thing, because not admitting it hasn't got anything to do with what your beliefs are.
Yes, but if somebody, if you recognize the truth in Islam, for example, in the message of Islam, and then, as you said, you're in denial. You go, no, I'm not gonna follow it because there's too many restrictions. Because I want to follow my desire. I wanna worship myself. I wanna gamble and drink and do all these things. So that is disbelief. That is denial, and therefore,
it's nothing to do with belief. It's accepting the laws and choosing not to follow them. So if I know the speed limit on a road is 60 and I drive at 80, does that mean I don't believe the speed limit is 60?
No, but when the cop pulls you over and you lie and you say no, I was going 60.
Yeah.
Believe me.
Well, you're proving my point. A cop pulls you over and you lie, and you lie about what you think was going on. That's nothing to do with your beliefs, right? This example proves the point, right? The situation you described as somebody who hears the law, here's how it's supposed to be, here's what you're supposed to do, and chooses to do something differently. Well, they either accept that that's the law or they don't. They either accept that's real and believe it, or they don't. If they believe it and they just decide to go against it, that's about their behavior, not their belief.
And are they punished when they're caught up?
That's irrelevant. It's irrelevant.
No, it's not irrelevant because the law exists. Because the law. So hold on. Because the law exists, as you mentioned. Okay, the law exists, and they're choosing to go against it, and then they're lying. So they will be punished no matter what, right? But the police officer, when they pull them over, he doesn't
scenario. This whole conversation is us trying to get you to see that the scenario you're describing isn't the one described in the Quran. The Quran is not talking about people who believe this stuff and choose to live differently. That's not what this is. They're specifically talking about belief.
So, as we said, denial. So they will understand the truth of Islam and then they deny it. They will go to the hellfire after.
Not denial. Not believing in. Do you understand there's a difference between believing X, but then claiming is X not true, and actually not believing X? You understand those are two different things, right?
Yes.
Okay. Because you keep conflating them and swapping back and forth. What we're saying is impossible is to know X is true and also not believe X. That's a separate thing from knowing X is true and claiming X is false. Those are completely different things.
Yep.
And you keep mixing them up, and that's why we keep going in circles.
And to just cap this off before we tie it up here, Mohammed, even if it were true that what we're talking about here is some kind of not following the law, why did they have to have their skin continually burn off their bones? I mean, who dreams up something as horrific as that? What purpose is served by God continuing to torture someone forever by having their skin burnt off their bones and put back on and burnt off and put back on and burnt off and put back on? Is that good in your view?
Yeah, that is good because you rejected God.
There you go. Okay, I think that's the logical conclusion to that call, don't you think? I'm going to let that final statement stand by itself. To recapitulate, Muhammad says it's good for people who rejected God to be tortured infinitely by having their flesh continually burnt from their bones. Okay? These people walk among us, folks. They are in our culture, in our society. They vote. Christians, Muslims, full of these crazy ideas. Weird. They appear to be sort of mentally normal people. And then you just lift up the cover and look under the surface, and they're able to hold these views. It's good to do that to people. Okay, back on the TikTok side, we are going to bring in YH. If you want to swap over there, Sean. How is it going, YH?
Yes, sir. How are you?
Good. You're on with Sean and John.
Excellent. And let me turn the volume up. Say again, you talking to Sean and John? Is that what you said?
Yep.
Yes. How you doing?
Excellent. Excellent. Very nice to speak with you both.
Likewise.
I've been looking for God for all of my life. I've been to Orthodox churches and mosques and synagogues and Vedanta temples and I don't know what all. And I've come across an idea that I'd love an answer to. It's something like that the religions, I mean, they might as well be true for the people that are having them, and that they are software systems that produce adaptive behaviors in populations. And when Nietzsche, for example, is saying, God is dead and we have killed him, what shall we use to wash the blood from our hands? We murderers of all murders. This isn't a triumphant thing. Good, God's dead. Now there's no rules. He's saying, uh-oh, we've pulled the carpet out from underneath ourselves, the thing that holds society together. Now what do we do? So he comes up with this idea of the Übermensch and so on and so on. But that seems like a pretty convincing notion to me, especially given that in the secular humanist developed world, birth rates are falling, things just seem to be going to pot. What if religion and the health of society goes hand in hand?
I think there's a generous amount of evidence that puts that claim to bed. So if you track metrics of human well-being, from infant mortality to literacy rates to average income per capita to life expectancy, you generally find them inversely correlated with religiosity across cultures.
That's fascinating. I've heard exactly the opposite. I've heard that they stay married longer, they have more babies, they make more
Why
money.
why is having more babies a good thing or a virtuous thing? I
Or
think
even
people
staying married longer is not necessarily.
Yeah, or even staying married longer, because, like, okay, so for example, in the Philippines, there is no divorce. They can't for religious reasons. They are not allowed to divorce. So, do you know what the divorce rate is in the Philippines? 0. And is that a triumph of religion? No, because one, someone, it pressures people to stay in relationships that they're not happy with, potentially being when there's abuse and everything involved, and two, when people do separate and get themselves out of bad situations, the divorce rate's still 0. They're just not married in any meaningful sense. It's a document held at the government headquarters. So staying married isn't necessarily the right thing. Having more children isn't necessarily the right thing, especially if you're poor, and having unwanted children is not a good thing in and of itself.
I mean, it's a fair point, but I have to think at the end of the day, if you're trying to judge whether something is good or bad,
yep,
and you don't have anything else to go on except for nature.
No, we do.
Birth rate has to be.
We have
the very
more
top of it.
reliable
I mean,
metrics.
It has to be.
We have more reliable metrics.
It has to be. How about violent crime rate? How about violent crime rate?
What you're saying?
Is lower rates of violent crime a good thing?
Lower rates of violent crime, I'd imagine so.
Okay, so that's a good thing. So that's something that's not birth rates. How about life expectancy?
No. I mean, it's some sort of standard. I mean, given that the demographics of the entire developed world are falling, South Korea won't exist pretty soon.
That's not true. I was just in South Korea. They are very, very heavily populated. You're saying they won't exist pretty soon.
Yeah, I mean, according to all the demographics, the statisticians I'm familiar with, I mean, it's a famous thing that North Korea is having more children than South Korea, and all North Korea is a communist place. They've really made a god out of Kim Jong-un.
They haven't. So sit in traffic. Go to Seoul and sit in traffic for 4 hours to go like 3 miles, and then tell me that they're like going to disappear soon.
And also, North Korea is a country where the people, although the people are living in absolute misery for most of the time.
Say again?
That North Korea is a country where the people are highly oppressed, like chronically lacking freedoms. Like this is not a model for how to organize things.
I guess the long and short of it, fellas, is that as far as I know, from whoever I'm listening to, all these people that know more than me, the guys that study this sort of thing for a living, that the demographics are falling. Anywhere that there's a development, women are going to college, secular humanist world, so on and so on. And
why is that a problem? Let's imagine that the population in certain areas is decreasing.
They say
why is that a problem?
That's a problem. It's because the economy will collapse if they don't. Like Japan, if these people, everyone, the whole of Europe, America, the only reason America has a replacement birth rate is mass migration. You have to pick one of the two, economic collapse or mass migration. But even then, it doesn't still solve the demographic problem. All the demographics are falling. I mean, that's all I know. I'm pretty sure that's true.
Doxon Greenlight says, I'm sick of this argument. Low birth rates are a result of capitalism. If a society wants
Sure.
more families, it should be more affordable to have one.
That's fine.
I sympathise with that. I don't know.
That's fine.
I think we can be a little bit arbitrary about how we pick our metrics for well-being, but I think it's a stretch to say that it's religion that holds the key to improving how we score across these metrics. That is a big claim, and my understanding of things is it's not borne out by evidence. I think, I also don't like to be too broad. So, like, I don't have a problem as much with religion as a concept. Religion is very broad, right? It's like sport. It's like if I said sport is dangerous, it would be a silly thing to say, because at one end you've got, very highly dangerous sports, and the other end you've got curling, right? Like it's professional floor cleaning, not very dangerous. And it's a bit the same with religion. There are some manifestations of religion which, to my mind, are fairly benign. I don't think anyone is in significant danger of being harmed by Quakers, for example. I don't think the Quakers are likely to cause anyone any real harm. The Jains are probably fairly unlikely to cause anyone any harm. They exist on a continuum that also contains within it the Westboro Baptist Church and ISIS, right? All within that umbrella of religion. So to say, we need more religion is to be a bit broad. I think we should talk about specific things, like specific doctrines, like doctrines which tell people that they deserve to be punished for what their beliefs are. Would you agree with me that that is a really toxic, horrible, damaging idea that we need to move on from?
I don't think it's actually possible. I think that to imagine that you could do that is to imagine a man who is entirely rational. And I don't think they are. I don't think they ever can be. I think to the degree that you could be rational, it is only you could only achieve it to a small degree. And it would take very much training. And many people are simply too stupid for it.
That might be true, but that's not an argument to not fight our corner. That's not an argument to not take a stand, because people could have said similar things about civil rights or about the suffrage movement. And what we have to do is we have to say, yes, we're unlikely to. There aren't conversations we're going to have that are going to make these silly religious ideas go away. But it has to start somewhere. We have to start somewhere. And to my mind, being silent about these things for fear of for fear of offending the odd person is not acceptable. We have to call out these dangerous, harmful ideas where we find them.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fair enough point. It's a fair enough point. But I mean, say for instance, and I think I'll finish with that.
Hold on, one sec.
Excuse me, I was saying something. The fellow I was speaking with yesterday, he seemed to have a religion.
I did invite Dr. Digin, and I'll let you clarify your point in just a moment, but I'd just like to hear what her contribution is, if you don't mind.
So I apologize for interrupting you. I wanted to interrupt because I wanted to go back to something that you said about South Korea. South Korea, and it does tie into religion. The reason that the birth rates are so low in South Korea, it's in part due to the 4B movement. Now, the 4B movement emerged quite publicly after a very high-profile case in 2016 of a man murdering a woman because he said that she ignored him. And women in the country said, we will not date men, we will not marry men, we will not have children with men, we will not be in relationships with men, because all that men do to us is inflict harm on us. So let's be very clear about why the birth rate in that country that you have picked, and it's now spread to other countries, why that happened. It wasn't because they lost God. It wasn't because there was a movement towards secularism. It was because women got fed up of being assaulted and killed by their male partners. And now I will go on mute.
I mean that's fair enough. I understand what you're saying, but the fact is, this same demographic collapse exists all over the world. And I mean, like I said, yesterday I had a conversation with a fellow who was on this sort of the aisle with secular humanism, and he said to my face that if it so happened that the fate of humanity relied on, say, abolishing women's rights or secular humanist enlightenment values or something like that, because, whatever weird quirk of nature, he would just rather people not to exist at all. Now, I think that that's a religion in and of itself. That is a faith. That is I don't know what you call a fanaticism. And I feel like a great many people feel that way. And I'm not saying things are one way or another. I'm just wondering, what if we're wrong? What if this religious stuff is something that glues people together? Or, I mean, the only reason any of this stuff could exist to begin with, from a Darwinistic point of view, is because it's adaptive. Now, why would it exist for so long if it wasn't good for something? And what do you replace it with? It can't be secular humanism. It doesn't fit the bill. It's not producing births. It's
Well,
not producing people.
we don't necessarily replace bad ideas with other ideas. We just get rid of the bad ideas. So when kids lose their belief in Santa, they don't look for something to replace that belief in. They just realize that belief isn't sustainable anymore, and they move on from there. In terms of the adaptive nature of this, one thing that religious movements are really good at doing is promoting community. I grant that.
Yes.
Absolutely grant that. And that's a big part, I think, of why these kinds of things have prevailed and remained a big part of our culture. Community is really important. And I think it is hard to not have that. And one of the things that people really lose when they deconstruct and move out of religious frameworks is that sense of community that it brings, and it's hard to find that. I grant that, but that on its own doesn't provide validation for the ideas themselves, and that's the thing I have a problem with. I don't have a problem with community. I don't have a problem with religion as a concept. I have a problem with dangerous ideas and harmful ideas, such as the ones that a few of our guests today have nonchalantly dropped into the conversation. And
that is an entirely fair point. I understand exactly what you're saying. I think the feeling I'm having in my gut is, like, you listen to that Jonathan Haidt sociologist guy, as far as he can tell, religion is just baked into the cake because people make it out of anything and everything. It's a feature, not a bug, that people are doing this. Whatever. Scientology, or you could even make religion out of something that doesn't even have anything to do with God. Confucianism doesn't have a God, or whatnot. You could LGBT could become its own religion. Anything could become a religion. Anything.
Not really.
That's what people do.
Yeah.
Well, according to him, it does, and he's smarter than me, so I'm listening to him. I'm not saying it is or isn't. I'm just going with the idea. And so, if that's true, then hey, people are fundamentally irrational. They're nuts. So you might as well pick the type of crazy that creates babies and communities, even though it's got all this crazy stuff in it.
And why is it a better thing than people having skepticism and sound epistemology, the ability to critically think?
Because it doesn't make babies, and people aren't like that. And if you tried to make the world like that, you'd fail because people aren't like that. You are.
I have an idea for you. YH, I have an idea for you. How about if you want to make more babies, you could start a religion of telling men not to beat and kill their female partners. How about that?
Great idea. Give it a shot. I bet you'll get some adherence to it. But
no, I mean, you're the one here, saying that it's a feature, not a bug. And women, let's be quite clear. You're not talking about, women are the one that bear this burden to have all the children that you want. Why don't you, if this is so important to you, why don't you go on a campaign of telling men to stop beating and assaulting and murdering their female partners? And then I guarantee you more women would be willing to have children.
I don't think that's the reason why they're not having children. I think it's got to do, like the other fellow
What's
said,
the number one cause of death for pregnant women? What is the number one cause of death for pregnant women in this country?
In America?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. What is it?
Murder by their male partners.
Excuse
It's
me?
homicide.
Are you sure about that? I'll be
I
fascinated.
am 100% sure.
Well, I mean that's kind of the point I'm making. I'm not advocating for any of this. I'm just asking the damn question because I can't get rid of it in my head. Like, nature is incredibly brutal. 98% of all the species that have ever existed on the planet Earth are extinct. Why would you expect it to be nice and sweet? I don't think you're going to get it. I think maybe it's exactly what that guy thought. Maybe either the people go extinct or people be really ugly and nasty and unfair to each other. I don't know. It's just a creepy thought that I have in the back of my head I can't get rid of.
YH, why do you consider it to be morally obligatory for people to have children?
Morally obligatory? I don't know if
Yeah, because
it's an imperative for existing.
So having children is, do you really, so let me ask you this, do you really think that if, let's say, John Lennon, he had an idea and it came to fruition, imagine there's no religion, so people just adhere to skepticism, everything else, and religion goes away. This is a hypothetical world. I don't think it'll ever happen. Do you really think the population of humans on Earth would drop to zero? Do you really think that?
I know that it is as things become more secular. I'm sure that has a lot to do with it. I'm sure it has also a lot to do with capitalism and things like that.
Well,
but
at one point, so the birth rate of the entire world has continued to increase. Now, there's still plenty of room in the world. Although some places are.
The only people with a replacement birth.
No, I'm saying for years. I'm saying for years and years it has. I can pull it up like by year, and I don't know if maybe this year it like went down for the first time or something like that.
No.
I'm talking about the global population has gone up dramatically over the decades and the centuries. But like, do you really think now? Let's say the population decreased by half or what have you. Is there a moral problem with that? Is that a problem?
I don't believe in morals. I think they're subjective. But
well, agreed.
Yeah, no, I mean it depends. According to these economist guys, the reason that's the problem. Japan's got to start. They've got to pick in between mass migration or the economy collapsing. I'm not an economist. I don't understand how it works, but apparently, if you don't keep having babies, the economy crashes, and or you got to pick the mass migration thing, and that doesn't solve it either because as soon as they get there, they stop having the babies.
Yeah, so I'm looking at this by year, and it looks like we've had a steady increase year by year by year. So 2020, just Google world population by year, and you can see it continues to grow, and it's projected to continue growing. So like we're not at risk of going extinct, even if secularism causes birth rates to get lower. I actually think only having wanted pregnancies is a good thing. Don't you?
And Sean, hold on, Sean, to add to your point, I'm looking at the world birth rate, and the last year that we have data for is 2023, and the birth rate in the world is 2.2. Do you know the birth rate that is required to keep the replacement level going?
What's that?
It's 2.1. So we're still above the replacement level. We're in excess.
Globally. But that's just because of India and Africa, and as they become developed, they don't have babies either. And as they move to the first world, they don't have babies either.
I think you're making a lot of assumptions, but again, do you agree with me, YH, that people only having wanted children is a good thing?
It depends. The only moral imperative I can think of, and it's not even a moral, it's just that you got to exist, is to exist. And whatever gets in the way of that has to be bad. That's all I know. That's all right.
We're gonna move it on. Yeah, I think we've done this
all
one.
The best. I'm
thank you for your
call you back later.
Thank you for your input. Okie dokie. Dr. Dig, lovely to see you as always.
Hi. Oh my gosh. There's a couple things that we're really getting going, and one of them is I believe in God, so you women have to have as many babies as I want.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of got that. I kind of got the Catholic vibes, even though it sounds like is. I didn't recall his theology, but
Docs and Greenlight
yeah.
says this is great replacement theory. I hope it isn't, because that's really some real old dark shit. But yeah, I mean, it sounded a little that way. I'm not sure. I don't think we necessarily interrogated his personal beliefs too much. He started off the call by saying that he'd investigated all of these different faith traditions, but I'm not
Right.
entirely sure we got clarity on where he'd landed in that investigation. But maybe we should have asked. I don't know. I get a little bit icky about men making arguments about how many babies women should have. Feel a little uncomfortable
Yeah.
about that. Yeah, that's a bit weird. But before we move on to our next caller, who's actually Christopher on the YouTube side, we will get him in just a moment. Dr. Dig, did you have anything else that you wanted to share?
No, I can drop in.
Okay. Well, lovely to see you as always. We always appreciate your input, and great to have you around as always. Take it easy.
Thank you. You too. Bye bye.
All right. Take care. Okay. We are bringing in Christopher right now. Hi, Christopher. Christopher, are you there? You are now in.
Good morning.
Hello. Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you. I appreciate you taking my call.
Sure.
I was in the live stream for a minute, so I didn't get to participate in everything that you were discussing, but I wanted to talk about the worldview on Christianity and atheism. I don't know what the hype is about whether we believe in God or not, whether there is a God or isn't a God. I don't understand why everybody's so concerned with those beliefs. Okay, I don't understand why we're out to disprove that there is a God, why we're out there to prove that there is a God. I guess I'm confused, and I'm going to be a realist with you, okay? I'm going to be real. I'm going to be vulnerable. I'm going to just share, okay? The very fact that we are human beings and we're individuals tells me that we have a right to believe what we choose to believe. And no one has a right to impede on that or infringe upon that or impose upon that, okay? And what do I mean by that when I say that? Okay, what I mean is, okay, if you're an atheist, it's not upon me to make you believe that there is a God. I understand that the world as a whole, they have this moral obligation to get people to believe God exists. And that's what we're taught in the Bible. I believe that there's a God. I do. Okay. And that is my personal reason. Just like each and everybody on here that's listening in the live stream, on TikTok, whatever, it's your belief to believe what you want to believe. Okay. I have no power to convince anybody if they already have it in their heart that they're not going to believe in God. Okay. That's upon them.
Christopher, can I ask you a clarification on that?
Go for it.
Okay, so I'm an atheist. You're presumably you're a Christian, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So if it turned, I'm an atheist, and I agree with you. I don't think people can just believe what they choose, but that's a semantic thing. Like, people should not be prohibited from practicing their religion or what have you. Everyone just live and let live. I'm totally with you on that. Now, I will also go further and say, for example, if a publicly funded, if a teacher at a publicly funded public school were promoting atheism in their class, telling children there is no God, it's illogical to believe in God, your parents are wrong about Christianity or what have you, I will join you in calling upon having that teacher fired. Yeah. Will you do the same if there's a Christian teacher or a law being passed that's like telling schools to put up the 10 Commandments, or a Christian teacher that is like promoting Christianity in public school classrooms? Will you join me in fighting against that?
I gotta ask you, why do you want to join? Before I answer that question, why do you want to join in firing the teacher that's promoting atheism? Why would you want to
because that is not the purview of the school. It's up to the parents how they want to raise their children into whatever religious environment. Publicly, now private schools is a separate matter, but a publicly funded schools that's using my taxpayers should not be promoting my theology, your theology, my politics, your politics. There are certain areas that is not within the purview of the school, and that would be somebody on the taxpayer dime using that time to try to indoctrinate other people's children into their theology, even if it's a lack of belief. That's not their job. So will you join me in telling schools to stop promoting Christianity publicly? Not, I don't care about private schools, public schools.
I'm not gonna lie on live, so I'm gonna say no. I'm not gonna join you.
Okay,
be
gotcha.
bluntly honest.
Yeah,
Bluntly
and
honest.
that's why John and I are speaking out against this, because what I'm looking for is a live and let live thing that you told us you espouse. That's actually what I am, and what you're looking for is your religion to be
I'm not
to
gonna join
dominate
you. I'm
others
not.
through the
I'm
force
not.
of
No,
government.
I'm not gonna join you in getting that teacher fired. But I'm also not gonna participate in the entire event. That's just who I am.
Well,
There's a deeper problem here, though. If I may, there's a deeper problem, which is it's not just about this. So your position, would you describe yourself as a Christian?
I would, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you have a very sort of live and let live attitude, which is great, and I'm glad you do. But that doesn't match up scripturally with the faith that you claim to be a part of, right? I mean, does it?
But what faith is that? The faith that you tell me that I have, or the
Well,
faith that I choose to have?
Well, the faith that's written
It's a
that's
choice.
written in the
It's
Bible.
a choice.
Well, it depends.
Well, in the
If
Bible.
you're a Christian who picks and chooses which verses to accept and which to ignore, then that's fine. But if you're actually going to take the words of Jesus, or if you're going to read the Gospel of Matthew and it says in there, go and make disciples of all the world and teach them to observe all I've commanded, right? And it says in Mark as well, similar kind of thing. Go into the world and preach the gospel to all of creation, right? So if you're going to be consistent, you either accept the word or you don't, and then it gets even worse than that, because ultimately
I'm not picking and choosing. I'm not picking and choosing here.
You're not?
What it
Okay.
is for me. No, I'm not picking and choosing. I don't pick and choose the verses I choose to believe in or don't believe in.
Okay.
There's a way of doing things. I'm not going to get somebody fired because I don't believe.
I'm no longer talking about getting
teaching.
someone fired. I'm talking about the general approach to how we think about these issues, right? So your obligation as a Christian under the Great Commission is to go and spread the gospel, right?
Yes, it is. You're right.
So that does entail telling people what you think is true and telling people that what they think is not true. And it gets much worse.
But you're kind of not doing it on purpose. You're kind of twisting the words. My responsibility is to tell the truth.
It's to tell the truth as you see it. Now, here's where it gets much worse, because part of what you see as telling the truth is also telling people that under John 3:18 and Mark 16:16 and others, that unfortunate consequences await them if they don't agree with you about what's true.
What's the unfortunate consequences?
Well, it depends on your particular view of eschatology, but some people would say, accept the words of Jesus and say that those consequences are something like having both their soul and their body in hell, or being thrown into a furnace of fire where there will be weeping and gnashing of teeth. Now, you may say you don't believe the words of Jesus.
Do you know what the unforgivable sin is?
I do. Blaspheming the Holy Spirit.
Right. So that's what we're alluding to. Okay. If you don't believe in the Holy Spirit, you reject the Holy Spirit. Yeah, I'm not going to reject you. I'm going to try to convince you to believe otherwise. I'm going to try to give you the truth. Okay.
These threats from Jesus.
But it's not threat. But they're not threats from Jesus. It's
well,
not threats
they
from
are.
Jesus.
Have you read Revelation?
No.
Have you read
I've read the entire Bible.
Have you read Revelation
all.
21:8? Can you remember what Revelation 21:8 says?
No, I can't. So why don't you refresh my memory?
So Revelation 21:8 talks about what's going to happen to non-believers, right? People like me.
Right.
But as for the cowardly, hang on, let me make sure I'm seeing it. Yeah, there we go. As for the cowardly, the faithless, the polluted, the murderers, the sexually immoral, see who I'm being lumped in with here, all the best of society, the sorcerers, the idolaters, and all liars, their place will be in the lake that burns with fire and sulfur. Right? So there's a threat right there for what's going to happen to people like me who are faithless. That's not, it doesn't say only people who have blasphemed the Holy Spirit.
But that's the faith that you choose.
No, it's not a choice. That's the point. This is the crux of the whole conversation. Is that me being unconvinced of your religious claims isn't a faith that I choose. It's just me not being convinced by your religious claims.
So
in exactly the same way you're not convinced of others.
So what is it that you do choose?
Well, that's irrelevant to this point. What I choose could.
I don't think it is. I don't think it is.
I
think it is relevant. You get to choose. You get to tell me you get to ask me what I choose. Don't I get to ask you?
Well,
what you
I don't choose anything because I don't think beliefs are chosen.
So if you can't have anything, if you choose nothing.
You don't choose anything either, by the way.
No, I do. I do.
You don't.
You can't tell me I don't.
I can.
Yes,
what?
I do.
You absolutely can.
You don't even know who I am. You can't even begin to know who I am.
And yet,
beliefs aren't a choice for anybody. It doesn't matter who you are.
Fact of human psychology that you can only believe something if you're persuaded it's true. So, no matter who you are and how wonderful you are as a person, and you do sound delightful, the reason you claim to choose Christianity is because you are persuaded that its claims are true.
No, that's not the reason why.
Unfortunately,
you want me to give you the reason? Do you want me to give you the reason why? Because
sure.
you get to dictate how I feel. So that's what you're doing right now.
No, I'm not telling you how you feel. I'm explaining what we mean by the word belief.
Can I talk now?
Yeah.
I'm a very big disbeliever in people telling me how I feel, how I think, and how I should feel.
Yeah.
So let me explain to you why.
Before you do, a point of clarification. I didn't tell you how you feel or how you should behave. I just pointed out that everything you believe is a consequence of you having been convinced of something. That's not a claim that I would want to go up against.
Okay. Well, I'm glad that you feel that way. We'll have to agree to disagree on that point. So my point being, okay, I was just like every single one of you that are on here listening, and even yourself. I was a non-believer for a long time. Okay? I didn't believe in any of it.
And something happened to you that persuaded you. Right. Thereby proving my point. Something happened that persuaded you that this stuff is true, and now you're a believer. It wasn't just a choice. You just didn't decide one day, wake up in the morning and think, this thing that I currently think is bullshit, today I'm going to start deciding it's true. That isn't how belief works.
Bullshit. Okay. You believe in something. Regardless of whether you say there's nothing, you believe in something.
I believe in lots of things.
There's going to come a point. Let me just explain my story so I can get to my point. I know that you're trying to take me apart here, and I'm letting you.
I'm not trying to take you apart. We're just having a conversation about the nature of belief. I'm not trying to take you apart.
Okay, the point that I came on here to begin with is I don't understand why we're at each other's throats. You want to believe in what you want to believe, that's fine, well and good. Go for it. I'm not anybody important to tell you who to believe in and who not to believe in.
That's correct.
I'm not.
That's correct. But your Bible claims to be, and the movement that you're a part of claims to be, and the religion that you claim to be part of is responsible for messaging that tells hundreds of millions or billions of people that if they don't believe the correct things, they're going to be punished for that lack of belief, and that is a disgusting and immoral preachment.
Okay. Oh no, it's not. But isn't it that you're proving with the revelations, right? Aren't you, by doing what you're doing? This is what. Okay, in my world. Okay, I'm going to say to you. I'm going to convey the message to you how it would be said in my world. This is exactly what the devil wants.
There you go. So I'm now, what he just said was, I'm proving revelation right by doing this. For speaking out for people who are told that they're bad for their disbelief, for speaking out to legitimize people who find themselves in honest disbelief, and to push back against the messaging that those people hear from left, right, and centre, that their disbelief is something to be ashamed of and makes them bad and makes them morally worthless. For speaking out against that, I'm doing the devil's work, and I deserve the fate in Revelation to be thrown in a lake of fire for that. I think you've pretty much demonstrated exactly why we do this, Christopher. This is why we do it. It's because of messaging like this.
Christopher, is it moral to punish someone for something they cannot choose? Yes or no?
Give me an example of what you mean by that.
Anything. Just anything.
I need specifics. I'm not going to
You're
just
not
answer
generalized to a principle. I can do that.
Yeah, you can't.
I don't want to generalize. I don't want to assume.
So there's nothing to assume. I mean, basically, punishment should be based on things people choose, right? Like if somebody.
Well, do you believe that punishment is morally objective or morally subjective?
Well, I'm not going to. I mean, I think it's subjective. I think it's subjective, but I'm not going to.
So don't answer. So you want to answer? No, but
I just answered your question. I just answered your question. I think it's subjective, but I'm not going to pivot into a different discussion. Call in next time. I'll be happy to discuss moral realism versus anti-realism with you. Do you think it's morally okay to punish someone for something they cannot do?
I don't fit your agenda. That's why you keep on coming at
Yeah,
me.
I just showed you I'm able to answer a question, and you're not.
It'd be super helpful if you could give a straight answer to a really simple question. You either think it's okay or you don't.
What?
To punish people for things that they didn't choose.
They didn't choose? What didn't they choose?
How is that relevant? Give us an example of where it's okay to punish. Give us an example of something where it's okay. If it depends, what does it depend on? When is it okay to punish someone for something they cannot choose?
When they turn a blind eye to something.
When they turn a blind eye to something, that's actually choosing to do something.
No.
Yeah, turning a blind eye is an action.
Have you ever been put in that position?
You're defensive. So what the problem here is, you're looking for a trap, and you worry that if you answer honestly, it's going to poke holes in your position. And if you're behaving that way, you should do some introspection to find out if your position isn't on solid ground. So the point is, belief isn't a choice.
It's amazing how you can answer the question for me, and I'm trying to get to my point.
Well, you're not. Your point. If your point didn't include the word yes or no, you're not actually answering the question.
That's
you're just
what
making your point.
I'm not going to give you.
You're not going to answer the question. I got it. So, do you believe belief is a choice? Yes or no?
Other than that, nah. Do I believe what?
Belief is a choice.
Belief is a choice. Yes.
Oh, okay. Always a choice, or only sometimes a choice?
But with choices comes consequences.
Always a choice, or always a choice, or sometimes a choice?
It's so difficult because this
is it always a choice, yes or no?
Simple question.
Simple question.
Is it always a choice?
Consequences,
yes or no?
He's so desperate to get back to the preaching.
No?
He's not
you can ask John and I any yes or no question. We'll immediately tell you yes or no.
You choose not to believe in God, and you know what your fate is.
Is it always a choice, yes or no?
Can I just point something out? Because something really interesting just happened. So Christopher came in. Christopher came in at the beginning of the conversation, and Christopher's whole stick was, everyone should just let everyone be. Listen to the beginning of the call. Well, this will be on YouTube tomorrow, so you can go check it out. Right? Everyone should be okay. It's not for anyone to tell anyone else what to believe. All this, like, I was almost sitting round the campfire with him strumming a guitar, and now he's reached. You choose to disbelieve. You deal with the consequences. Do you notice that transformation? I think we call that the mask slipping, don't you?
Okay. Can I finish now?
Is belief? Yeah, if you answer my
manipulated
question.
Okay.
Is belief always? Okay. Well, then that's you've just decided to give up. That's fine.
Not capable of having this discussion.
Like literally. So look, people.
You're right.
It's important. It's important for everyone to know when you come up on our lives. John and I hold ourselves to the same standard, to where you will not find, if somebody asks John or I a yes or no question, closed-ended, do you, are you, is it the case that, etc. We all know what a yes or no question is. John and I will immediately give a yes or no, or possibly I don't know, and then elaborate.
Answer me, then answer this.
So we hold
What
ourselves to
you
the same standard, and if you cannot do that, it means you're being disingenuous. There's no reason to not, except as a defense mechanism, because you're worried that answering the question honestly will poke holes in your position.
And
is belief always a choice? Yes or no, Christopher?
Yes, it is. Bottom
Okay,
line.
got
But
you.
the bottom,
We could test
but
that.
this also okay. Now I'm not answering this question. With every choice that you make, good, bad, or indifferent, is there not always some type of result or consequence that comes along with it?
I would
Yes.
say, hold on.
Yes. If you choose to rob a
Hold
bank, you're
on.
going to
Every
jail.
choice that I make, yeah, I would say probably they could be very minor consequences, but the only thing I can choose are actions, not beliefs. But you disagree with me, so let's test this. Choose to believe I'm your long lost Siamese twin.
Okay.
Choose to believe it. Can you do that? Yes or no?
I didn't hear anything you said because I was talking. So go ahead and just repeat the question.
Okay, great. This is a yes or no. Can you choose to believe I am your long lost Siamese twin and actually be convinced it's true? Yes or no?
Yeah, I can choose it.
Okay, let's test that right now. And I know you're not going to lie about your belief state because Jesus will know. Yeah, so all right, so let's test this hypothesis. For the next 5 minutes, choose to believe I'm your long lost Siamese twin and start. Let us know. Do you believe it yet?
Do I believe it?
Yeah, that I'm your long lost Siamese twin.
Has Jesus come down to earth yet?
Don't pivot.
Not as
Don't
far as I
pivot.
can tell.
We're
Yeah, don't
having a
pivot.
conversation about something. Just be
That was a yes or no.
authentic and be in the moment with this. Do you understand why Sean is pursuing this line of questioning? Like, do you understand
That's
what he's doing?
ridiculous. I mean,
are you convinced of it?
Just have some good
Come on.
faith. Just have some good faith, because Sean's trying to show you something.
Yes, to just
If
decide
you
to believe.
provided documentation saying that
Nope.
you were my long lost.
No, not documentation.
If that's required, then belief isn't always. You said belief is always a choice, so you don't need the documentation. So
I don't need it. Okay.
Yeah,
fine.
yeah, no, not if belief is always a choice. So, can you choose to believe right now that I am your long lost Siamese twin, not with new information, just now as an act of will?
You know that this
And
is a
if you-
trap, right?
and
you
if
know
you-
that you're setting me up.
Well,
Because
I'm
I'm going to
setting
say
you.
no.
I'm
I'm going to say
so-
no.
Okay, so
I'm
no,
gonna
you
say
can't.
no.
No, what?
Right.
Okay.
No,
No,
I
what
don't
you-
believe it.
Okay. So
No, I
if
didn't
you-
ask you if you believe
stupid.
it.
Yeah,
I asked
okay.
you if you can.
Okay,
If
so
you can,
this
I
is
do.
helpful. Guys, this is a
No.
breakthrough. This is a breakthrough. So, Christopher, in saying no, then you help yourself to realize something, which is you give yourself the opportunity to reflect on the fact that answering yes to belief can always be chosen might have been a bit hasty. So you can. It's fine. We're not looking to cut you down here. We're helping
That's
you to
because
think
I
about this.
choose
Hang on,
not
I'm
to
speaking. So we're trying to help you to think about this in a more nuanced way than perhaps you were. Once you realize that belief can't always just be chosen, then the next question is, under what conditions can it be chosen, right? Because you've granted that for an extreme case like Sean being your long lost sibling, you can't just make
There's an
yourself believe
echo,
that,
guys.
right?
There's an echo. There's an echo.
Well,
I'm getting a lot of echo.
I think we're all okay at the moment. I'm not hearing a problem. Sean, are you hearing a problem?
No, my mic was on, so maybe he was hearing it from me.
Okay.
I'm muting.
Okay. So, Christopher, where we're at was the reason why Sean was asking you to do that was because his question about being your long lost brother is designed to help you reflect on the fact that you can't just choose your beliefs all the time. So then your next position might be you can choose your beliefs some of the time. And we can show you that you can't choose your beliefs any of the time, because the same mechanisms that stop you from believing that Sean is your brother are the mechanisms that stop you believing anything you don't believe. It's not like there's a certain amount of uncertainty that has to be in the situation, and once it is, then suddenly you start being able to pick your beliefs. It doesn't work that way. So the reason you can't believe Sean is your brother is because you're not persuaded of it. And that's exactly the same reason why I can't believe in Jesus, because I'm not persuaded of it. And the fact that you might say it's more obviously more obviously untrue that Sean is your brother than it is that Jesus isn't God is irrelevant. The uncertainty doesn't change the cognition. So
Okay, since we're on that topic, okay, so you made your point. So let me ask you this
did
question.
Did you grant the point? Do you grant the point?
Yeah, but let me go further than that. Okay, let me go further. Okay, so you get to you use that example. All right. Yeah, you're right. In the last 5 minutes that we've been talking, in the last 2 minutes that I've gotten to know, what's his name, Sean? Is that right?
Yep.
Okay. I haven't had enough. I don't even know Sean. Now, just hear me out. I respectfully heard you out. I just asked you to hear me out. Okay. I don't even know Sean. I don't know Sean from Adam. Okay. I don't know where he comes from, who he is, what he does for a living. You don't even know me. You don't know who I am, what I did, where I live, or anything of that nature. Okay. Belief, okay, unless you're playing lotto and it's a poor example. When you scratch a scratcher and it reveals you won $500, you don't believe it until you go in and check the ticket and the cashier gives you $500. Okay. It takes time to get to know Sean, to understand the facts, to develop a relationship, to become a little bit closer to Sean, to ever believe that Sean could be my brother. Okay. So I'm not going to just dismiss the idea. If someone actually came to me today and not this example,
okay,
I'm
going to interrupt you. I really want to give you time to speak, but I'm just mindful also about not wasting time in the conversation, because he could have used as an example to believe that I am a sandwich. He could have used as an example that you are a dolphin. He could have used as an example that the moon is made of chocolate. The specifics don't matter. The principle is what matters.
They do matter.
Well, then I deeply regret, Sean, not giving you a more obviously untrue example than that, because you're now constructing scenarios where you may have come to believe that, which is to completely miss the point, right? You are not capable. You're not capable of just deciding to believe that the moon is made of chocolate cake, are you?
These are poor examples.
You're not capable of that. And what that illustrates is that if you're not persuaded, belief cannot happen. So then the question only becomes, the only remaining question is, can you make yourself persuaded of something? Can you decide to be persuaded of something? And the answer to that is you cannot.
Do you feel vindicated now?
I'm not looking for vindication. I'm providing clarity.
My point for coming on here this morning is that every choice that we make is personal to each other. Regardless of what you're on here for, regardless of what I'm on here for, you can call me an idiot. The stream can call me an idiot. It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, when I hang up this phone, it's what I choose to believe and what you choose to believe. There's no convincing you. Is it my job as a Christian? Yeah. But if I fail, I fail.
Well,
okay.
Irrespective of belief not being the fact that belief isn't a choice, I can tell you this, Christopher. You disagree with my theological position, and I don't think you deserve any sort of punishment for that. I think you're just convinced of something else, and we could have a conversation about it. And I think it would be barbaric for somebody to send you to a place like hell for all eternity simply because you became convinced of a different theology than I did.
Now, can I make one last thing? Can I make?
It's not a moral failing on your part that you were convinced.
Can I make one? Can I make one last statement?
Sure.
I know you got tough press for time. Okay. Jesus came to serve, not to be served. He and the Pharisees had a very tumultuous relationship. They asked him why he sat down with tax collectors and the sick, and now with the Pharisees and the healed. And Jesus stated that he came for those types of people, for the sick. He doesn't persecute you and send you to hell. He would never do that. And the very fact that
you send yourself to hell?
Of course he does.
No.
Who else sends you to hell?
No.
Who else is going to send you there?
He defeated death, my friend. So
who else is going to send you there?
To believe.
If not God, then who sends you there?
The day will come. I understand that you believe this day will come where you will be faced with something so big that's far beyond your control and comprehension that you're going to wish that you did believe.
That's delightful. I love the no atheists in foxholes argument. I've had my life on the line more than once, quite significantly on the line, and not for one moment did I start believing in imaginary friends in those circumstances. So,
Who said there's no atheists in foxholes?
who else is going to send you to hell if not God?
Nobody's going to send you down.
So Revelation 21:8 is not true. You said earlier that it was.
I believe in God and I believe in Christ. And I have that belief. I'm not going anywhere. So,
I don't mean you. I mean one. I mean
have
someone.
Hey,
I mean me. I mean my cat. My cat's going to go to hell according to this. She doesn't believe in Jesus.
We've reached the point that we're at an impasse. You've made a fool of me enough, and I'm just going to move forward.
My intention was not to make a fool of you, Christopher. My intention was not to make not to make a fool of you.
But if you look at the comments in your live stream, that I say otherwise.
Well,
okay?
my intention is not to make a fool of you. My intention was to try and push you towards thinking about belief in a more compassionate and less dogmatic way. I feel like I've singularly failed to do that.
You're not a victim. You're not a victim, and neither am I. We need
And
to stop playing victims here.
Part of the reason why I failed to do that is I don't think you really came in with a mindset of listening. I think you came in with a mindset of speaking.
Yeah, because I'm done with everybody playing victim.
Well, I'm not playing
You're
victim.
not a victim, and neither am I.
But
Yeah,
do you know what the statistics are on religious trauma in the USA, Christopher?
Do you? If you don't like the circle,
do you know what the statistics are on religious trauma in the USA?
I don't care anymore because I'm not.
You don't care anymore, and that's the problem. That's the problem right there. Is that
you want me to be?
You just won't stop, will you? Not for a moment. Not for a moment. To just calm down and listen to the things that are being said. You just want to keep on talking. So, and even when I cut the mic for a moment, you just keep on going, totally oblivious to the fact that no one can hear you. It's kind of funny, but also sad. So the reason why I do this is not because I'm a victim. I'm not a victim. But I'll tell you who are victims. Are the 50 million people suffering from religious trauma right now in the US, and the 80 million to 100 million people in the US who will suffer from religious trauma at some point in their lives. So you need to ask yourself whether you care about that or not. Now, if the answer is you don't care about it, then carry on doing what you're doing and everyone can accept that.
Can I answer that? Can I answer that?
Because do you care about it?
You bring it up. You bring up these statistics. Yeah, I do. It's not God's fault. It's our fault. We are the ones who twisted God's word to fit our mold and fit our.
And yet it's God's words that caused the trauma in the first place, isn't it? It's the threats of hell. It's the sense of shame for not belief. It's the notion that people who are not convinced by the same things you are have fallen away from what's good and represent some kind of moral failure. Those are the notions, and those have come from the doctrine. So that's what I'm criticizing.
Criticize it all you want. It's not going to change how I view things. Okay, I know for a fact. Look, I've been there. I've done that. I've experienced it myself. Okay, but I found my way back because it was my choice. Just like it's your choice to believe what you want. Each and every single one of these people that are on here this morning, with you, without you, they get to choose, and that's the beauty of who we are. Now, just let me finish. Okay, come on, please.
Well, I got
it's
just one point at a time. You said they get to choose.
Yeah.
Does anyone ever like believe in God and try to continue believing, like choose to continue believing and try to, but are unable to? Does that ever happen?
No one ever said that being a Christian was going to be easy.
No. That wasn't my question. It's a yes or no. Do people ever be like? Do Christians? Do Christians ever?
Because I'm stupid.
Do Christians ever like have a believe Christianity is true, pray, go to church, the whole thing, and then later in life start having doubts? Let me finish. Try to continue believing, but are unable to. Does that ever happen?
Yeah, of course it does. Why doesn't it?
Okay. Then why didn't they just choose to continue believing? It's just a choice, according to you.
I know what you're doing, and I'm not stupid. I'm pretty.
Answer his question, please.
No,
Answer his
I
question,
don't want
please.
to answer that. Okay, yes, you're right. I don't know why they didn't choose. It's a choice that they made. Okay, it's up to them, just like it's up to you.
Unbelievable. This is
Unbelievable.
psychological flat earthism, is what it is. Because Sean is giving you a specific example of people who are highly motivated to believe, who wanted to believe, who were choosing to try to believe, and finding themselves unable to do so.
Why did they lose that belief?
Sean,
For
why
a variety
why
of,
did
it
you
depends
lose your
on.
belief, Sean?
Oh, so for me, it was later in life. Well, for one, when I started learning more about science in the world, like the Genesis account of creation and Noah's flood, those became ridiculous. But then I started thinking, what if those particular stories are just allegories, are not true, and other parts are true? And I began thinking about things where in some countries they're like 99% Muslim. Thailand is like 93, 95% Buddhist. Hinduism is prevalent in India. And I'm like, why is there such a system set in place where what people end up believing is so concentrated on geography and
So, do you
contingent on what
believe in
can
anything?
let
Do
me
you believe
finish.
in any?
Let me
Do you
you asked
believe
me
it? Do you?
you asked me a
Do you
question.
believe in anything?
You,
Yeah. Do
you
you
asked
believe
me
in any?
you asked me a question. All right, so that began me wondering, well, gosh, what if we all have it wrong? And I wanted to continue believing in Christianity. I started having doubts. I prayed about it. I tried to continue believing, and I just couldn't. To ask you a question, do I believe in anything? Everyone believes in lots of things. Like I believe black holes exist. Do you mean anything supernatural? The answer is no. I don't believe in anything supernatural.
That's your choice. I know. At the
Oh,
end of the day, it
Jesus
doesn't matter.
Christ.
Okay, I think we're going to move on from this because it becomes ultimately unrewarding to be trying so hard to give someone a more nuanced understanding of belief and showing that it's not a choice, and really working hard to muster as much patience and goodwill as possible to try and lead him on that road with us, so he can at least have a bit more of a compassionate orientation himself towards people's beliefs, which is, after all, what he started out saying at the top of the call when he first came in. His thing was all about how people should be able to be however they are and whatever, and yet we've outlined how brutal this ideology is with regard to people's beliefs, and all he can do is cling on like a baby on a teat, cling on to this idea that belief is chosen because it has to be that way, otherwise the moral logic of his theology collapses. And that's what we see time and time again with these things. This is I can only imagine the cognitive dissonance there, because he just was not ready to think more broadly. Okay, so a couple of things. My super chat tracking app doesn't manage to keep hold of them all for long enough, so occasionally I want to be able to display them and too much time has gone past and they fall away. I am working on a fix for that. I aim to have that sorted this week, so I really greatly appreciate people who are kind enough to send super chats, and it's very annoying for me that I can't put them all up on screen all the time, so that's very, very annoying. Aaron sent a really nice one. Thank you, Aaron. Aaron said, John, you're an incredible rhetorician. How does one develop this skill? Is there a book or something? I'm afraid I don't have a book. I don't have a book. I just have heroes. I just have people that I've listened to who are good speakers, and I try to learn from other people who are better than me at doing it. So I wish I could say yes, here's a book, but sadly I don't. I'm afraid. But I greatly appreciate the compliment, and I greatly appreciate the donation as well. Thank you very, very, very much. Okay, let us stay on the YouTube side just for a moment. We've got Shaquille and Screaming Silence and INFJ on the TikTok side. We will get to you guys, but we're just going to bring in, I guess it looks like either Ita or I'm sure they will tell me right now. Hi and welcome. You're on with John and Sean.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Absolutely fine.
Yeah, I just wanted to check. Are you okay with? I usually have my camera on, but my office is a bit funky behind me. So
No
are you
problem
okay?
at
if
all.
I
I don't have
keep
mine on. You're good. How you
Totally
doing?
fine. Totally fine.
Okay. I only caught some of the discussion that you had with the guy previous. I mean, actually, when I joined here, I couldn't actually hear him responding.
Yeah.
So I mean, because I wanted to kind of discuss on the same lines about the belief thing. So
Okay.
if there's anything I'm kind of repeating that he said, then apologies for
If
that.
there's an overlap, I'll make that clear so it's not too disinteresting for the audience, and we'll try to keep things moving along well. But don't feel obligated to avoid the same footprints he's left. So go for it.
Yeah, so I guess I've seen clips of you, or like bits of videos before about the belief thing you've discussed. So
Yeah.
is the basic idea that you can't like voluntarily choose what you believe. So I guess what they call is it doxastic involuntarism or something like
Correct.
that. Is that it?
Exactly. Exactly.
Would you mind maybe expanding a little bit, like what your thoughts on that? Because I guess you've written a book which I've not read, but just you might have more to
Oh,
say
no,
on that.
no one's read it. It's not out till November, although it is
Oh, okay.
available from all fine booksellers everywhere in the world that speaks English. So yeah, it is. I'm not going to wildly plug the book right now, but it's called Unconvinced, and it is a defense of doxastic involuntarism and why it's important. So the idea is actually really simple. This is not an earth-shaking idea at all. It's sort of something which should be intuitively obvious, which is that if you're convinced of something, then belief happens to you. You can't stop it. That's really what belief means. It's the thing that happens to your mind once something convinces you. And if you're not convinced, then belief isn't possible, because you have to be convinced in order for the belief to happen. So once we realize that simple truth, the question then just becomes, can you decide to be convinced by something? And if you think about it for a moment, the answer is obviously you can't.
Yeah, I mean, intuitively, it does seem to make sense. I guess what my somewhat skepticism regarding is so because it would. I mean, you may not be saying this or anybody else that holds that view, but it almost seems to kind of imply a certain mechanistic formation of beliefs. So basically, it's pretty much you're subject to your own whatever self, whatever subconsciousness going on, and
Yeah.
you're not. And so I guess my question would be, how much of it on the spectrum from being fully agent centric to fully being just the subject of it? Like, where does
Yeah.
that kind of fall?
That's a really good question. So I would start by saying there are other areas in which we're subject to our cognitive sort of backroom cognitive processes, which no one has a problem with. So think about the things that you find frightening, right? Do you decide what you find frightening? Is that something you choose? Do you pick a menu and go, today I think I'll be frightened of heights and spiders, but at the weekend I'm not going to be frightened of those things, and instead I'll just be frightened of the number 22? Like that just isn't a thing. And we all intuitively realize that nobody chooses what's going to frighten them. We discover what's going to frighten us. Our minds process incoming information, like I'm high up, or there's a snake, or whatever the thing is, and we involuntarily experience fear as a result of that thing. So we know that for certain mental processes, that degree of being outside our conscious control is a thing, and we don't question it. We don't have a problem with it. Other examples would be what you find funny. You don't choose what you find funny either. You just discover, oh, I find that funny. If you think of going to see a stand-up comic, you don't decide which jokes you're going to laugh at. You just find yourself amused or not amused, according to whether your mind found them funny. Another example would be who you find attractive. Think how much easier life would be for all of us if we could just choose who we find attractive, to choose on a whim to stop finding someone attractive if it was the wrong person, or to find someone attractive if that was helpful for us in a given situation. But it doesn't work like that, because your mind synthesizes for you that connection and that sense of attraction, and you become aware of it. So belief is just another variant of a cognitive process that happens to you outside of your conscious control that you then become aware of. And we actually understand quite a lot about how exactly that works in the mind. We understand the cognitive networks, the neural networks in the brain that are responsible for sort of parsing new information as it comes in and processing it and spitting out of that process a feeling that you subjectively experience of conviction or lack of conviction. So I hope that answers the question for you. It's like it's just a process that happens in your mind that you cannot control, like many others.
Yeah, I mean, I can definitely see. I mean, in that sense, that it's whether it's unconscious, subconscious, whatever the right terminology is, I can see. I mean, I think anybody who didn't concede to that, I would find a bit odd. But I think one thing is, well, like with the fear thing, like one thing I can think of, for instance, so I mean, involuntary fear, like let's just say public speaking. A lot of people are afraid of public speaking, and then when they're meant due to do a presentation or something, they'll see that anxiety and fear coming up. But aren't you able to then kind of control
Yes.
that or even suppress it?
Yeah.
But I don't then understand why, if it's involuntary, you shouldn't be able to, at least in the moment, do that. You'd have to go through some sort of
So
process to
yeah,
be
I
able
hear you.
to.
I,
Yeah.
I hear what you're saying, but it doesn't quite do what you're hoping it or wondering if it does. So being able to recognize that when you feel fear, there are things you can do to try and mitigate that fear. And you can go into therapy to get over your fear of spiders or heights or the number 22 or whatever it might be. Yes, there are steps you can take. You can calm yourself down. I'm not suggesting that we're all powerless completely to do anything about these things. What I'm suggesting and offering is that they don't happen because we chose them to happen. No, nobody feels fear because they decided to have fear. You feel fear because it's something your mind creates and generates. It's a threat response in the brain. We can understand something of the evolutionary origins for fear. The point is that it's not something you command. You don't create your fear by wanting to have it. The fear just happens, right? Try to find something. Try to find something funny that you currently don't find funny. You can't do it. Now you could say, well, I can think about it differently, and then when I think about it in this other way, then I can find it funny. Yes, but thinking about it in that other way would recalibrate what your mind finds funny, and at that point, you can't help but find it funny. So it's exactly the same with belief. You can't just make yourself convinced of something. Now, what people normally do is they retreat to the areas where you do have some control, and they say, well, you can decide. You can, if you decide you want to, say, believe a particular religious idea, you can immerse yourself in it. You can immerse yourself in community, in ritual, in reading. And as a result of doing those things, belief may emerge. And so people say, well, you decided to do the things that led to the belief, and they just relabel that deciding to have the belief. But that doesn't work, because you could decide to do all of those things and it not end up resulting in belief. That could happen too, right? So the only stuff you can consciously control is the stuff that makes it more likely you're going to have a belief. The actual belief itself has to come from conviction.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think one point I would again coming to the fear thing, and maybe then connecting it to whether having a like more comprehensive religious beliefs. So the fear one, again, coming to the kind of public speaking. So you could, you're about to present, and then you can somehow like mitigate the fear and then go and present, and even though involuntarily it just comes up the fear. But are you then able to? I mean, I would guess you wouldn't be able to do that necessarily with religious beliefs. You can't just, for instance, you enter a church and you hear people maybe giving a sermon. You can't just suddenly, kind of mitigate your disbelief and start believing, right? So is it that there's different categories or natures to the belief? So you could, so some things could be less, how would I say? They don't necessarily require as much of a process, and you can more voluntarily do something about it, versus a religious belief maybe that is more involuntary, in the sense that you need to go through a process, as you've described here. I don't know, what do you think about that, if that made any sense?
Yeah, no, it did make sense. So there are people who have sort of Damascene experiences where from one moment to the next their conviction changes. Often these are precipitated by an event, like they walk away from a terrible accident and they're the only survivor, or something happens whereby a really, really unlikely chain of events happens, and they find themselves thinking the only way that I could explain this is some sort of divine intervention. And those kind of things can lead to people becoming immediately convinced of something that they weren't convinced about before. They can happen very quickly. Or these changes can happen over months or years. But in both cases, in either case, and in all cases, it is always true that the thing that creates the belief is persuasion and conviction. And if that's not there, the belief cannot happen.
So would that mean, for instance, if we have take an atheist, or you could even use let's take a Christian, for instance, and he's kind of, you trap him in a room with, let's say, Muslims, and they just keep bombarding him with evidence, information about Islam, and then things against Christianity constantly, and that person can't do anything. Like, they have to listen to all of that. So are you saying that? So I'm not saying that you're saying, but is it the case that, do you think it would be the case then that if given enough time, let's just say time to infinity, they would eventually be convinced of that? Or is there any way they could resist till the end of time
They
that
may
bombardment?
eventually become convinced of that, and so, the Christian himself or herself, as a thought experiment, may have put themselves in that position as a thought experiment. And one of two things are, well, either they're going to be convinced Islam is true, or they're not. That's But they can't just decide what they want the consequence to be. It may be that it eventually will convince them, or it could be seen for psychological reasons, reinforce their beliefs in Christianity more, because the more they feel Christianity is attacked, the stronger it hardens their faith. I mean, some people do operate that way. It really depends on the person. Yeah. So we have all these edges of control, things we can control about the environment. But at the end of the day, when it comes to the moment of belief, it's never just like, I'm deciding what outcome or I want the consequence to be to my belief state. They're either convinced or they're not.
All right. So I guess in that sense, so I guess you're kind of giving it depends on kind of the individuals or their psychological profile and otherwise.
Yeah.
So belief isn't, so belief I mean, the way belief, I mean, there's a general, I guess, with the principal mechanism that across humans that works, but with different people it might work differently, and the thresholds might be different. So you might have a person that gets bombarded with, like, isn't in that locked room scenario with Islam, but would never be convinced just because of their profile, while another person might take just
Never
5-10 minutes.
Never is a strong word, but it may be that the information doesn't exist to convince. So, for example, like, I'm part Irish. I think it would be really cool to believe in leprechauns. Now, I could set it's probably the case that no matter what I expose myself to, the information just doesn't exist that would convince me leprechauns exist. So any journey I set out to try to believe in leprechauns is probably futile, because the information just isn't there. However, let me go to the opposite end of the spectrum. If I go and I take a science class, doesn't matter which field or what it is, I already have a precondition that I tend to believe the scientific community as a whole regarding science, and I believe science textbooks have been vetted and are generally reliable. So I'm going to form all kinds of new beliefs just by reading the science textbook. Like, I'm guaranteed almost to believe all kinds of new things, because I'm learning all kinds of new things that I accept to be true as I read them. So there's two ends of the spectrum with susceptibility to a particular belief.
All right. So would you then say, I mean, not would you say, but what do you think of the proposition then that, so, I mean, obviously you need to be exposed to knowledge and otherwise to be able to, I guess, form beliefs in the first place. So, I mean, let's say past a certain age of where I don't know if you want to say adult or teenage or earlier, but if
Yeah.
are you choosing experiences, exposures, and so forth? So
Mhm.
would that contribute to the fact that you're in somewhat in an agent-specific way, you're choosing your beliefs, not choosing outright.
That's what I alluded to
direct.
earlier, right? Do you remember I said
Yeah, we're
earlier that
choosing the environment.
Yeah, people retreat from choosing beliefs directly, from claiming you can choose directly, and instead focus on the choices you can make about, say, what you could call it your information diet, like
So
how,
environment, yeah.
or your orientation with respect to certain beliefs and ideas. You can choose those, but that's not the same as choosing belief.
I'm sorry, I just quite don't see I don't see the mechanistic difference per se. Like, could you elaborate, like,
Yeah.
especially what I'd be best with psychology?
Yeah.
What is if you can? I mean, they might not know, but as well as you can about how the mechanism works of.
Do you mean
the
like
involuntarily?
why is that? Are you asking why is that not choosing a belief?
I guess I can't see a clear mechanistic difference between, in some cases where I'm kind of choosing the environments and stuff what I'm
Yeah.
doing, and then why am I suddenly involuntarily forming a
Yeah.
belief?
So the one is actions that you take. So what books shall I read? Who shall I hang out with? They're actions you do. They're doing things, right? They're verbs. They're things you actually do. A belief isn't a thing that you do. A belief is a thing that happens to you. Like, you don't do being afraid. Being afraid isn't a thing you do. It's a thing that happens to you. Being convinced of something isn't a thing you do. It's a thing that happens to you. All the other steps, the proximate causes, which are things like choosing which books to read, who to hang out with, who to affiliate with, how to identify, what practices to do, what devotional things to follow, all of those are actions you take. Those are all things that you choose to do because you're doing them. Being convinced of something doesn't fall into that. It's a different category.
But then, I mean, I don't know much about this area itself, but okay, let's just say I grant that beliefs I really choose them per se. I can just choose kind of actions to put me in an environment otherwise that might lead me to form beliefs, which I'm not doing voluntarily. But then, do I voluntarily or involuntarily or somewhere in between, like, choose actions? So, like, if I touch this table that's in front of me, is that completely a voluntary action, or where does that land then?
So that's getting
like,
into a discussion on free will.
Mhm.
And it is a really interesting discussion. And I would say read Robert Sapolsky or read Sam Harris on free will to get a really interesting perspective on that. I personally incline towards being convinced by their arguments. I'm not necessarily totally committed to their position. I think they argue really effectively that we don't have free will. That every
determinism.
that every experience you have, every action you take, and every thought you think is basically as a result of the operation of your brain, and you can't decide the operation of your brain because that itself would be an operation of your brain, and therefore all you're left with is the operation of your brain, and there's no room for free will in that. I do find that quite a compelling argument, but importantly, I'm not relying on it to make my case here at all. So for the purposes of my discussion on belief, I'm prepared to grant libertarian free will and say, let's imagine there is some gotcha here that we hadn't thought about, and we are still free agents, and it's not all just determinism and neurochemistry playing out, blindly obeying everything. It would still be the case that you still can't believe anything unless you're persuaded of it. That would still pertain. So even just looking at it from a purely like experiential or psychological point of view, that would still, as far as I can see, be necessarily true.
Okay, yeah, no, I mean, that sounds reasonable. I guess just as a bit like, I mean, you might not be able to give numbers to it, but like, so like if we're going by involuntary or voluntary, I think maybe how much of an agent you are to your beliefs versus how much of you're subject to your beliefs, I guess. Well, how would you kind of weigh those, like, as a ratio, like, if you want to say as a percentage, like how much? Because I assume you're not saying our beliefs are completely mechanistically formed, right? So it's not 100% that we just have nothing going on.
Yeah,
voluntarily under the
it's a complex interplay of lots and lots and lots of factors. So some of them are very close to the claim. So let's imagine like there's an event, and the event is someone makes a claim, gives you a proposition, and now it's, are you going to believe it or not? So at this point, there are many, many different factors in play that are going to determine whether you're going to believe the thing that you're considering. Some of them are very close to it. So it could be things like, how eloquently did they present it? How clearly did they communicate it? How effectively did they argue for it? What's the quality of the evidence for it? And then some of them are like just one step away. They could be things like, what's your state of mind at the moment? Are you feeling open-minded? Are you in a good mood? Did you sleep last night? How are you personally feeling today? These are still quite close to it, but one step away from the actual argument itself. Then you've got the slightly further away things, which are like, what are the priors you're bringing to the situation? What did you believe beforehand? What are your emotional resistance? What kind of emotional resistance do you have baked in that's going to leave you vulnerable to motivated reasoning, which might affect how you perceive things? All of these things. And then you've got another set of circumstances like, what did you learn growing up? What are the values you hold? All of these things. And there's a whole long chain of events and forces that are going to be acting in that moment. They go all the way back to your conception, all the way back to your genetic inheritance. What kind of intelligence were you born with? What sort of schema did you learn as a child? All of these things all act together. In my book, I call them belief vectors, because it's like in physics, you've got a vector. It's like the resultant force on an object when there's lots of different forces on it. And all of those things come together in that moment. And in that one moment, you discover whether you're feeling convinced or not. So I wouldn't want to put a number on it and say how much of it is voluntary and how much of it is involuntary. In terms of the actual perception of belief, all of it there is involuntary. But there are other things which are voluntary one step away, like you chose to read the book that argues for this, or you chose to read the book that argues against it, or you chose to be very antagonistic to this idea, or you personally don't like the person who's making the argument and that biases you against them. And those are things which are more under your control. So I don't know if I can give you the clean answer you want of saying, oh, it's 70-30 or something. I think it's tricky.
No, that's fair. I just thought to ask in case
Sure.
you had any sort of
Sure.
But I think one last thing, and then I'll stop boring you on this. So I mean, what you've just explained was quite interesting in the sense that I just thought, how we were talking about like fear, how you might feel fear in a situation, and then if I understood you correctly, something like forming a belief about like religious, because that's there's a lot more components going into forming beliefs in that sense, if I've understood you correctly. So I guess what my kind of wondering of what you thought is it that then some beliefs, if you want to call them as a general category, beliefs are more atavistic in the sense like fear. So maybe those are more involuntary and then other things are more voluntary because they're less atavistic, less primitive, if you want to say. Because I was thinking, for instance, when you are born as a baby, whether you think blank slate or there's some information already there encoded. I mean, I don't think that necessarily matters. But I was thinking, so would it be then that the first beliefs you kind of form when your cognitive capacity is developed sufficiently enough to develop, I guess, the self-awareness, would those then be the more primitive ones, or maybe you already hold certain primitive ones there and you're kind of building off of them, but then as you develop and your cognitive capacity develops, then maybe the beliefs you kind of come to form are less involuntary in the sense that they're more comprehensive, more complex, more joined with other things. So it is still largely involuntary, but it wouldn't be as involuntary as like sensation of fear and those kinds of things.
That's a really interesting point. I might have to dwell on that and think about it a bit. I mean, you're sort of describing something a bit like Maslow's hierarchy or something, where there's this sort of really foundational stuff which is linked to your physical survival. And babies aren't born thinking about Keynesian economics. That's kind of higher order stuff happens later, but they are born with an instinct for feeding or with an instinct for wanting warmth. So I'm not sure. I think it's an interesting point. Sean, do you have a thought on that?
Yeah, many beliefs are still primitive. So like if you see a mosquito land on your arm and you feel it biting you, you immediately smack it. So what is that telling you? you had an instant snap reaction, just like you would to fear. Your belief state immediately cognated, I'm convinced there's a mosquito on me and he's currently biting me. So now I'm going to smack my arm to stop the discomfort and get him off of me. So there are immediate snap responses. So beliefs can be anything from a consequence of years of contemplation, and then you finally come to a conclusion over time that sort of built up, or it could be I looked across the street, I see a car coming, I immediately believe that there's a car coming, so I'm not going to step out on the street because my brain trusts its sensory perception of sight.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. I mean, apologies. I probably explained myself poorly there. So I grant you that. I guess mine was more that because obviously your brain develops as into adulthood. I guess what they say 25, but is that as a baby child, you're less capable of certain more complex cognitive endeavors, so
That's
to
probably
say.
true.
So that's why. So all those primitive things. I mean, I would probably hold that a lot of it is encoded per se. So
Yeah.
and obviously your physiology just works away. So those would be there, and those you'd carry them till you die. But somebody then, as you develop cognitively, the capacity to engage in more complex or thoughts and otherwise then becomes possible. So, for instance, the mosquito one, so that would always be there, whether you're like a child or 85, you'd always react with, oh, that mosquito's bitten me, you slap and that's more of a, if you want to say the primitive one. But then if you're like, if you go into a room with, let's just say, these Muslims again, and they start talking to you about theology and Islam, then that's a different kind of more, in the hierarchy, as you said, the Maslow's hierarchy is a bit of a higher up. So you have
Yeah.
more is going on under the hood there, and then that's why it's not necessarily as involuntary as the primitive responses. I don't know if that
Oh,
made any sense.
and importantly, children are far more susceptible to information. I can actually remember, I don't have great short term memory, but I can remember moments of being 4 and 5 and 6 years old and everything. And I thought adults knew everything. And I had a really curious mind. People would get annoyed because I would ask so many questions. Why does the wind blow? What color are French fries? Why is the sky blue, etc.? And then uh, but I would ask adults because I had this perception that adults, they've lived this long, they know everything, and they're just like, to me, they were like my Google search was just ask an adult. That's what it was to me. And children can be fooled into believing ridiculous things like Santa Claus, the Tooth Fairy, all that stuff, and that's just an important thing to note is how susceptible kids are to belief states when it comes to what they're told by adults, and there's evolutionary reasons for that.
Indeed. Dude, we're going to move it along because we have others waiting, but thank you for your intelligent engagement on this subject. I hope that we were able to clarify it a little bit for you.
No, great. No, that was no, great. What you said, guys said was great. It just gives me, I mean, I think I'm somewhat more in your camp, certainly. It's just things make intuitive sense, but there's a lot of things that make sense to me intuitively over the years, and they're just not true. Or so it's just a skepticism. So I just thought to come and ask you because you'd written a book as well, so you might know more on that. Yeah, but thanks a lot.
Here it is. If you fancy it, grab it. Won't be out till November, but pre-orders are open now, so that would be great.
We'll keep an eye on
Okay,
it.
well, thank you very much indeed. We're going to move things along. Okay, so moving back to the TikTok side, we're going to bring in Redwood Dragon, and then we have a few friends in the queue that we will get in after that. No, Redwood Dragon seems to have vanished, so we're not going to bring in Redwood Dragon. We're going to bring in INFJ, who we have spoken to before. Hey, INFJ,
Hello.
how are you?
Hi, okay. That was going on a long time, wasn't it? That discussion.
There we are. How are you?
Okay, thanks. Yeah.
Good.
I've got something right that it's a bit. I was talking in the comments. You might have seen some people were giving me a bit of heat. I thought unpopular view, right? But I've always been an atheist, right? I know you said you're an agnostic atheist. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, years ago, my brother, he's an atheist, and he was talking to me. He sort of convinced me into being an agnostic atheist. Now, I think I've changed my mind on this, and I just want to have an open discussion with you about it, because I think it's contradictory. I'll just explain why, and then you can come back and see what you think on it. Because, I mean, one thing that was interesting on the people in the comments were saying, and this is a common misconception, is that if something is accepted by academia or in books, it must be right.
No.
Yeah. Do you
I
agree
would
with
say
me that
I
things
would
are wrong?
not must be right. So if it's a topic that requires expertise, such as medicine, other scientific fields, what's wrong with my transmission, something's wrong with my tooth, things of that nature, going with the opinion on expertise is rational and logical. However, it's not a must. It's a likelihood thing. It's not like proof of the thing. It's just means the thing is likely true.
Well, I completely disagree with what you've just said there.
Okay,
Right.
yeah, you're free to. So
Yeah, you've made a lot. I mean, this is one thing I'm writing about. You've made assumptions there about the medical profession and science being foolproof. And if you know anything about that, it completely
I
isn't.
literally, I
right?
didn't say foolproof. That's why I said it doesn't mean it's definitely true. I said likely true.
Yeah, okay, yeah, but that's still problematic, because what you're saying is, saying it's most likely to be true is saying that it can't be false in a way, because
No, it's not.
No, it
it's
isn't
not.
saying that. No, it isn't saying that. But what you're saying is that it's like the best source of the truth.
And no, the best source of truth for me would be, for example, I accept that the Big Bang happened. However, I am not qualified to do the calculations myself and apply all the relevant physics as they're known, because I don't have 12 years of school getting a PhD in physics. Now, what would be best for me to be as the most confident possible in the Big Bang Theory is for me to take those steps, but I don't have 12 years to spare to run the experiments myself, check the data myself, everything else. So nobody can become an expert in everything. So the best we can do is trust a software engineer about a software issue, trust the transmission expert about like what's wrong with my car. Does that make sense to you?
I would say that in some instances what you say is correct, but in some instances it breaks down, and that's the problem. I mean, if you go into something like statins, right? I've researched on that, and I would never take a statin because I think the industry is pushing them, and other drugs. That's one area of science where the clinical trials are done by companies who are seeking profit. So if you say it's not independent science, so that is pushing something that is actually, in my opinion, wrong. Now you can all have a different opinion on that, right?
Yeah. That's true, but I don't think watching YouTube videos of like conspiracy theories or what have you, like, to me, that's not a reliable pathway to truth. Now, some people are very distrustful of science, such as yourself. I think you're more prone to like conspiratorial thinking, where
No, that's a straw man.
no, straw man is if I misrepresent yourself, your argument. You're arguing.
Okay, well, you're not representing my position, whatever, in what you say there. That's not what I'm saying.
Can I steelman your position?
Maybe that.
Yeah, no,
I'm not familiar with all those debating terms, but
no problem. What it means is I'm going to recite. I'm going to explain what I think your position is, and then you can tell me whether it's accurate. You're saying it's wrong to trust in the scientific consensus because scientists have ulterior motives and can deceive us, particularly in areas of like pharmaceuticals, correct?
I think so, yes.
Okay, yeah. So I was steelmanning that's called steelmanning your position. And I don't want to get us too far off track, because here we're all about like belief in like religion and everything else. But it is in the philosophy of logic, there's something called an appeal to authority fallacy. And a lot of people accuse if someone calls upon or argues about the scientific consensus, they say, That's an appeal to authority fallacy. However, an appeal to authority fallacy is only appealing to an unqualified authority, not an actual expert in a field that requires expertise.
All right then. Well, what about? I'll give you an example. Plate tectonic theory was put out early last century, and it was dismissed and ridiculed by the scientific community, and it was only accepted until about 60 years later. Now, okay, you can say the guy that came up with it, right, was an expert in certainly in coming up with the theory, but it just shows that the scientific process is not. I'm not saying it has no value, and it certainly does.
It shows that it occasionally gets it wrong. It shows that it occasionally gets it wrong,
and it's
so. For instance, there's a reproducibility crisis in science, and sometimes there are problems with being able to replicate experimental results and stuff like that. And the peer review process has got vulnerabilities and flaws and doesn't always work properly. And if you know anything about Peter Boghossian's work with putting in sham papers and the Alan Sokal hoax and stuff, there's problems in academia and there's problems in science and research, but the fact that they're imperfect doesn't mean that it has no value. And I'm reminded of the Churchill quote, who said, democracy is the worst system we have apart from all the others, right? So
but if you, I think the issue I have with this, I agree with what you've just said, and that really does represent what I'm saying. But the point is, what Sean said is that he's doing what a lot of people do, and they'll say, right, if you're not an expert on something, you're not an authority, you haven't got qualifications, your voice doesn't mean anything, but you can actually.
He didn't say that.
Sorry.
He didn't say that. He just said that.
No. He said it was most likely that you wouldn't.
All things being equal, when there's a difference of opinion, the experts in an area are more likely to have it right than the outliers. Now, occasionally the outliers will have it right and the experts get it wrong. But
the danger there is, I agree with what you're saying, but what I'm saying is that when there are exceptions to that rule, right, then if you follow that rule, you're going to come unstuck, aren't you? That's all I'm saying, is that it doesn't always work. And it's not because what you said about systemic failures of human beings, with financial interest bias.
Occasionally, experts will get it wrong. Occasionally, the status quo assumptions are proved to be incorrect. These things happen. But even allowing for all of that as a general approach to how to navigate areas with which we don't have expertise ourselves, if you had to choose between relying on the people with the PhDs or relying on the YouTube channel, you're going to do better most of the time relying on the people with the PhDs, even if they occasionally get it wrong. Statistically,
but that's one of the problems with statistics, isn't? Because I know a guy, right? He's all over the internet. I don't know if you've heard him, Mike Israel. He was a trainer, physical bodybuilder, right? And he got a PhD, and he was claiming to be all this, and he got completely demolished by people because his PhD was a bit of a fraud. He didn't know what he just talked rubbish, basically. He was just a fraud, but going by his qualifications, he was the best. He was one of the best to explain.
But you said he didn't really have a PhD.
No, he did. He got a genuine PhD
in what?
In exercise science. Some
exercise science.
Let me just contribute.
And it just shows that academia is not infallible in terms of giving people qualifications.
But really, no one is saying it's infallible. Tim has very eloquently said, science is a process. Scientists are people. People can be wrong, but the process is about removing the incorrect. So, the way we make science better is with better science. It isn't with not science. And Drew, hi Drew, thank you so much for this. The issue here is that pointing out that scientists sometimes get it wrong doesn't mean that there is any better process to use in order to get it right more often. And that's exactly it. It's like, this is the best we've got. Science is a method for trying to work to mitigate our own biases, failures, and flaws, and it doesn't work 100% of the time. It doesn't work 100% of the time.
But one of the problems with that is some things are true but can't be proven. Science doesn't have dominion over truth.
So if it can't be proven, how how do you, okay, let's say X is true but can't be proven. How do we ascertain if X is actually true?
That's a good question. I don't
Yeah,
know.
if
It
it
depends
can't be
on the
proven,
individual case, I guess.
yeah, you can't. So, but would you agree the time to believe something is only when there is sufficient evidence to believe it?
No, because then that would leave you in a vacuum. I've got an
No.
example of this, right? I can give you an example if that helps.
Okay, go ahead.
Right, I'm an audiophile. Do you know what that is?
Yeah.
Audiophile? Yeah, just, I think I know, but just please explain.
Well, I'm into hi-fi, so it's
People
like
who spend too much
in my
money on
hi-fi.
cables.
Yeah,
Oh,
all
okay,
that
got
kind
you.
of stuff. Yeah, all that.
All right, yeah, I remember now.
Woo-woo
Like,
stuff.
okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I've gone down the rabbit hole of that big style, right? And I'm actually
Yeah.
writing about it in my book.
Uh-huh.
And what's interesting about it is that there's a big schism in the audiophile world between subjectivists and objectivists, because the objectivists believe that they only believe in something if it's measurable and provable with data, right? But when it comes down to assessing the sound quality of your system, the only way you can prove some things or ultimately are through your own subjective perception, but you can't prove it because you can't do a printout from your brain.
Yeah, so I fully agree that the best way to assess your own subjective preference is to subject yourself to the alternatives and then come to that subjective preference. But we're talking about how to come to beliefs about facts, right?
Yeah, but that's a fact, isn't it? It's say I tweak my system or I put something new in, right?
No, I got you. Go ahead, John. You look like you want to say something.
I mean, so interestingly, I used to work in audio in much of my career, and I worked with a guy who insisted that when you have an audio file, there's two types of. He used to have, in fact, you still do. The audio file can be interleaved, which means that the file has got the left and the right audio encoded in one file, or it can be split audio files. So you get the file .l and the file .r. So the same bit of audio has just got two separate streams, and the software plays them back together. And I worked with a mastering engineer who was very famous and very well known and well respected. And he swore he could tell the difference between interleaved audio and split audio. And he was sure about it. Right, so there's your subjective thing. He was sure that one sounded better than the other, but there's a test you can do in audio where you take one signal, and then you take you take the next signal and you invert the phase, and if you invert the phase,
null test, don't you?
They null out, right? Which means that if you invert the phase of the second signal, if they're identical, you hear nothing. And this test was done with the interleaved and the non-interleaved stereo files, and it was fully nulled out, which means that they were identical. But he still held to his claim that one sounded better than the other. So go figure.
Well, there are actually problems with the null test, because what happens is when they do it and then they say, "Oh, look, it's so tiny, it's imperceptible." The problem is, like, say you're listening to a piece of music and you hear in that mix with your perception one tiny little sound in it, like a tiny little bell in the background, almost imperceptible. When you put that into a spectrum, audio spectrum, how do you separate that from all the other bits? You actually can't. Now, I know the null is supposed to do that, but it's just so low that it's on the border.
There's a threshold for what a human ear can hear, but I also worry that we're drifting very, very far from the shores from whence we set out.
I want to get back to what you said a bit ago about. Okay, so I agree. There are many things out there that are true that we don't have evidence for. Cool. All right. If you care about aligning your beliefs with reality as much as possible, meaning believing as many true things and as few false things as possible, for those things we cannot prove, the better thing to do is saying, I don't know the explanation for that, instead of just making shit up. So the time to be rationally justified, you should only believe something and when there is sufficient evidence to believe it.
Even if that means you might be missing,
evidence, like I was just talking
means you might be missing out on true things, that still holds true.
Yeah, but you see, just one thing about the audio test is if you believe you your system has got better. You know, you get more detail. It just sounds better, right? Which can take it as well. It's not necessarily just instantaneous. It might be over a process of days. But say you do believe that and you can't prove it because it's just your perception. You could be wrong.
You could,
but you could be right. It's one of those grey areas, isn't
and
it?
your expectations of your experience are going to shape what the experience is. But let's bring this back to where you
Can do,
started.
yeah.
So you said that you were pushing
yeah.
back on the idea of agnostic atheism and questioning that.
Yeah, right.
What is
okay.
it about that you are finding problematic?
Problematic. Yeah, right. Well, if you take agnosticism, it's saying that you don't believe you can know either way whether there's a God or not. Right, so you're kind of sitting on, you're sitting on the fence.
I'll
I
just
guess,
correct you a little bit. It's not
Oh.
that you don't believe you can know; it's that you're not claiming to have knowledge. So you could say you could know, you just don't have the knowledge. That would still be agnostic. So when I'm saying I'm an agnostic atheist, I'm not making the claim that I don't believe it's possible to know. I'm just saying I'm not claiming knowledge of it myself right now at this point.
Well, I thought that's what it meant, because if you then go to if you say you're an atheist, right, you're saying you don't believe there is a God, but obviously you don't know because you can't prove it.
Yeah, you're saying I don't know, but I don't believe. They're not mutually exclusive.
But what I'm saying is, if you are agnostic and you're saying I can't know either way on this, but I believe, then it's not true belief.
No, not but I believe. Not you changed it. Not but I believe, but I don't believe.
Oh, sorry. Yeah,
So,
I meant but
and,
it could
and
work
also
either way.
not,
Couldn't
and
it? You could have
also
agnostic
not,
theist.
And also not I can't know. Just I don't currently claim knowledge. To be agnostic is not to make the positive claim that it is impossible to know. It's just to say I am agnostic about this means I don't currently claim knowledge about it.
I googled it and I thought, I'm sure I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying I thought it meant.
I think there is a definition floating out there. It might be Webster that says is ultimately unknowable. Yeah, these words are polysemous.
It's not what I mean.
When we say that, right? When we say this, what we're saying is, I don't know if there's any gods out there, but I'm not convinced there is. That's it. That's just it. Full stop. And if someone's like, I know for a fact there are no gods out there, that's a hard atheist. That's not agnostic.
Yeah.
That's a Gnostic atheist.
Can I just make a point, please? You see, if you don't believe in something, or you believe in something, it works either way, doesn't it? Right? If you, in this case, it's I don't believe in a God, right? Then you're not claiming to know, but you're not claiming doubt either, because then you wouldn't be believing, would you?
No,
you're not saying I think it's most likely that it isn't a God.
It depends on what you mean by doubt. Like, I have doubt that there is a God, but I'm not claiming to know there isn't.
But that's not belief, is it?
No, it's not. You're right. Atheism in itself is not by default a belief. It's not. It's just not being convinced of a claim. So if you're a theist, think of it as
belief in a negation, isn't it?
Think of it as a non-theist. Those who are convinced one or more gods exist are theists. Those who are not convinced are atheists. That's it.
Yeah, but agnosticism is then saying you don't know either way. So it seems to me they're contradicting each other.
Of course.
On one hand, you say, can you just, I'm not being rude, but can you just let me finish, because you're interrupting my thinking as I'm talking.
No, go ahead.
I'm trying to make a point, and then you can come back in. Right. So the agnostic is, you're saying I don't know either way, right? And then the atheism is I don't think there is. So that sounds to me like it's a guess. You're sort of saying, well, I can't ultimately prove this either way, but if I had to hedge a bet, I'd say there isn't a God. But that to me isn't true atheism.
I think I mean, again, we don't want to be caught up in definitions, but more importantly, I don't think it's just that you're not grasping the definitions. I think you're not quite grasping the actual positions themselves, which is more fundamental and more of a kind of a bit of a problem. So saying I lack a belief is very, very different to saying I think there are no gods, right? They're fundamentally different positions. One is to say I'm just not convinced about this, and the other is to say I'm making a positive claim the number of gods is 0. They're totally different. But they both fall within the wheelhouse of not being a theist. They're just variations of that. Where
Could you just say that again?
Yeah.
You lost me a bit there. I was struggling to keep up.
Okay.
That last bit again.
So let's imagine there's two positions, right? One is to say somebody says there is a God, and I say I'm not convinced by that. Like, I'm open to it being possible.
Yeah.
There might be gods.
Yeah.
I have no idea, but I'm just not convinced of it. Right. That's just called not being convinced by a claim. That is totally different to actually actively making a claim and saying, I do believe the number of gods is 0. I do believe there are no gods, is a very, very different position to the position of saying, I'm just not convinced by your claim. One of the things I'm going to do for future streams is sometimes helpful to see this logically notated. So it's like, I'm not going to try and describe the logical notation of this. It's quite helpful to look at it visually sometimes. But they are different positions. One is making an actual claim, which would require a burden of proof, entail a burden of proof rather, and would need to be evidenced. If I say the number of gods is 0, oh, he dropped out. Hang on, bring him back in. Let's see if we can get back in. Yeah.
Sorry, my phone just died. It just went.
No worries.
It just went off. Yeah.
No worries. So these are very different positions, because the I believe there are no gods is a positive claim that you're making, whereas just saying I haven't been persuaded by your story still leaves open the possibility in your mind that there are gods. You just haven't been persuaded that there's one. So think about, it's a bit like if I flip a coin and I say to you, do you believe the coin is heads? You could say, no, I don't believe it's heads. That doesn't mean you do think it's tails, because you say, I don't believe it's tails either, right? You just don't have a belief about it. But you still don't have the belief that my coin is heads, right? So you're an A coin's headist at that point. Whereas if I say, do you think my coin is heads? And you say, no, I think it's tails. That's a totally different position to just saying, I'm not persuaded that it's heads. And that's exactly what it is here. And the agnosticism is just an overlay on top of that about which of those claims you think are knowledge rather than just a statement about your belief. I mean, this conversation could quickly get quite dull, but I think, there's lots of really good stuff on YouTube and online about this, the difference between, weak and strong atheism and where it interfaces with agnostic and Gnostic. This is pretty standard stuff.
So is your position then as an agnostic atheist, and assuming that is representative of other people with the same position, is it this then, that you don't believe there is a God, but you don't know for certain there might be one?
Yeah.
And I would qualify that by saying, for certain conceptions of God, we can be pretty confident in saying that God doesn't exist. I'm fairly confident Zeus doesn't exist. I would go out on a limb and say, I wouldn't just say I lack a belief in Zeus. I would say I'm pretty confident, maybe not 100%, but I'm pretty confident that Zeus doesn't exist. I'm pretty confident that, certain conceptions of God don't exist. But yeah, I mean, I couldn't say that I feel
that's a legitimate position, right? So I accept that's a legitimate position, but I think the problem I have with it, not in terms of it being an illegitimate position, is that in terms of is it the most rational choice, right? Which is a different question, isn't it? Because what I would say I said to you, like, for instance, I just made up a God, a concept that never been made up before. That it was kind of like a God, but it was a new one that I just made up. The chance of that, you wouldn't be agnostic atheist about that then, would you? Or would you?
If I knew you just made up a God on the spot.
Depends. I might ask you for your, if your concept was really, really vague, if your concept of a God was like some kind of non-specific creative force that might, then I would probably say I see no reason to believe it's true, but it might be. I don't know.
But you see, you're by that you're imbuing the concept of a God because of historical reasons, that there could be some chance of it being true, but that doesn't really give any. That's not evidential for something being true, is it?
Yeah.
Just because
because
you
there
know
is
it's
no
been
evidence.
thought of for millennia or what?
Yeah,
Yeah.
there
See my
are
point?
no good evidential arguments here to be had. Only arguments that people claim to be evidential, and upon closer inspection, they turn out not to be. I just want to read this fantastic message from Drew again. Thank you, Drew. Your contributions are always so on point. So this speaks to how we think about this, like further to the coin thing, right? Before a trial, the jury is expected not to have a belief either way that the defendant is or isn't guilty. Once the trial is over, the jury member is expected to decide whether or not the evidence supports a guilty verdict. So that's how it works. It's does the evidence push you into acceptance of the claim that the defendant is guilty, which is why juries don't come back and return a verdict innocent. It's either guilty or not guilty. They're not saying innocent. So they're either saying guilty, meaning I have the positive belief in guilt, not guilty, meaning we do not think this can be established by the evidence.
If you like maintain this agnostic position, couldn't you say that you could be agnostic about any belief, pretty much?
Could be. I mean, you could be, but if you ask, am I agnostic about the belief that the Earth goes around the sun? I would say no. There's enough evidence in that belief to say that I would count it as knowledge, because if that can't be knowledge, nothing can.
Yeah, it's more hypothetical, philosophical kind of argument to say everything could be. You know, it could all be an illusion, couldn't it? That sort of.
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't. It's not useful, but some people could argue that, couldn't they, and say you don't really know anything, can they?
Yeah, you can get back ultimately to Descartes and saying, well, all you know for sure is that you are experiencing some conscious awareness, and anything else could be just an illusion that you've dreamt up or that is being imposed on you in some way. Yeah.
Yeah.
Alrighty,
It's been a good discussion. Do you want to move it on to somebody?
Yeah, we'll move it on. But thanks for coming in to speak to us. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks. It was good. Yeah. Cheers.
Nice to speak again.
Okay.
Take care.
Yeah.
Okay,
Bye now.
couple more messages to read. Jay Anderson, thank you very much for the message and contribution. Says, love to hear more discussions on Christian free will. It seems to me to be the most damaging aspect of Christianity. Yeah, I mean, I think we've touched on this before in that I hear free will being bandied around as if it's a kind of magic wand to solve problems, like a sort of, I don't know, Swiss Army knife of hermeneutics or something. Anytime things get difficult, just bring out free will and that will get you out of hot water. And I don't think it succeeds in doing that because the moment you are positing an omnipotent God, you could say, well, God could engineer things such that people still have their free will, and then remove the problem, as you did earlier, Sean.
That's it. Yeah, that's exactly right. There's also this notion. There is a perspective, a strong one. If someone holds a pew to someone's head and says, "Do this thing," did that person do that thing of their own free will? And I think most reasonable people would say no.
Yeah.
So when God has this fiery furnace waiting for everybody, are they really acting out of free will when they follow God?
Yeah, is that really free will, or is there a level of coercion
where
it stops being meaningful to call it free will? Tim is now firing on all cylinders. Thank you, Tim. We can always rely on Tim for the good stuff. I'm an agnostic, apathetic atheist. I don't know and I don't care, but I don't believe there's a God. Yeah, absolutely.
Nice.
And of course, where we do care, of course, is where these ideas affect people and their lives and their psychology and their sense of themselves and stuff, and that's why we do this. But as regards this character, fairly apathetic about that. Okay, we're going to just bring in just some guy and see what Jason is saying, and then we have Ho talking, and we've got Jess is back again, and a good friend. Screaming Silence back again as well on the TikTok side. YouTube queue currently empty, so if you're on the YouTube side and you want to get involved, you know what to do. Just put the thing in, and then you'll come up, talk to us, and it'll be fun. What's up, Just?
What's going on, Jason?
Hey, gents.
Hey.
I wanted to briefly say something about the last caller and agnosticism. There are within agnosticism two different truth propositions about it, and he was right to hammer on that one. You can make the epistemological claim that you cannot know, or you can be unconvinced about the epistemological claim of whether or not it is possible to know. So I, for one, I'm an agnostic atheist, but I believe, and I firmly believe it, I'm a Gnostic. I'm Gnostic about my agnosticism. Like, I do not think that we have the capacity to know for sure, and I don't see any way that I can be convinced that I could become agnostic about my agnosticism or become Gnostic about theism. So there is that, the epistemology of agnosticism that if you really want to get into the weeds that can be a big discussion. But that's not why I requested up. I requested up from an earlier caller. You were talking about whether or not there could be like a Maslow's hierarchy of belief, and I think that's been addressed. There in phenomenology, we talk about the epistemology or the hierarchy of belief, and you can, from phenomenology, you can see. I think it was Heidegger who really got into it. Our phenomenological experiences are essentially first order beliefs. So these are things that we experience in the world, and we are convinced before we rationalize it of their truth. It's not until we take it to a second order, like we do with desires, that we engage with those phenomenological experiences and try and process them analytically, that we can convince ourselves or be convinced that our second order beliefs, this additional tier of belief, is true or not. And so I think that there absolutely is a hierarchy of beliefs, and a hierarchy of us being convinced of things, because most of what we experience on a day-to-day basis, we just take for granted that it's true, and that is belief. And like, these phenomenological experiences that we have, we don't question them until somebody brings it to our attention that we ought to question them, or until we feel some kind of cognitive dissonance that makes us feel like we ought to question our phenomenological experiences. And higher order beliefs don't have that phenomenological experience. They might have a foundation in phenomenological experiences, but it's not until we extrapolate from those that we come to higher order beliefs.
Yes, one step removed.
And sometimes it's multiple steps removed.
Yeah.
And that's a lot of what logic is, and a lot of what analytic philosophy is trying to come to truth claims about the universe based on essentially all starting from phenomenology. And that's what phenomenology is and existentialism are all about, trying to get down to that sense experience that's at the root of being, and that everything is extrapolated from.
Got you, man. Thank you for that. Can always rely on you to bring the philosophy clearly and succinctly.
It's my jam.
It's your jam, and we're richer for having you around, man. Thanks, buddy.
Thanks.
All right, speak soon. Okay, we are going to bring in Ho Talking. Hello.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Doing well, thank you.
What
should we call you?
Mina. Just say Mina.
Mina?
Uh-huh.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So before I start debating anything, I just want to ask something. Do you have lives basically every other day? So do you remember me? I joined the live for like a few minutes a month ago. I told you I was in Turkey and that I was 17, and that you told me that I should rejoin once I turn 18. Well, I'm 18.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
You're welcome into
I
the
came back.
allowable community. I do vaguely remember. I mean, we speak to lots of people, and my mind is like a sieve. It does a kind of filtering
I feel
process.
like I remember that.
But I do remember
Yeah.
you. I do remember you. So thank you for coming back. And
Yeah, I'm actually as my friends would call it, a grown ass adult, and
Okay.
which
Fair enough.
which I do not believe to be the case, but whatever.
Fine. Well,
So just to give a verification, my birthday is on 14th of February 2002. Fuck. I can't okay, so I can't speak English well, but because my main language is Turkish, the th sound kind of like slips out when I speak in long sentences.
That's quite all right, and you speak very well.
We're not going to ID you. It's all good. So, what would you like to say now that the floor is yours, legitimately?
Well, I actually wanted to do like a debate on one of the topics that you like. You know how you like post clips of your lives on your account?
Yeah.
So basically, one of the topics there was being an atheist is not a choice.
Yeah.
And I could not join that live because it was 4 a.m. for me.
Sure.
And I wake up at 6 a.m. to go to school.
We're always
actually
happy to
6:30.
We're always happy to talk about that topic. That's kind of our core thesis.
Okay,
So
first of all, I want to say something. Someone said interesting name for a fresh 18-year-old. The hoe talking thing is I'm not calling myself a hoe. It's kind of like an inside joke with my friends.
Fair enough.
But I get the confusion. Also, I forgot to change the name. I forgot that the username also automatically, like the display name also automatically changed with your. Yeah. So.
And you can
And I
understand why
actually kind
I
of
asked
now
for a
recognize
name.
that people most likely think that I'm calling myself a slut.
Yeah.
Yeah, might
Okay.
be time to change that, but I still have to wait a month.
Okay.
All
well,
right, fair enough.
Now that we're all clarified on all
So,
of that, that's
okay.
the housekeeping done. Would you like to talk about whether people can choose to be an atheist then?
I believe that, like you stated that, actually the topic stated that being atheist is not a choice, and I believe that it's the opposite. Atheism is the only belief that you pick by choice.
Interesting. Okay. Well, would you like to make your case for why you think that is?
Well, yes. First of all, like I'm sure many of people, like unless you're in like a very rich, random, isolated location, wherever you're born, there's an sort of accepted religion where you are. Some families may choose not to be religious, or they might be atheist parents, but like, let's be honest, that's like very, very rare. Okay, and most people are born into a family, whether they're very religious or not. They are born into a religion. Well, basically, in every country, you can see, even if it's not, for example, a Christian school, they will have like a religion class in school. You are indoctrinated by religion from the moment you can understand what's being spoken around you. And basically, you're not forced to believe, but are by time brainwashed to believe that that is, that is what you should believe, because everyone around you is believing that same thing. Like, for example, in Turkey, it's like very common. Like right now it's Ramadan and like everyone is celebrating. Imagine like being a kid and like everyone is like, oh yeah, bro, we're fasting. Woohoo. Like that's the norm that you accepted. And like, let's like split the conversation from being like, born into somewhere where religion is, something very important, because like in most other countries which are not in the Middle East don't have a specific religion, like a specific demographic, like a big part of the chunk that does, for example, in USA, it's very, how do I say, like multicultural, like,
Okay.
and so like there are many people with different beliefs, and like there are many people who can openly be atheists. But now I would like to remind you that believing in a higher belief is actually more of an instinct. That's why ever since humanity could actually say anything other than ooga booga, they, started worshiping some kind of god or gods. Because human is afraid of not knowing.
Sure.
Human is afraid of not knowing. Therefore, God didn't create human, but rather human created God. And, people were scared of what happens after death.
Agreed.
What happens when I do something? Am I morally responsible for something that I do? So they created religion. So religion is something that you're born with, but once you learn the space, actually know how evolution works, and like many other factors that convince you, you will not be an atheist until you study and learn about actually learn about religion.
Mina, it sounds like you grew up in a religious environment and you became an atheist. Am I calling it right, or am I way off?
Actually, mostly right, but I will have to do some explanations. So I was mostly talking about Turkey because, okay, so a
Yes.
misconception people have about Turkey is that we are a Muslim country, which is not technically incorrect, but Muslim country implies that the laws in the country are ran by religion.
Doesn't mean you have Sharia law. I
Yeah,
understand.
but
Yeah,
in
but
fact, 95% of the country is Muslim. But where I live,
yeah.
which is Istanbul, it's very different, and I have to say this without sounding like bragging, but I do come from a privileged position, like my parents are
Understood.
pretty well off. I literally go to a French school, I
Okay.
take classes in French. So basically my parents, personally, they never forced me into believing anything. They personally literally eat bacon for breakfast, they're not that kind of Muslims. But
Okay.
no matter where you are in Turkey, for example, even in a fucking French school, you still have 2 periods of religion per week.
Okay, so Mina,
Okay.
let's address what you said. So you laid out your case, and if I understood you correctly, your case was every person is born into a context of some sort, and for many people that's a religious context. And then you said people have a need to have questions answered. We don't like I don't know. We don't like not knowing things. And we like to have a framework for how we justify our moral intuitions as well. So for that reason, this is like you're basically spreading out an idea for sort of religious affiliation or religious belief being almost like a default position, and then saying
Exactly.
to depart from that must be a choice. And what I would say is we agree with you about a fair amount of what you said. Lots of people are born into religious cultures. Lots of people are born into religious families. Lots of people look to religion to explain existential questions and provide a framework for morality. And as such, it offers that a lot wherever you go. There are religious people offering to do that for you. The question really isn't about arguing about whether it's a significant move to move from a religious background or upbringing into not being. The question is, what is it that has to happen in your mind for you to be an atheist? What is it that has to be true
Okay, so
for
as
you
I
to be an
understand,
atheist?
I kind of misunderstood the question in a way that by you meant that atheism is not a choice. You actually meant that, that is the truth, and people don't just choose to be like, you know what, I don't believe in God, and it's not a choice, but rather that something that actually happens in your brain, your
Yes.
how do I say, your very internal belief that
That's what it is.
And I
That's
actually
correct.
now understand the question better, and I will give a more adequate response to it. So what I think basically is I still believe that it is sort of a choice, not completely, because I do not believe in anything debatable unless you say sexual assault is bad, unless it's something as specific as that. There is no really black or white or saying things. I'm not sure if that saying works in English. We usually say yeah, it's the saying in Turkish. I just tried it. Google translated in my head. Never mind. So I'm out of words, but wait, one second. Give me 2 seconds. Okay.
That's okay. Take your time.
Basically, how would I say? Atheism is not something that randomly pops up in your head as well. But religion is, because as I said, it's an instinct. But more not religion exactly, but belief is. A higher being. That's the instinct. But being Muslim, being Jewish, being Christian, or being
So Mina,
believing in Buddha
even
is
belief in a
a
higher
choice.
being, even having belief in a higher being, isn't a choice. If you're convinced that a higher being exists, if the arguments for the existence of a higher being are persuasive to you, then you have no choice but to believe it. If the arguments for a higher being are not persuasive to you, then you have no possibility of believing it.
I think the hardest thing to change about people is not, what they think they know, or, their appearance or their thoughts, but rather their belief, because belief is very different than thoughts. It's something that's deeply integrated in you. But personally, for me, like, it's for some people, like, they realize it at the age of 5. They're like, Daddy, if God is good, why is my friend, standing there with cancer? Like, whether, like, sometimes that awakening, I'm gonna call it awakening, happens at 5 years old, 10 years old, 15, or for some people even 50. So basically, what I think atheism is to accept that most religion is a myth. It is written by a human. It is not factually correct, or more likely, there is no way to prove that it is factually correct. So when, actually, through knowing, like, you can't believe to be an atheist without reading something about God's existence. You can't completely be religious if you don't know atheism exists. So
I would push
how do I
back on
say?
that. I would push back on that. Nina.
Exactly.
There are many people who have very deep faith who haven't really thought about atheism. They've been raised in unquestioning religious environments and have never heard of an atheist, have never heard of a person who doesn't share even their particular brand of religious belief. And also, when you said, belief is not the same as thinking, are you able to have a belief if you're not thinking?
May you repeat the last question?
Are you able to have a belief if you're not thinking?
Absolutely not.
Right. So a belief is a thought. A belief is a condition of being persuaded by something, and you experience that persuasion as thought. That's what that is. It's you reflecting on what you think is true. So belief and thinking and conviction and persuasion are all aspects of the same thing. And the whole point of our prompt of no one chose to be an atheist is not to say nobody ever switched from not being an atheist to being one, because of course that would be silly. It's just to recognize that when that change happened, it was because what someone found persuasive had changed. It's as simple as that.
I actually completely agree with you. I think most of the things that kind of make my argument frail is that I do not really have a lot of knowledge. Like I do not really have a lot of knowledge scientifically, as though, how religion works, how psychology works, how human rights work. So I completely agree with you. And the reason why it looks like my mind is completely changing, because I do not have as much as factual information as you probably do. I mean, like, you literally wrote a book and I have a 10th grade philosophy textbook in my hand.
Sure.
So basically,
you're better off than most.
Yeah, you're doing well. You're on the right
well.
track,
yeah.
And you're thinking. What I would applaud is that you're thinking about this stuff. You're thinking independently. You're considering these issues. Many people at your age, I don't mean to sound patronizing, but many people in their late teens are preoccupied with very different things to this. So I applaud you, Mina, for being even interested in thinking about this stuff in the first place. I think that's great, and keep on going and read and learn and listen to people who have the same views and listen to people who have different views and explore. The world is a playground of ideas, and you'll never run out of things to play with, and it's fantastic. So keep going, keep going with that. I just think it's brilliant.
Thank you. I also think atheism, okay, this is going to be too like of a hot take. It's going to be very personal, but like, I personally believe that religion is a story and being an atheist is just accepting facts. So without actually studying on it, like thinking about it. I'm not talking about extreme cases where, like, your parents are atheists, you don't know their religions, and you grow up without religion. That's, I would say, an exception, but most likely people, like 90% of atheists I know, unless they're like some, teenager in their, you know what, I'm edgy now, no gotta yeah phase, like, that's not what I mean. But like, you need to actually question. Most atheists I know, including myself, have read something religious. It doesn't have to be like directly from the Bible or the Quran. It's just, you read something and you question it. Well, you're like, how does that even work? That does not make sense. And with that knowledge, you finally accept that there is no God, or you accept, or maybe like agnostics, you accept that there is no way of knowing whether there's a God or not. So there is no point of living in based on what's said in a biblical text, you know.
There you go. Well, thank you for coming to talk to us. I'm delighted that one of the things you thought about doing once you reached 18 was remembering the conversation we had and coming back. It's nice to see you again.
I even commented on like one of your posts and like sent you a private message.
Oh, I must have missed that. I do miss them sometimes because
I think it's like a business text because
I get a
because
few.
it was kind of creepy, and I said start live, and I like put an emoji, and then you replied tomorrow dot as if it was like my last day on earth. It was kind of scary. And yes, it's Izuku.
Okay.
And yes,
yeah.
I'm Bakudeko shipper. I just read the chat. I had to respond to that. Anyways,
Okay.
I'm gonna like dry my hair now. It's
Indeed.
nearly 9 p.m. and I kind of have a physics quiz tomorrow. So
good luck in your physics
You're
quiz.
doing great.
And thanks for coming to talk to us. And
I think you're a very intelligent young lady, and you're going to do well. And stay curious and keep asking the big questions. We're very happy for you.
Good for you, Mina.
thanks everyone. Bye.
All right. Take care. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, there we are. Yeah, sometimes I get so many messages on TikTok from these like agencies and people offering to help me with my live stream and stuff. And I mean, there's like a few a day, and it's annoying. And so I sometimes accidentally misconstrue, a personal message from someone who isn't one of those for those. I'm never rude, but I can be a bit terse with the responses sometimes. And it sounds like I did that to Mina. So I apologize for that. It was not my intention at all. Okay, we're going to sort of draw towards a close in 20 minutes. I've kind of got a bit of a hard stop in 20, but for the time we have, we're going to get Jess back in, and I see Jane's just popped up, and we have Richie as well. Let's see what we can get through in the time we have. Welcome back, Jess.
Hi.
Hello.
So I was a little curious about your thoughts on polytheism.
On polytheism? Yeah?
Yeah, because I'm polytheistic.
Oh, yes, you mentioned that, yeah, that you're a pagan.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not convinced by polytheism either. I mean, yeah, and I'll tell you, most polytheist beliefs I find to be more interesting, simply because they often entail different gods that are not all the boring, all-knowing, all-powerful, all good, all present. There's more human characteristics to them. So and I don't mean this to be insulting, but from a fiction standpoint, the stories are more interesting to me.
That's fair. And yeah, I don't expect y'all to just like immediately be like, oh my God, I all of a sudden definitely believe in that. I don't care about converting people. That's not my thing.
Of course.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, essentially, I just believe that all religions have their own validity. I'm not omnist, so I believe in multiple different afterlives based on people's religious belief. And if you don't have a religious belief, I don't really know where you go, but that's none of my business.
I'm fairly content to go back to where I was before I was born.
That's fair.
I'm all right with that.
Yeah. And so, I mean, a part of me might see reincarnation, but I don't really care too much about reincarnation because if it is a thing, I don't. Well, okay, because I believe in multiple religions, I believe that it could be a thing. It's just that it doesn't affect me personally, and I don't see it as harmful to anyone. So I'm like, all right, whatever, go off.
If I can put a request in, I'm definitely coming back as a cat. Cats are awesome.
Right. They also live a pretty good life if they like under the right circumstances.
My cats have a very good life. I want to come back as one of my cats, for sure. Yeah. And in fact, if reincarnation involves time travel, it is possible that I actually am one of my cats, reincarnated and come back in time to live with me. In fact, I could be both of my cats. There's a thought. Quite like that. That's made me think about my cats differently.
So I don't know if this will cause you to look at your cats in a different light. The cats are great and cute and cuddly, and their personalities, etc. But if you look up the statistics on them, house cats, your everyday domesticated cat, is like the most murderous animal on earth. They unalive like tens of millions, or excuse me, billions of mammals and birds and everything every single year in the U.S. alone. Like it's they're just out there.
I've kept a running tally of both my cats' death count, and my cats are 7 years old now, and I can give you the number. Combined kill for both of my cats in 7 years is 0.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
They're not killed anything.
Well,
they're nice.
Yeah. Do you keep them indoors? Do you let them go about the neighborhood?
No, they stay inside. Okay. They stay inside, which is why.
No, my ex-wife, I remember one time, because we had a couple of dogs and like 3 cats, and this one cat would show us it loves us. It brought home a little baby rabbit head, and just left it on the steps at the front door, like for us to find. Like, here, I got this for you, and it's
awful.
We looked it up, and it's how it's how they show love.
Oh yeah,
I'm bringing home the bacon. You know,
sure. Yeah.
Providing.
We give my cats little toy mice to play with, and they do that. They bring us the toy mice as an offering. You'll find one on the bed. Here, Daddy, I brought you this. Fortunately, it's just a toy. There's no actual mouse guts involved. So, but there we are. Yeah, thanks, Jess, for coming back to say hi again. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
But polytheism is not a thing for us. But hey, you do you. As long as you're not telling people they're going to the bad place, we're all good.
Yeah, no, I don't mess with that.
Good stuff.
I do find it interesting what you were talking about belief not being a choice. Because initially my gut reaction was, well, I think it's a choice, but I think that certain aspects of belief can be a choice. But belief as a whole, when I really look back on it, doesn't. I agree with you on that, because I grew up staunchly Christian, actually in a Messianic Jewish type household that morphed into a Christian fundamentalist household.
Goodness.
Very weird. But so, and then I actually went and joined a cult for 2 years to escape that household.
Wow.
Not my best choice, but I didn't realize it was a cult at the time. So after the cult and during the cult, because it was a Christian cult, I spent the vast majority of my time just reading and studying the Bible. And the way I did it was because people would take verses, take them out of context, everything else, the big fundamentalist Christian thing of, oh, it's out of context. Well, I would then take verses that they were quoting at me, and I would read the entire book, then I would read the entire chapter, then the page, then the paragraph, then the sentence, and if the verse was broken up within the sentence or in some way, then I would read the verse. And that's how I would ensure that I had the context exactly how it was written. And so by doing that, I eventually came to a point where if I were to believe that God was, omniscient, omnipresent, omnipotent, and all good, because I don't know an omni for all good.
Omnibenevolent.
Omnibenevolent. Okay, I like that. So yeah, if I were to believe that he were all of those things, then I would. It created a fallacy in my mind where it was just like, okay, no, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
And so I really fought it for a while, and then my partner at the time had started like had become polytheistic by their own journey. I don't actually know fully because I was a very staunch Christian, and so they were kind of scared to tell me at the time that like what their journey was. So it was fully private with them. But once they told me, hey, I'm pagan, I had to wrestle with my own thought of, do I believe that they're crazy? And the answer was no. So I had to just accept that these other gods must exist. So then I looked in the Bible and found nothing saying that they didn't exist. And so then my belief shifted from monotheism to polytheism, and then my belief shifted from the Christian deity being all the omnis to being, in my opinion, none of them.
Yeah.
And so once I saw it like that, then he just looked like, a narcissist and a deadbeat dad. And not getting too big into my background, but I already have a deadbeat dad and I had a narcissist stepdad. So, I wasn't for that. So I got out of there.
Yeah.
So yeah, it just listening to your talks today kind of made me have to really think about what I believe belief is. And for the most part, I definitely agree. I've had conversations with people who say, well, this is just what I choose to believe. And it's kind of a thing of, I'm not going to tell them that they can't say that and can't choose it. So I just
and the
believe
point is
that certain aspects of it have
to
be chosen.
You don't have to tell them that. Yeah, you don't have to tell them that. It's for you to go on the journey of thought yourself about coming to a deeper understanding of what belief is and how it works. And I think that if you stay on the journey, you'll come to realize that when people say, this is what I choose to believe, those are words, but what's actually going on behind the scenes isn't ever that. But there's no obligation on you to agree with me about that. I just think the case is fairly strong, and we make it regularly here. So the more you hang out here, the more you're going to hear it, and then you'll see if you find it persuasive or not. You may not. You may continue to disagree, and that's fine too. But the reason I keep on banging on about it, and the reason Sean does, is because it's the key that unlocks the door to not moralizing about belief. And that's really what we're about here. We shouldn't be moralizing about belief. We should be moralizing about how we treat each other. And granted, that can come from belief, but belief itself is morally neutral. It's just you're either persuaded or not. That's the most important thing. Jess, we're going to move it on because I've got to think about closing up soon. But thanks for coming in and being a lovely guest, and we enjoyed speaking to you. And I'm really glad you're away from all of that oppressive, horrible stuff. I'm really genuinely pleased for you about that. So keep well.
Thanks. I am too.
Good stuff. All right. Take care. Okay. We're going to bring in Screaming Silence, and then we have Jane, and then that'll probably be it for today. Let's see how we go. Welcome, Screaming. How are you? Hey, Richie.
Hey, great. How you guys doing?
Good.
It's always a pleasure to see you during the day. Not for my sake, but then I know you're not up till 3 or 4 in the morning.
There is that. I was looking back when I was doing some clips from the other night's thing, and I was like, "Oh my god, I looked so exhausted. I looked absolutely awful and haggard." But it's like, hey,
Yeah, when I
I
came
do
up,
this for you guys.
yeah, when I came up the other night, your eyes were like bloodshot and
Yeah,
heavy. I was like, oh my gosh, go to bed.
it was not. It was not good. It was not good. But anyway, here we are and enjoying the day stream. So,
Yeah.
how are you and what do you got?
Good. I had something that was more of a conversation, but I know you want to wrap up, so I'll go over something quick.
All right, thanks. Come back again next time.
Yeah. Just because I was thinking about this earlier when you were talking about fear, and I think it really correlates well to the whole belief thing. And for me, I always kind of had this understanding about this in my adult life because when I first started dating my ex, when I was younger, I would always say like I don't participate in irrational fears. Like when people have irrational fears, like I'm not going to acknowledge them because they're stupid and irrational. But the first fight me and my ex got in was because I was at work and she was getting ready to leave in the morning and there was a spider on the door and she called me and she was freaking out and having like essentially a panic attack. And I was like, just open the door and go outside. Nothing's going to happen to you. And she's like, but there's a spider there. I'm scared. Da, da, da. And I was like, just open the door. And like, this is ridiculous. Like, nothing's going to happen. Open the door and go outside. And I ended up actually hanging up on her. So it caused like this huge fight. And so we ended up talking later that night. And I was just like, it's ridiculous for you to call me at work about this because it's not an issue. It's not a danger, blah, blah, blah. And so she said to me, yeah, but I'm afraid of spiders. And I was like, well, that's an irrational fear. Like, you know the spider's not going to just jump out, attack you, and kill you. Like, why? That's not real. And she's like, but I feel like it is. And I was like, yeah, but it's not true. And she's like, but my brain believes it's real. And then I still remember in that moment being like, oh my gosh, like it doesn't matter whether the fear is rational or not, it's still a fear. And she's not making the deduction about whether or not this is actually dangerous. Her brain is telling her that it's dangerous.
Yeah, and she's not choosing
honestly,
to have. She's not choosing to have the fear.
Well, and I saw it in that moment because when she said to me, my brain is telling me it's dangerous, it literally like I like woke up to the fact of like, oh, she's not like weighing her options and choosing to be irrational. It's a belief that her mind is holding despite how much I can say to her or try to convince her.
Yeah.
And that was one of the formative moments in my life that really changed how I viewed a lot of things. And I just like that you use that because I haven't heard very many people use that argument about finding something funny or something that you're afraid of, and you're not really sitting there and deducing whether or not you should and picking. So I think that's just a really good point that you use because it really makes a lot of sense.
Thank you.
I have another example of that screaming. So I'm in the army, and I used to jump out of planes for a long, long time until I fractured a vertebrae. I'm okay, but got off jump status after that. But so I have a fear of like I'm afraid of heights. Like I can look over the edge of, especially if there's a fence in front of me or something high, or there's degrees of it. But generally speaking, I don't like heights. And I figured, you know what? I'm not going to let that stop me. I'm going to conquer my fear of heights. So I went to airborne school, the whole 9 yards. You know what happened? I didn't conquer my fear of heights. I would just get freaking scared every single time I have to jump. And my intellectual brain would know that a double malfunction, meaning my main and reserve chutes and everything, like the chances of me burning in, they call it, are very remote. It's actually very injury prone, but as far as actual like the worst case scenario, very extremely rare. My intellectual brain still knew that, but my heart would still be like thump 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 every time. It was like I'm in the rigger shed, I'm getting ready to jump, I'm walking on the bird, like the whole thing, and it's all dramatic. Like I would feel a pretty high amount of fear every single time I would jump, even though my rational head knew it's not that dangerous.
Yep. And
Well, and
wanting to
that's
not have the
what,
fear doesn't make it go away. Like just wanting to not, you
Right.
can learn to manage it, you can learn to mitigate it, you
Yeah.
can learn to deal with it, you can learn all of that. But just wanting to not have it is not sufficient on its own to not have it.
yeah, but that's what makes it so sad about the way most religions push their claims and their agendas is they say,
You, he might have got a call.
Yeah.
oh, sorry, no, that was my timer at work. They say that's why where faith comes in hand is like faith is believing without sufficient evidence. And Sean, you say all the time, like, why is that a virtue? Like, that's the only time in life where people tell you that like that's a virtue. Otherwise, they tell you you're being stupid and irresponsible.
Yeah, well, why is it a virtue? And more importantly, the times that I say that is when theists say, when I ask, why doesn't he just let us all know we're here? They say, well, it's a
Yeah.
test. Well, what's he testing? Like, what's the point of that? Like, why is it virtuous or something to be tested or sought after that someone's going to believe you exist with either not enough or just barely enough information to where some people will not believe you exist and some people will? Like, why is that? That makes no sense that you would test someone's virtue like that. You know, like if I'm testing a guy, I might put a homeless person, let's like make them really skinny and sit on a curb as you're walking by. Or, there's like moral tests you can give people, but that's not one of them.
Silly. It's silly.
Well, knowing the outcome makes it not a test to begin with. So the whole argument is just invalid.
Agreed.
But anyway,
Agreed.
yeah,
Exactly.
yeah.
Exactly.
So anyway, I know you want to get out of here, and I want to respect that.
Mitch.
So
Thanks,
the
man.
thing I want to talk about, I'll bring up next time.
Cool. Look forward to it. Thanks, man.
All right,
All the best.
appreciate it.
Take
Thanks,
care.
guys.
Okay, we're going to cap things off with lovely Jane, and then that'll be our lot for today. Jane, welcome back.
Hello.
Hey.
Hey, John.
Hey.
Hey, guys. I know you're tired. I'll go really quick. I just kind of had a question that I don't feel like I really have any other like communities to ask about this.
Sure.
I have an acquaintance, people that I know that are talking about their youngest child as if he is a demon. And I don't know where to draw the line of this is just like a frustrated talk and like where I need to be like worried about this kid. The backstory very quickly is that they had a girl. The girl nearly killed the mother. The birth of the girl nearly killed the mother. They were told not to have any other kids. They wanted a boy. They did anyway. And he very, very nearly killed the mother. The birth did. And it was really bad. And now there's like a lot of anger towards science and a lot of anger towards this baby. And they keep saying that the baby, like, there's been a couple of times of like this baby has a demon or it is a demon, and like I'm still hearing this peripherally from them. Like I'm hearing other people say that they're still saying this, and I just don't know what to do. Like,
yeah, I mean that's a
The
dilemma.
person, yeah.
How well do you know these people?
Pretty well, pretty
Okay.
well, and like I know that the father struggled with alcoholism and violence pretty bad before he became like uber Christian. And
I mean, that's raising all sorts of safekeeping flags are raising right there. You know, that's really tricky.
Yeah.
To know how to respond.
I was
to that.
just going to say what Victoria said in the chat. Call child. I mean, an option is to call Child Protective Services, and you can do so anonymously, and they can go and check on the child. But like, if they're being literal and they actually think the child is demonic, that's a problem. Like that's
what, yeah, I'm worried about it because I know this. Like, I've specifically had conversations with this person of like, what do you think a demon is? Like, they think that they're real things that like actually act in the world and do very bad things, and like, you know, like they're very like these are people that really, really believe in demons. And I just, yeah, I guess maybe CPS, but then also like if it's just talk, like. I mean, people call their kids naughty, and naughty means you're literally nothing, you know? And so, I mean, like, I don't know whether, like, it's just a word. It's just, like, Christianese, you know, kind of, and it's...
That's what I get. I mean, it's context, and I'm not there to assess it, but, like, I've heard parents say things like, in a joking way, they love their kid, but oh, my youngest one, he's a little demon, or they might say something like that, but they don't. If they
Yeah.
literally think their kid is a demon, there's a problem.
Yeah.
Like,
And you couldn't live with yourself if something happened to that child and you knew you could have acted in some way and didn't. I mean, that would be a horrible burden for you to carry. I mean, it in the UK, certainly it's the case that somebody calling here, it's called social services, somebody calling social services here is just gets things kind of going, but there's still a burden. There's still like a threshold of perceived risk that needs to be assessed by them before anything happens. It's not like they just go in there and start whipping children out. They're
yeah.
It sounds to me like this is a case where somebody probably ought to take a little look at this, because you wouldn't be calling, you wouldn't be asking us about it if it wasn't playing on your mind. So there's something there that's got you a bit concerned, and that makes me a bit concerned. And I don't know how these things are normally handled there, but it sounds like someone needs to possibly take a look at this.
Well, I'm a little worried that because it's such a religious area that it'll just be like, oh, well, this is just a crazy atheist, being like, it's very likely that if I call CPS, it's going to be a religious person on the other end of the phone, and stuff like that. I don't know. I'm worried. I guess I'm worried it's my prejudice because I am an angry atheist. I get that.
Yeah, sure.
What's the downside of calling?
I mean, I guess it will cause a hassle for these parents who, I mean, are having a hard, they do have a lot going on.
Yeah.
And I guess if people in the, in the family and friend group found out that I did that, they're all very religious and they already mistrust me because I'm an atheist.
You can call
I think it would go badly for me.
No, you
can
keep that
call them
hidden
anonymously.
Yeah, you'd keep that.
Yeah, you could call them anonymously, and then worst case, if they're not being, it sounds like you're questioning if they're being literal, and it sounds like it sounds literal when they talk about it.
The first time it sounded very literal. The first time was like while they were in the hospital, and it was like I lash out like angry, like this child has a demon. It was very angry. It was very like visceral. And it's been less so since then because they got a pretty bad response from me on that. Well, not a bad response, but I was like, I don't like that at all. And so since then, it just hasn't happened towards me. It's been around other people, and then they would say, I think he's right. I think that kid does have a demon and stuff. And and so I don't know if they're just kind of joking about it now, and if that was just his like intense reaction to his wife being in such danger.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But like CPS will show up, they're going to say hi. They're going to be, I've seen them act on, show up to other people's, throughout my life. And they don't come in like, it's not like SWAT goes to the house and like rips the kids away from the parents. They'll just say hi. They'll check on the parents. They'll be polite, ask questions, talk to the children maybe. You know what I mean? They're just going to go and assess the situation. And if it turns out everything's hunky dory, then great. If there are problems and they identified it, then that's a good thing.
Yeah.
So something to think about.
Yeah, anyway, I appreciate you guys. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say it's heartbreaking to hear this. I definitely think maybe just to take a closer look or speak to someone, call CPS and see what they say or something. I think it would be awful for you if something happened and you'd had this thought cross your mind and hadn't acted.
Oh yeah, I mean it keeps me up nights. I haven't even seen him in a while, but it's just like I don't know if I was still around them a lot. We're kind of estranged right now, partially because of this, and I'm not around him anymore, so I don't know if it's getting better. And maybe that's why I'm just so like anxious about it because it's out of my sight now. I don't know. I think I probably should call and at least make a note.
Do it. Just keep anonymous. Just say you can't give your details because you're worried about it coming back and causing family problems. But someone probably ought to check the situation out. Just make sure that child is okay. I think so.
Okay. Yeah, I think you guys are right. I've been waffling with it because I'm like I don't want to.
Yeah.
I don't want to
Yeah.
be, you know, like I'd hate for them to call, you know, I don't have kids, but I'd hate for somebody to call CPS just because, you know, they think the kid's not being taught about God, you know, or something, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
I'd hate for a religious difference to be the
Sure.
reason.
Sure.
But, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you guys so much. And
All right,
John,
Jane.
thank you so much for hanging out for a few minutes. Like, you look
Of
very
course.
tired. I hope you
It's all
get
good.
some good rest. And thank
All
you for
good.
all the work you guys do for us.
Thanks,
And we
Jane.
appreciate it.
Thanks a lot.
Bye.
All right. Speak soon. Okie dokie. Okay. Well, I believe that brings today's business to a close. Thank you for spending a wonderful 6 hours and 8 minutes with me. I've had a wonderful time. Really appreciate it. I appreciate all the normal people, all the mods, all the wonderful regulars. If you're new, if this is your first time here, thank you very much for coming in. If you're on the YouTube side, the sort of liking and subscribing stuff really helps the channel to grow. I really massively appreciate that. If you're on the TikTok side, thank you so much for all the likes. We got to 124,000, which is incredible. As always, hugely grateful. Grateful to Sean and to our guests.
Always.
And all
Thanks,
of that.
everyone.
So I think next one will probably be Thursday night. So we'll do a night one on Thursday. So get that in your diaries if you're so inclined. And again, thank you all very, very much indeed. And keep safe and see you soon.